Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to H1 on MLQ Championship Day 2. It is semifinals. We start off with the San Antonio Soldados, the #1 seed from the South, versus the New York Titans, the #1 seed from the East. Both teams swept their quarterfinals last night and are looking forward to dominating this early morning setup. New York Titans, led by the leading scorer JJ Johnson, last night, is looking forward to be just as dynamic against the former Soldados rivals, with the Soldados trying to avenge their 2021 semifinals loss to this same Titans team. And so for them to finally get to their wanting finals berth. But other than that, we should be expecting a very fast-paced, high-scoring game, especially with the way that San Antonio wants to run and get into transition as quickly as possible. Daniel Williams is going to square up against Tate K, former rivals from UTSA and UT. So this should be an electric beater matchup in the making. We should have brooms up in the next few minutes. I will be joining you all day today, and again, thank you so much for tuning in.
Morning and welcome everybody to MLQ Championships Day 2 here in Howard County, Maryland. The Benepee Cup will be awarded today. My name is Keegan Remy Miller. I am joined by Noah Schwartz. Noah, first up in our first semifinal, we have the San Antonio Soldados against the New York Titans. These teams have seen each other at the Benepee Cup before. What are we expecting out of this game?
I think it's might be a really interesting clash of styles. I think San Antonio really wants to go fast, wants to make the game more open. Historically, New York has been a slower paced team that really wants to control possession, control dodgeballs, and not turn the ball over. So whose style comes out in this first game, I think, is going to be really important.
Yeah, definitely. And I think something new this season, the addition of Josh Johnson, a former University of Texas player, a former Austin Outlaw, now on this New York Titans teams, kind of gives them another look. A player who loves to play fast, a little bit of a flashy style, might be able to go toe for toe with players like Miguel Esparza or Luke Langlanay from that San Antonio side who do like to keep that pace up high.
Yeah, especially in the quad ball game. I think New York has a bit more size than San Antonio, and San Antonio is certainly going to rely on their speed, especially, like you said, with Miguel Esparza sort of running up and down the field. So we'll see if Josh Johnson and John Jackson can keep players like Esparza in front, if they can slow the game down and keep them out of transition.
Yeah, and meanwhile, in that beater game yesterday in their quarterfinals, San Antonio was really keeping it short on those beater lines. Typically, we would only see 4 or 5 beaters out for them, while New York was running 4 full beater lines deep. So if the beater game gets chaotic, the edge might go New York's way as we get later into this 3-game set, as they might keep their legs just a little bit fresher.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much San Antonio is going to trust their entire, like you said, their entire beating core. They certainly have some stars in it, and I think for me, I always look at Chris De La Fuente, number 23 of San Antonio, as a real swing player for this team. If De La Fuente can play well, that's going to add a lot of depth in an area that historically might be a little short for San Antonio. So key on 23. If De La Fuente plays really well today, we might see success for San Antonio in the beater game.
Yeah, that's a great point. He was one of those beaters who would come in, play some shorter shifts yesterday in the quarterfinals, and I think you're absolutely right. If San Antonio can find a third beater line, it'll go a long way the course of this series. We'll get you the starting lineups now as well as we wait to start this game 1. For San Antonio, it will be Luke Langlanay, Miguel Esparza, Milena Sosa, Alyssa Villalba as the chaser core, and then beating will be Javi Tiarina and Kyle Bryant, the star pair out of UTSA. And for New York, the starters will be Josh Johnson, John Jackson, Lindsay Morella, Annika Kim, and then the beaters will be Vinny Chico and Christian Barnes. Typically yesterday we would see Barnes and Chico do the run-up and then sub out, usually for a pair of Devin Lee and Rachel Ayala Silver shortly. We have the call from our head referee, Ricky Nelson, to ask the teams if they are ready. It looks like we're going to get underway here in just a few seconds. And we are off with the semifinals. The race to the ball goes towards the Titans. Josh Johnson gets beat immediately by Tiarina. That's going to be a stop for San Antonio. Esparza's looking to push the pace. The fake from Barnes. The pass goes far side to Sosa. Sosa backs it up, throws it to open space, and that's going to be a reset. Esparza could not win the race to the midcourt line. And after a chaotic start, it's going to be San Antonio with control and neither team scoring.
Yeah, and that sort of chaos is what San Antonio is looking for. As you can see, they came away with dodgeball possession there and a lot of space to run into, just not able to execute and get the ball under control.
So Lee and Ayala Silver now are in to beat for the Titans, looking to win control back. Lindsay Morella working her way down left. The beat comes through, but Morella does not take the space. She's given her beaters time to work here as John Jackson now has it behind, marked by Miguel Esparza. Bryant closes out, so the pass comes back to Morella, and then back up at the top of the key, Josh Johnson protected by Rachel Ayala Silver.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, is that pair of Lee and Silver who came in for the Titans very quickly here.
Yeah, and their chasers are clearly giving them a lot of time to try to win control. Annika Kim now, the young Rutgers product, over to John Jackson, well behind the hoops. Back to Kim. Bryant beats out Jackson, so Kim drives. 2 bounces to Josh Johnson. Still slow, though. New York now killing time as Jackson's tapping in behind the play. And control goes to the Titans. Josh Johnson doesn't need more of a cue than that. Floats it up to Morella as he gets hit. Back up to the top, John Jackson. A really lengthy possession here from Titans.
And this is exactly what you expect to see out of New York is patience. And they're going to try and dominate the game this way. And they're doing something really smart here. It looks like they're trying to create a giant diamond that's going to...
Yep, Josh Johnson gets the pass from Lindsey Morella right down the middle, bar down, 1-0 New York.
Yeah, a really nice possession there from the Titans. Like I was saying, it looks like they're trying to create a diamond that's able to swing from front to back of these hoops and just give San Antonio too much space to cover.
Langlanay off and running, moving right, then left. Kim gets beat. John Jackson takes him to the ground. Langlanay gets up and from his knees, cannot hit the shot. Alyssa Villalba, though, first to the ball, going to get beat out by Devin Lee. Langlanay now to Sosa. And we're calling a throw after beat. That's going to be a good stop for New York.
Disappointing from San Antonio for Langlanay not to finish there. Really good through contact, really good to get the head up, and really good to get the shot off. Just have to put the ball through the hoop.
Yeah, and Noah, like you said kind of at the start, San Antonio immediately looking to run a much shorter possession there than the Titans had. So Josh Johnson now working, moving right. Lee gets beat out. The pass goes to Morella. Morella's going to go all the way to the corner and make sure her team cannot be pressed here. Gets it back to the top. Josh Johnson. Javi Tiarina makes the beat. John Jackson picks it up. I thought that was going to be a reset. And it looks like that's what the AR wants to call. So as Josh Johnson was backpedaling, I think, to try to avoid being beat, stepped over that restrictor line, the mid-pitch line. That's not allowed in MLQ, so that's going to be a stop for San Antonio.
A really nice press there from San Antonio. It looked like they were getting a little confused about how to split this beater pair up to create that press, but able to get it done in the end.
Yeah, and New York historically is a very good at breaking the press, not coming with those turnovers, but mental mistake here early. Soldados look again to tie the score up. Miguel Esparza has it in the corner. He's driving middle. Fakes, little shoulder fake there, and then went top hoop. Nobody jumped up to block it, 1-1.
Yeah, nice play from Esparza. You never want to give him too much space.
John Jackson off and running now. Now New York wants to play with pace. Straight through the middle, straight through the tackle, 2-1.
And if New York can do that, if they can show that they can run as well as be patient, they're going to be very dynamic here. We were talking before the game a little bit. You were saying that yesterday New York may have been a little sloppier than we've expected in the past.
Yeah, a lot of their longer possessions, the one that resulted in a goal at the start of the game, weren't resulting in goals. They were scoring a lot of goals like that one where John Jackson or one of their other players would run up the pitch. They'd score quickly on either just a drive or a drive-in dish. A lot of their longer passes yesterday were getting knocked down by Detroit defenders. So if they can clean that up today, I think their chances of moving on will increase greatly. That's Villalba in the corner getting beat out. Morella reads the pass very well to get the stop for Titans. Josh Johnson off and running. No dodge balls back. Johnson moving to the right, gets around the corner on Langlanay and scores from behind 3-1.
Yeah, and Danny Williams and Jess Markle have come in as the beater pair here for San Antonio. And Markle just got caught too high up the field there. And Danny Williams retains dodgeball control.
And Miguel Esparza sprinting up the pitch. No dodgeballs back. He hits the top of the crossbar. It goes in 3-2.
A really dynamic play there from Danny Williams to create that no dodgeball situation.
Yeah, there was definitely some consternation in the beater play. Devin Lee was not happy. I did not see what had happened. Perhaps that's what the talk is about now. But as we can see, San Antonio, 2 goals, 2 fast break goals. And for New York, they've kind of had a little bit of mix, showing that they can play multiple styles here early.
Yeah, I think, like you were saying, we've seen John Jackson and Josh Johnson get up and down the field and be able to run. They're just going to use their size to try to muscle their way to the hoops, put a little shimmy on, catch a defender off balance. And we've seen San Antonio, as I mentioned, being sort of a smaller team, run through contact, unable to finish at the end. But we saw Luke Langlanay really play well through contact. So both teams showing they've got a lot of elements to their game.
And another thing I like to look at here, we see San Antonio's chaser core at the middle of the field. They were just being talked to by one of their coaches. They are clearly making adjustments during this stoppage. They didn't need to use a timeout to do that. Meanwhile, the Titans players are pretty spread out. Obviously, with the lead so far, maybe they feel they don't have any adjustments they want to make yet. But going throughout, it looks like San Antonio is really focused on how we can make adjustments, how we can get an edge in this game.
And it looks like there is going to be a dodgeball turnover here.
Yeah, Rachel Silver is being awarded a dodgeball that is going to pull the goal off the board. So it is going to go back to being 3-1, and New York retains their 2-goal lead.
Yeah, big swing play here. Giving New York dodgeball control and the quad ball already up 2. We'll see if they can capitalize.
Yeah, John Jackson is telling his team to go for it. Jogging over at half pitch. Ayala Silver in front to protect. Lee on the far side in front of Johnson. That's where the pass goes. Johnson now rips a pass through, but it's knocked down by Miguel Esparza. He's beat out. Annika Kim finishes. That is aggressive beating from New York.
Yeah, a really focused effort there from Kim to be able to retain the ball and put it through the hoop so quickly. Nice concentration.
Sprinting up the pitch now, Esparza. Esparza goes right, gets it underneath. The pass goes low. Villalba has to stick with it. Fumbles out as she gets contacted. Langlanet now working against Morella. Goes for the spin move. The pass to Esparza. Esparza now moving right. Still going right. Kind of hook shots it up. Langlanet catches it. Gets brought down by Jackson. He's going to be beat out by Devin Lee.
Yeah, nice play by Villalba there to keep the play alive. Esparza looked a little lost after driving there. I thought that pass was a little bit errant. Maybe a little bit more control here from 34 would be prudent.
Yeah, a low pass. Villalba did a good job, like you said, to get it out as John Jackson was closing down quickly. And then later on in the play, was it Esparza again or was it Langlanet? It was almost like a weird hook shot thing, like kind of just throwing it up and hoping for the best at that point. It really didn't seem like there was an intended target.
Yeah, if there's a criticism of Esparza's game, it's that in the half court, the ball in his hands, it can be a little bit erratic at times. So finding a ball carrier here in the half court, I think is going to be really important for San Antonio. Obviously, in the fast break, I think there's nobody better in the league.
So the referees are going to be talking to the San Antonio coaching staff here. And I think something else to be said while we criticize San Antonio's half court a little bit is that New York's done a really good job reading some passing plays to get in those lanes and also closing out quickly. John Jackson was all over Villalba there before she could really corral that pass. So I think that's the sort of effort we need to expect from New York. Their top line is certainly demonstrating that, and I'll be interested to see as they move into their depth if they can keep reading those plays just as well, keep making those effort plays.
Yeah, and nobody's really had dodgeball control for extended periods of time throughout this game. San Antonio doing a good job in those shorter lines, maintaining, at least fighting 50-50 for this dodgeball control.
So Elizabeth Lawson Keister now in for the Titans in a black headband. Looks like David Avila is also in green for San Antonio now. Josh Johnson, far side, keeping it really slow for New York here as they look to win control. Johnson just sees a shot that he likes, takes it 5-1.
Taking advantage of that the shorter San Antonio team here on that top hoop.
This is exactly what New York did against Detroit yesterday, playing against a 2-2. Detroit's hoop defenders didn't have their hands up. Whenever Johnson saw that shot, he would take it. More often than not, he would hit it. Esparza now, far side as Daniel Williams beats out Annika Kim. And there is a whistle. A blue card for Kim here. I believe that's likely a bludger swat or a dodgeball swat card. So that's going to be Kim to the box and San Antonio on the power play. The drive from Avila, the fake, another fake, the little shoulder roll, 5-2.
We're getting the goal called off here from the assistant referee.
Looks like a little bit of disagreement.
So that goal is no good from the assistant. We've got another call here from an assistant referee.
Yeah, the goal is no good. But San Antonio does retain the quad ball here and get another chance. Sosa now struggling to pick it up, gets the kickoff to Villalba, and there is going to be a stoppage here. I believe that play had also gone out of bounds.
It looks like the AR was playing a long advantage here.
Yep, all the way back. So it's going to be Lawson Keister, that new beater in for New York. Looks like the call was for contact above the neck. So that's a yellow card, and now 2 players in the box for New York. And San Antonio really wants to take advantage now, both a chaser and a beater down. Sosa's awarded the quad ball here.
Yeah, there are always inflection points in this game. I think the goal that was called off earlier for San Antonio was one of them. This one, another. If they want to claw back in this game, it's already 5-1. They're going to need to put some points on the board soon.
Yeah, Williams wants to wrap up Lee. Esparza goes far side. Avila just loses his broom, and John Jackson's going to get it. Keeper ball. And this is huge for the Titans. Kim is already out of the box. And now Jackson, a veteran player, is going to walk up as slowly as he can to kill off the penalty to Lawson Keister.
Yeah, so I think we've seen that as San Antonio can make the game more chaotic, they're going to create lanes. But in this half court, they've really struggled this game.
Jason Ng now in for New York by himself. Pass goes behind to Parada to Kim now. Gets wrapped up by Blackwood and beat out by Williams. A stop there for Soldados, although a player down, that's not a bad penalty kill for New York.
A nice defensive play there from Blackwood.
Blackwood running. Jason Ng pumps out, so Avila gets it way behind. The bounce pass, and that is a good goal from Elena Sosa.
Really flashy there on the bounce pass. But I like seeing Blackwood with the ball in his hands here as the primary ball carrier in this half court. Made a good decision to get the ball behind the hoops, and good things happen from there.
Yeah, we're seeing some depth now. Michael Parada in for the Titans. As we said earlier, the full second line contingent out for Soldados now. Ng makes a point defender beat. Morella now going to ball handle up top, moving left. We are sorry for tech issues right now. We are aware of them, and we're working on it. I will keep going on play-by-play as best I can as a radio commentator. Parada now moving right, gets it to John Jackson, top of the key. He drives. Avila gets a hand in it. The ball is loose. San Antonio is going to be first to the ball. Blackwood picks it up, marked high by Morella, right at mid-pitch. Blackwood now driving through, rips a pass all the way behind over the head of David Avila, and that is going to be a turnover to New York.
Yeah, the first pass today looked a little better than that one. Wanted to find the same look, just misfired high.
New York keeping this one really slowly, about 9 minutes into this game. Shrina Shaw now into this game. Molly Potter now into this game, both chasing for the Titans. John Jackson, the lone starter, left in for this New York side. Parada now has it near side to the camera, working left against Sosa, then back right. Ng beats out Sosa. That's going to open up Ng to be beat by Williams. Williams wants to press. John Jackson rips a shot. It does not fall. Molly Potter, in a race to the ball, is able to get it and kick it, but that's going to be a turnover to San Antonio. David Avila off and running. No dodge balls back. Needs to beat Parada. Goes to the right. Parada gets a great wrap, brings him to the ground. John Jackson there for the help defense. The ball comes out. Parada's going to win the race to the ball, or rather let it go out of bounds, and it's going to be a New York inbound. So a missed opportunity there from Soldados against no dodgeballs.
Yeah, really nice defense there from New York. Their size really came up big. A really good tackle from Parada and Jackson to force that turnover. That's where San Antonio is really going to expect to score. And the more possessions that come up blank in the fast break for them, the harder it's going to be for them to get back into this game.
All right, so we have gone into a stoppage here while the quad ball was dead, so we can give our tech folks a chance to get the picture back up. So far in this game, a little bit of a recap. It is New York up 5-2. On two separate occasions, the Soldados have had a goal waved off. One time, I believe it was for a penalty. Another time, it was for it looked like beat before. I think that was the call. So no, I think you talked a little bit before about the momentum moments of the game. Twice now, San Antonio's had that go against them. How can they make sure that doesn't really affect them on the sideline, affect their mentality?
Yeah, I think that right now they're struggling. They're struggling most in the half court, and I think that they can somewhat expect that. They've actually held their own very nicely in the dodgeball game, and if they can maintain their integrity defensively, and if they can get into the fast break, they're going to expect to get back in this. But if they continue to force things in the half court, as long as the passing maintains off, we've seen a lot of bad passes from them in the half court. I think that's going to affect them most, is not being able to score. If they're not able to put up possessions in the half court, they're not able to get into the fast break. Things are going to go downhill quickly. I really like what New York has done here, though. New York has said, we're going to play discipline. We're going to play slow. We're going to play our game, and we're just going to let you make mistakes, and we're going to capitalize with most notably Josh Johnson and John Jackson, in our half-court offense.
Yeah, it's really a clash of two styles. I think also here, New York up 3, where do you become comfortable, or maybe not comfortable, but more confident going into that 20-minute period? Up 3, you're happy. Up 4, up 5. At what point are you starting to think about closing out the game rather than preventing the other team from kind of catching up?
Yeah, I think one thing I've noticed throughout this weekend is that quadball can be a weird sport. You can feel like you're really in control of a game and only be up one. I think if I was New York, I would feel really in control of this game up three here. A couple of goals have been called off, so the score could be a lot closer. But I think that New York feels like a much stronger team here, at least so far through this first half. Uh, I don't think San Antonio's figured out a ball carrier that they're really going to trust in the half court. They're going to want to they're going to want to get into transition more in order to score, and I think that's going to demand of the San Antonio beaters that they play a little more frenetically. One of the things that they've been doing, like we've been talking about, is they've been able to keep about maybe even they've had a little bit of an advantage in the control department dodgeball wise, but I think they need to start pressing the issue a bit more, especially offensively, and sort of helping out, especially in the half court, to create better driving lanes, because that is really what San Antonio wants to do, is they want to drive and put their hand through hoop, not pass around the defense.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and it almost that's the sort of style of play that I think can kind of wear down some of your players, especially your beaters, if they have to run a lot of times pretty quickly in front of the quad ball. Welcome back, everyone. Once again, we do apologize for those technical difficulties. We have it all sorted out for now. So we are going to get back to this one. We did pause the gameplay there just about 9.5 minutes into this one. Again, to recap, the score is New York 5, San Antonio 2. New York did just get a stop, so they will be on the quad ball march, although Daniel Williams immediately pressing Parada, gets it over to Hagag, far side. Hagag's now going to run up that far sideline, marked by Sosa, tries to get around the corner. On one bounce past Shrina Shah, that is going to be a good press there from Williams to get the stop for Soldados.
And basically a one-person press there. I mean, really well done by Danny Williams, and then Jess Markle covering behind to create that turnover. There wasn't a lot of chaser press there, just pure beaters, and it was really impressive how rangy Williams was there.
Yeah, a good way to just kind of surprise New York right out of that big stoppage here. So now Blackwood's going to be ball handling over half with Markle in front. Hagag's going to play some point defense, keep her headband on, out of the zone, so is able to be beat. Now behind. Then back up to the top for Soldados. That's Blackwood. Blackwood now looking right. Villalba gets stuffed by Parada. Jason Ng there to clean it up, and that's going to be a stop for Titans. Hagag takes a few running steps and then looks to slow it down.
Yeah, a nice pass there and a nice look from San Antonio, unable to convert. But after those first two passes, that might have been a little errant from Blackwood, and nice to see a good one connected.
Yeah, it seems like Soldados want to attack players at these side hoops, but New York's defense is just getting there too quickly. Parada now working back right against Sosa. Hagag gets it at the top. Ng in front to protect. Avila playing point defense in that green headband. Hagag a few fakes and now goes swim move. Stays on his feet, gets rid of the ball, but it's going to be kicked there by Sosa and cleaned up by Markle, although there is a whistle coming in. Doesn't look like there's going to be any cards as there's no referee discussion here. So I think that's going to be a good stop for San Antonio. And it seems like a few rushed possessions here right out of that stoppage.
Yeah, San Antonio's done, like you said, I think you said it perfectly. They did a nice job surprising New York out of the break and have been able to create, it's going to be a quad ball turnover
Quad
here.
ball turnover, yep. So now we are going to get that referee discussion that was delayed for a little bit. But yeah, no, like you just were saying, so for San Antonio, they had that big surprise out, and then it looks like on offense, they're really trying to use their chasers at the side hoops, but that New York zone defense is really closing them out as the referee is now talking to one of New York's coaches. Looks like Parada has been awarded the quad ball here, and with Molly Potter at the hoop, New York is going to see if they can score on this fast break. Hagag is going to be off broom. Parada goes for the shot, and it is no good. So that is going to just ultimately result in a Soldados stop, as we thought it had before that stoppage.
Yeah, we've got some subs here for San Antonio.
Yeah, it looks like Emi
and a big
Govea
press.
goes in as Jason Ng is going super aggressive. Govea is also going to be beat out by Lawson Keister there. So Jason Ng says, Daniel Williams, I can do that too, and gets the surprise stop for New York.
Really nice play there by Ng to press and force that turnover.
Now we see head coach Tate K come into the game alongside partner Tessa Mullins. Molly Potter ball handling here, gets it over to Hagag. Parada and Shaw, the two receiving options. It goes Parada's way. Out behind, Markle looks to close out and then pulls up. Parada driving in, the little push pass across to Potter. Handled on a bounce, gives it time for Avila to come up, but now he's beat out by K. Hagag, far side, driving in. Goes high right over the head of Govea, 6-2.
Nice play there by Hagag to finish through the defender.
Love to see when a player sees open space just going for it after Kate and Mullins created kind of a no dodgeball look there on the right side of the field. San Antonio moving really slowly now as the new beaters are in for Soldados. Believe those beaters are Bryant and De La Fuente. Yep, far side De La Fuente goes for the beat out, but Hagag cannot be beat in the zone. Ball handling now is Sosa. Passes it back to Esparza. Esparza driving, rips a shot middle hoop, 6-3.
Nice play there by Esparza. When nothing's working for your offense, as it hasn't been for quite a while here for San Antonio, just finding space and ripping a shot can't ever be that bad of an option, especially if you're a good shooter.
Yeah, obviously Kyle Bryant was a starter here for San Antonio, so going back to that beater. But Chris De La Fuente, first minutes in this game, see if he can be a difference maker, someone you highlighted right at the start of this game. So control now is still with New York. Shakti Kodeswaran subbing in for the first time in this game. And the green headband for Titans is Josh Johnson. Also comes back in after running a shift early on. Kodeswaran now has it up top. Passes it to Potter. Potter rips a shot. It's no good, but Shaw is there to give it a second chance. That shot is also no good. Soldados get the stop. And David Avila is looking around. There's now a stoppage. I think there's a discussion about whether that went through. It looks like the score table did call it good, and it's washed out. That was not a good goal, 6-3.
Yeah, and Potter there had a pocket of space and a hoop to shoot on. She's gonna wish she had put that one through. That's an attempt she usually converts.
Yeah, especially here up 3. New York is right on the verge. Being up 2 or being up 4 is a big difference as we wind our way towards 20 minutes. Esparza now running near to the camera to his right, going to be marked by Kodeswaran up top, calling for a swap with Avila. Gets the mismatch he wants. Now Potter is the one defending, back to Avila. Avila to the middle, gets beat out by Mullins, not before getting the pass off to Sosa. Marked by Kodeswaran. Loopy pass. Esparza gets it on the dribble. San Antonio gets to calm it down a little bit here. Esparza now working back left. Avila back into the play after tagging up. Esparza trying to get around Kodeswaran, just can't, so he backs it up. Tate K now coming in, trying to make something happen. Govea catches the pass, moves right, gets around Potter, back up to the top in Sosa. Mullins coming back into the play, though. Gets it off to Esparza. Esparza dodges the K beat. Esparza now sees that Mullins is behind. All alone right now as Avila is beat out. But the beaters get back into the play, and San Antonio is doing a great job really killing off this press.
Yeah, Esparza and Sosa has been doing a really great job just maintaining control of the quad ball while their beaters have been getting a little hectic here. They've had some opportunities. At one point, it looked like San Antonio might get dodgeball control back. Weren't able to after a good play by Tessa Mullins.
Esparza rips the shot. That goes in, hit the crossbar, and went in 6-4.
An unusually long possession here from San Antonio. Just Sosa and Esparza are really keeping the play alive.
Josh Johnson now with speed has to get around Langlanet, moves left, is able to do so. Next up is Sosa. She jumps, and Josh Johnson goes coast to coast 7-4.
Oh, and that is a big tackle, looks like from behind by Tate K. That was high, too.
Yeah, a big tackle in the beater play. That's going to see Kyle Bryant on the ground here. Hope that they are okay. Meanwhile, here we saw a close miss from New York, then a close make from San Antonio. Those are the sorts of things, whereas we're talking about kind of this flag runner area game, whether or not a flag runner catch would tie the game, put you up one. But then, just as I'm thinking that Soldados have kind of gotten momentum their way, Josh Johnson just picks up the quad ball all the way down, gets the goal right back. That's the sort of momentum I think in years past we really haven't seen from Titans, and Josh Johnson is just a player who's always looking to run like that.
And it's going to be a straight red here for Tate K for what I assume is dangerous play and excessive use of force.
So a few things to note about a straight red card. First of all, Tate K will no longer be playing in this game, is not allowed to be in the team area. I mentioned that because Tate K is also New York Titans head coach. So this is a big deal. Titans are not only losing their Team USA beater, they are also losing their head coach. The substitute for K, who early on looks like it will be Devin Lee, will be in the box for 2 minutes, no matter how many goals San Antonio scores. So as we talked about earlier, I mean, if you have a beater in the box, that basically means the other team is going to have dodgeball control for these 2 minutes. And at the speed we were talking about San Antonio liking to run, they're a team that could put 3 goals on the board and tie this game up in 3 minutes.
Yeah,
or in
this
2
is
minutes.
a huge opportunity for San Antonio. After a really dangerous tackle by Tate K, it, as you were saying, only having one dodgeball player on the field will allow San Antonio presumably to manipulate both dodgeballs more often and more frequently and be able to speed up this game a little bit. and be able to speed up this game a little bit without giving up much defensively, which I think is going to be important for them.
So Kyle Bryant here being helped back over to that San Antonio bench. So best wishes to Kyle Bryant. Hopefully we're able to see them later on in this series. Meanwhile, just confirmation there from the head referee that is going to be a red card for contact to the head. And actually, it looks like during that stoppage, Devin Lee had gone over to the penalty box. Now it looks like Christian Barnes is actually going to be the player who serves this 2-minute penalty time. And Esparza is going to start with the quad ball here. So down 7-4, San Antonio with a huge power play. Esparza moves left, gets around Potter, Langlanay working on Curtis Warren, gets the dunk in 7-5, and let's see if San Antonio presses.
Yeah, and we were talking about how good New York looked early and how confident they looked. The longer it takes for you to convert that, as Miguel Esparza gets what looks to be a blue card.
I think this is going to be for delay of game. I think they're saying he interfered with that quad ball before the New York Titans keeper had touched it to make it live. So Curtis Warren here to Johnson. Johnson driving in, goes for the shot. He hits it 8-5.
And there were no dodgeballs back for San Antonio on that play.
Surprising considering New York only has the one beater. It is Tessa Mullins out there right now. Esparza now with pace. Little stutter, then passes it over. The beat comes through as Johnson puts the player on the ground as well. That was Villalba. And we get another stoppage here. So not exactly going San Antonio's way as we thought it might with a beater in the box for New York here. So far just a trade of goals, and then now it looks like a New York stop. Although we're going to have a stoppage here, perhaps there will be a turnover.
Yeah, and a really good play there from New York's keeper.
Shakti Kudaswaran.
Yes, who took a beat there by from Jess Markle in the keeper zone, obviously immune in their own keeper zone, and was able to create a lot of space after the ball was released. Now
so it does look like there's going to be a turnover. I think Josh Johnson is given a back to hoops penalty, so no time in the box, no card. But it is going to be a quad ball turnover, and Josh Johnson's going to need to go tap back in before he can play.
Yeah, New York so far has done a really good job navigating this beater down situation and this red card. It's still early. We're about 30 seconds into the penalty.
Yep, here, so Langlanay, ball handling a little bit. Mullins gets beat out, so no dodgeballs here. Langlanay, though, doesn't want to try on Curtis Warren, just gives it to Miguel Esparza. Miguel Esparza now working on Curtis Warren. The spin move works. That's a dunk. That goes through. Langlanay puts it through a second time. I think the question there was whether or not the ball went through the hoop before the hoop hit the ground. But either way, it looks like Langlanay picked it up and put it through a second time.
Yeah, it's very important to continue to play and put the ball through the hoop again, especially if you're able to recognize that the goal's been called no good. Langlanay really heads up play there on the rebound. Yeah, it looks like we're about a minute into this red card penalty as well.
So no goal here. I'm not sure why the Langlanay effort didn't count. But we are getting a yellow card on Ryan Leary of New York. So Soldados are going to get another chance as another New York Titans player goes to the box. So for the second time, Soldados will have a two-person power play, although this time it should not last long. It should just be a goal here for Esparza as it is 8-6. Morella now, ball handling, no dodgeballs for New York. Morella, lone effort here. Curtis Warren gets beat in the back. Josh Johnson now receives the pass. Mullins comes in to beat out Esparza.
And De La Fuente here is playing really, really free.
Johnson tries to get it to Morella, but it does go out of bounds. Honestly, though, not a bad look as you're trying to kill a penalty. Esparza now talking to Markle, letting her know who he wants beat. Moves up, John Jackson into this one in the green headband. The spin from Langlanay, huge. Morella got off her feet, and that opened up the middle hoop for Langlanay, 8-7.
Yeah, and a lot more speed here from San Antonio, really trying to capitalize. It looks like, yes, the red card penalty is officially over.
But not bad. I mean, you got a 2-goal advantage during that beater power play. That's big for San Antonio.
Yeah, it gets them right back into this game.
Morella now
has
has it.
Press high again.
Yeah, yeah, San Antonio is just still going with this energy. It could be a big turn as Molly Potter rips it up in the air. Jump ball. Avila got a hand on it. Esparza now on the dribble. Has Devin Lee to beat. Gets it over to Avila. Avila can't handle the pass as Potter does just enough to knock it to the ground. And now there is going to be no stoppage. Avila off and running. Ends up with the loose ball. Rips a shot. And I think the play had actually stopped as mid-shot. So that's going to be no goal as we're going to discuss here what some of the ARs we're looking at.
A nice idea from Miguel Esparza in San Antonio to run on the one dodgeball, try to draw the dodgeball to him, and then pass to a teammate to finish the transition opportunity. Just a bad pass there, but in the scramble, Avila was able to get free. We'll see what the refs have to say. It looked like the shot was no good anyway at the end here, but Avila's going to get the ball back on the restart.
Can also highlight here, Milena Sosa is now into the game at beater. So after playing a huge chaser shift, she's going to take a beater shift as well. And obviously, with Kyle Bryant going down to an injury earlier, Milena Sosa might see quite a few more shifts at beater than chaser for the rest of this game.
And we're not going to have a flag runner cam due to some technical issues as there looks to be a timeout.
Yeah, but timeout called. I believe this was a New York timeout. So they really want to regroup after their head coach did get a red card. That was a Tate K hit. So on that red card penalty, San Antonio was able to go +2 from going down 3 to going down 1. And now in that New York huddle, one of the assistant coaches or one of the other veteran players is going to have to take over this huddle and help the team calm down and say, we can still win this game. We can still control this game.
Yeah, they're back to square footing now, right? And they're still up 1, and they've got to feel good about where they're at. I think if I were New York, I maybe go back to some of the dodgeball lines that were working for you. Maybe get your first look of quadball players back in the game. Slow the game down and maintain control. San Antonio did a really good job speeding up the game, and they continue to try to press that up to the timeout. Successfully or not, I think that some of the possessions looked a little sloppier than others, especially this last one that we just saw. But you can see when they create chaos, they were still able to take advantage, even in delayed fast break opportunities.
Yeah, and early on in this game, Noah, we were talking a little bit about that beater depth. We've seen it for New York. We've seen some of their beaters really pop off. Some of the other beater pairs struggle a little bit. But we talked about the key piece for San Antonio being Chris De La Fuente. He's still on the field. He's just put in a big shift. Is he proving to be kind of a swing piece to make sure that beater depth isn't going to be the big difference in this game?
Yeah, I don't know. High risk, high reward, right? De La Fuente really took advantage, was the one to really take advantage of the red card opportunity, getting really rangy, recognizing that the beater partner was going to be able to stay home towards the hoops, and that he could sort of roam and make free plays and press and speed up the game a little bit. That's going to be a little bit harder now, and we'll see if New York can punish, because that's what De La Fuente wants to do is run around and make plays, but sometimes that can really be a problem coming back the other way defensively.
So Avila to Villalba. Villalba back over to Esparza. A little bit slow here as Lee is going to be in a race with De La Fuente, but Sosa cleans it up, so it's going to maintain control for San Antonio. Way over the top on one bounce. Govea cannot handle that pass. That's going to be a turnover for New York.
Yeah, and this is what you want to see if you're New York, right? We've gotten starters back in here. We've gone to the first dodgeball line. We've got Josh Johnson and John Jackson and Lindsay Morell and Molly Potter in. This is, I think, a really good look to regain control of this game for New York.
Yeah, this is about as veteran of a look as New York is able to put onto the pitch. I think they're taking this really seriously now late into the seeker floor. Morella passes it to Molly Potter. Molly Potter takes the space, rips a shot, no good, but Johnson is there to clean it up and keep this alive for New York. Though we're going to get a whistle here now. It looks like in the dodgeball game there might be a dodgeball turnover. So Lee and Ayala Silver are going to be awarded control here.
And a really heads-up play from Molly Potter, right? Ripping a shot from the back of the hoops up to the top is always a good idea, especially if you know that you've got rebounders there up top to restart the play.
So Ayala Silver and De La Fuente trade beats as John Jackson just takes the lane to give the Titans their 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and already we're seeing this game get slowed down, as you said. as San Antonio gets dodgeball control back.
Yep, so Sosa and De La Fuente do have that control. Esparza ball handling far side. This could be last possession if San Antonio wants it to be, although they're being pretty aggressive with these dodgeballs, considering we're almost at that 20-minute mark. Esparza now far side, going to be marked by John Jackson in the green headband. Can't be beat. Devin Lee, the Lone Titans dodgeball, out that way as well. Avila kind of posting up on JJ before pulling off now. That's going to be Morella looking to mark Avila. A loose mark defense. Esparza takes some space, moves right, shoots left. Good block from JJ, but Esparza gets the rebound. Huge hit from John Jackson. Immediately lets go. It might be a call from behind as the pile for the ball eventually ends in a whistle.
Yeah, I think that's the call that Esparza wants, is the hit from Jackson was from behind. It's the call that he's going to get. Really nice play there by Johnson to recognize the shooter and get his hands up as Jackson goes to the box.
Yeah, Johnson is a really explosive player on the offensive side, but also on the defensive side. Kind of, he knows where the shot's coming in, and he knows that he has the speed to get his arm up, do the full jump, get his whole arm in the way. Good block there from Josh Johnson. Although with the penalty to Jackson, Soldados are going to get a great opportunity here. And for those of you a little bit new to the sport, off of this yellow card, Esparza is able to bring the quad ball, if he so chooses, to any spot in the nearest restrictor line, which he chooses to do and go that far side keeper zone line, which is because there's an open small hoop. He puts the shot home 9-8.
Yeah, a really important goal there for San Antonio to be able to put this game back within one. It felt like it felt like it was immediately slipping away again as soon as New York went to this line.
So Josh Johnson comes in. Avila gets beat out after he left the keeper zone. Esparza now going to also be beat out. Josh Johnson just taking all that space, backing up. Govea gets beat out. John Jackson moving in, gets it over to Johnson. Head of steam. Johnson puts it home 10-8.
Really nice play there. Just a little 1-2. They're going into halftime now. I'm curious to see if Jackson getting that red card and giving the green headband to Johnson affects things defensively for the Titans. It might not matter now, but it's just something to note. Sometimes John Jackson had been playing point defender from that keeper zone, allowing the green headband immunity to really do its work. And even that small tweak can sometimes screw up defenses.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see if they make an effort to swap those headbands back. Josh Johnson also a good point defender, but one thing to note in this 2-goal game, if both teams put all of their beaters on the flag runner and on the seekers, it might not matter if your green headband is on the point defender or it's on the hoops player if all the beaters are more focused on that seeker game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think something to note, like you said, if all of the dodgeball players are going to be on the flag runner, it's going to spread the game out. And we talked so much about how San Antonio wants to do that. The other side of this is I think we've seen New York be really good in transition. I think, especially this game, I think we've seen them create more stops in transition than San Antonio. We've seen that with the size of John Jackson and Josh Johnson, they've been able to run through San Antonio. So we're going to have to find from somebody from San Antonio who's going to be able to step up and make a tackle here, or else they're just going to trade goals until they lose, down 2 here, or they're going to have to catch a flag runner.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Talking about trading goals is something that's really important to keep in mind. Sometimes it can feel, especially when you're on the field, that if you're scoring kind of every possession, you're like, yeah, we're in this game. But if the other team is too and you're the one that's trailing, the math just doesn't work out. And as you say, while San Antonio is a fantastic transition offensive team, we have yet to see kind of good transition defense. A few of New York's goals have come just on fast break straight through some of those defenders. Meanwhile, both of these teams with some seeking success yesterday, I think most people would agree that New York has the better seeker depth. Particularly, they have 2 different seekers who caught in their 2 games yesterday, Jason Ng and Mo Hagag. Meanwhile, Trevor Smith of San Antonio has been getting most of the time in yesterday's quarterfinal and did have 1 flag runner catch. So both of these teams have reason to believe already this weekend they'll be the team that's able to catch the flag runner. And I think if San Antonio catches, it kind of becomes anybody's game. But it feels like if New York catches, it might be game over for San Antonio.
Yeah, yes. I think that creating chaos, I think, is what San Antonio really likes to do. This is going to be a very chaotic environment, and the more that can happen, maybe the more they'll thrive. They're going to have to do better defensively. I think I would lean really heavily on my beaters here. I mean, you're going to have to. Obviously, with a flag runner on grounds here, there's going to be a blue card here from head ref Ricky Nelson. Unclear exactly what it's about, but I just think that if I was San Antonio here, I would really ask my dodgeball players to come back in sporadically to try to help with that transition defense as much as they could, while still maintaining flag runner integrity.
Yeah, and it's a tricky line to watch, but I think San Antonio really has the veteran beaters to be able to really walk that fine line. It's a tricky thing to do.
Yeah, and I just want them to peel a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I don't want them to come fully back into it and play defense. I just want them to go. If I were them, I'd want them to obviously maintain integrity to the flag runner, but then as runners start to come to the halfway, just turn and fire and see if you can't pick off a possession or two by catching New York up by surprise.
So it's going to be Jaden ZT and Jason Ing as the two starting seekers here for San Antonio, New York, respectively. Molly Potter's going to be serving this blue card, Noah, that you noted was given during that stoppage. I'm not exactly sure what it was for, but I think the call was that it was a bench penalty, which would just mean that Potter is the player being chosen to serve it from the 6 on the field. Vinny Chico into this game now, beating alongside Tessa Mullins with Tate K unavailable. San Antonio looking to pull themselves within one, the first chance on offense in this 20-minute period. Esparza, far side. Avila does the screen. That's a good goal, 10-9.
Nice play there by San Antonio. It's going to be Danny Williams and De La Fuente in as the dodgeball players for San Antonio.
Johnson up the pitch, stiff arms Avila right off him, fakes right, goes left, goes straight through Govea. That's a good goal, 11-9.
Yeah, really physical there from Johnson, who's still in that green headband.
Yeah, and maybe something worth noting here, if Johnson's in green, he can just pick it up and sprint from anywhere on his half of the pitch if he wants to. So it's not going to be Matt Blackwood in, far side, directing Avila. Tries to get around John Jackson, goes shot, top hoop. That is a good goal, 11-10.
Yeah, tough finish there from Blackwood around Jackson.
Johnson here, keeping it slow. San Antonio getting a lot of time on the flag runner. They are going to defensive seek while Ing comes over. John Jackson with a head of steam gets beat in the back. That's exactly the sort of beater play you were talking about, Noah, and it's going to give San Antonio a chance to tie this game. Avila moving up the pitch, dodges a beat, comes through, gets stuffed by John Jackson. Great defense there from the veteran Titan.
Yeah, San Antonio able to steal a possession there, peeling off of that flag runner, but unable to convert.
Josh Johnson can't quite handle that pass. Daniel Williams there to beat him out. Avila now has to beat John Jackson. Gets the ball out. Morella is able to be the first one there. And again, kind of a blown possession from San Antonio. And Josh Johnson immediately off and running. This time, no dodgeballs back for San Antonio. Goes for the little mid-range shot, 12-10.
Yeah, 2 blank possessions from Avila there. He's going to be kicking himself for that one as Johnson's able to convert.
Could be a huge turning point in the game. That easily could have been a tie game, and instead San Antonio's back to being down 2. And Chico and Mullins are really struggling here against the San Antonio Beaters, though as I say that, Chico makes a good catch. Meanwhile, Esparza straight down the lane, puts it through, 12-11.
And Esparza immediately came in and take out Avila, and that's the player you really want in this situation.
Hagag now in, also Govea, the 2 new seekers for these teams. Josh Johnson, far side. Backpedals a little bit. Daniel Williams coming over, going to play some defense here. Meanwhile, Mike Lee trying to drive. The beat does not connect. Mike Lee goes big right over the top, 13-11. A catch now wins it for New York as Esparza cuts right, cuts back left, puts it home.
And our set score is 160 here. We're playing to 160.
So, yep, a catch wins it for New York. A catch would put San Antonio within 1. And a catch.
Yeah, a lot of time there for Hagag. Vinny Chico and Tessa Mullins did a really good job there maintaining dodgeball control, giving Mo Hagag a lot of free time with the flag runner.
They struggled early to get control, but it seems like once they did, they gave Hagag all the time he needed. There's going to be a little bit of a longer discussion here about whether or not the catch was good. Of course, if it is, New York will win.
Yeah, and after that catch by Vinny Chico, you're right. I think New York was really able to just never gave the dodgeballs back from there.
So two separate conversations going on the pitch right now. One of them is the head referee with some of the speaking representatives from New York. Then some of the other ARs talking with the flag runner. The tail is going back on, so that catch I don't believe is good.
Yeah, body language tells you everything around these catches, and usually if the refs are talking for a long time, it gets overturned.
Yeah. But Chico and Mullins still do have control. Hagag has proven he is able to catch Matt Cooper, our flag runner, so maybe it's just one more effort needed here from Titans. Meanwhile, in the flag runner game, kind of like we were talking about earlier during the stoppage, both teams seem content with trading goals, but that's going to result in a San Antonio loss, so they're really going to need to change something. Williams did play a few defensive possessions on the quad ball, so we'll see if San Antonio sticks with that, or after Hagag catches, if San Antonio really needs to go back into that flag runner game.
Yeah, they stole those two quick possessions that they had opportunities to actually go up in this game. But since then, it's sort of been all New York, especially with the flag runner and the dodgeballs.
Johnson keeping this one slow as Hagag is beat out now. Johnson speeds up with no dodgeballs back. Goes left, floats it, middle hoop, 14-12.
And I think now that you've seen that Hagag catch there, you have to be more conservative, not peeling back into the quad ball game so much.
Esparza with speed, fakes right, goes left, does not put it through. Washed out. I think that hit the tee and just knocked the hoop over. So this could be the nail in the coffin as Josh Johnson runs up the pitch. Throws it across to Morella. Good defense there from Blackwood. Morella tries to knock it out, but no teammates are there to support. And Soldados get the stop. Good dodge there from Mullins in this chaser game. Esparza moving over to the right. Driving through, spin, puts it home. Mullins, of course, beater game, not chaser game. 14-13 here. Jason Ng now into seek for New York.
A bit of contention here in the dodgeball play, I believe, around Danny Williams.
Yep, so right now the beater matchup is Williams and Markle against Lee and Mullins. Jason Ng, the seeker, along with Emmy Govea, although it looks like she's running off towards the sideline. I think she might be subbing out right now. It looks like Trevor Smith is the one in the yellow on the sideline, so we might see him here shortly.
And I don't really think San Antonio's gotten close to catching here, so I think that if you can continue to occupy the dodgeball players in the flag runner game while peeling off again, maybe you have an opportunity to steal another possession, although you are just a catch away from winning.
Yep, Josh Johnson doing his best to get around Langlanais, is able to. Goes up, the hoop just falls down. Josh Johnson, though, doesn't need that hoop, scores on the middle, 15-13.
Yeah, now you're in a really tough situation if you're San Antonio. You're a catch away from winning. If you can catch, you still win. But it looks like it's just a yellow card here.
I think it's a yellow card on the defender for knocking over that small hoop. No penalty time is served because the goal was good. So one goal wins it for New York. San Antonio, a catch would win it. And crucially, Trevor Smith just checked into the game to seek for his first time all game, and he is the successful seeker from San Antonio's quarterfinal. So they might still win this game. He might have a chance here. Devin Lee has to close a little bit of distance. Mullins is going to sub out. So it looks like if Markle can get a beat off on Lee or potentially block Smith from being beat, he might have a chance here to catch.
Yeah, and San Antonio is going to have dodgeball control here, and I think they actually now just need to slow the game down and try to give their seeker an opportunity.
So we whistle back in slow here from Avila. Great dodge from Devin Lee and then makes the beat. Lee then gets beat out. I think there's going to be a swat call, illegal swat call on San Antonio's seeker.
Definitely hit the body first and then made the swatting motion.
That could be a game-ending penalty with Smith in the box, and it is going to be Smith in the box, the blue card for the illegal swat. Seekers are allowed to swat the dodgeball, but the motion of swatting needs to be the first contact that their body makes with the ball. Noah, as you pointed out, that hit Smith in the chest or the midsection before the arm got there.
Yeah, and really a big penalty here.
And it's also going to be a
San Antonio.
dodgeball turnover and gives control to New York.
Yeah, a giant mistake here in an already dire situation. I think New York really has looked the better team, but San Antonio's given themselves a lot of chances to win it. I think that's what I would take away from this going into game 2.
Yeah, a lot of chances. We talk
Not that
about
this one is over yet.
early on, the 2 goals that were called off. Later in the 20-minute period, 2 great chances, no dodgeball chances. Just John Jackson got 2 huge stops. And now they had a chance to maybe catch, but that Devin Lee jump dodge ultimately led to that SWAT call. Looks like we're also going to get a card with a chaser in the box for San Antonio. I think that's Alyssa Villalba serving that time, although I did not see the referee flash a second card. We'll see if we can figure out what that was.
The conversation's still going on here. Yeah, and I was mentioning the situation's a little dire here. Obviously, New York just a goal away from winning. They can also catch to win. Now, San Antonio with the quad ball, and they have to burn a blue card on their seeker.
So Villalba now leaving the penalty box, going over to the bench.
We'll get play restarted here soon. Just a bit of confusion.
She's back onto the pitch. So, and now Avila is going to go to the box. So I guess there was a second foul called on San Antonio. I guess the confusion was which player it was called on. So Avila's going to the box. Luke Langlanet is going to take over the green headband. And that's going to be an unsportsmanlike blue card on Avila. So far side, it's not a quad ball turnover. Big hit coming in from Molly Potter, though it's not going to force a turnover quite yet. Mike Lee playing really high against Langlanet. Langlanet being pressed by Devin Lee. The ball's thrown to open space. Markle is able to make the beat, but the ball goes out of bounds, and that's going to be a good press there from New York as Josh Johnson looks to inbound. Johnson moving right, straight down the lane. No one home. Josh Johnson wins it for New York. 160 to 130. New York survive. New York survive a big challenge from San Antonio, and I think San Antonio has a lot to play for in game 2.
Yeah, Danny Williams is writhing on the ground, clutching his head right now. Just something to watch maybe for game 2. Make sure to see if we hope he's okay, and we hope that he can play game 2. If San Antonio loses Daniel Williams, that would be a really tough blow, especially in the beater department.
So once again, final score here, 160 to 130 in game 1. The next game up on this pitch will be Chicago versus Boston. Before that, we are going to give you a little bit of an analyst show. We're going to go to commercial right now and be right back with that show.
Everyone, welcome back. I know we just finished the New York Titans San Antonio Soldados game 1. What an electric game, what an electric finish. And I'd love to just talk about it, and it's just going to be me for right now. But I have a lot of thoughts about this game. Obviously, biggest storyline coming out of this game is the fact that Tate K got red carded out of the game for an illegal hit from behind on Kyle Bryant. It looks like Kyle Bryant's day might be done. But even having said all that, the Titans finished off the game 160 to 130 without a flag runner catch, and that's still huge and talks about how deep this team can run even without their head coach and one of their best beaters, Tate K, into the game. Some of the couple things I wanted to talk about. Immediate my takes is I severely disagreed with San Antonio's flag runner on pitch strategy. It felt like they really couldn't figure out what they wanted to do. Because if you're playing if you're throwing in a defensive seeker and trying not to catch the first, the first half of flag runner on pitch, then you need to go full send and try to blow up the quad ball game and try to run up the score and literally just say, hey, we're going to score 3 goals before you catch. And in a game where I think it was 2 goals the difference was 2 goals at 20 minutes. Why are you not doing that? You're letting JJ got so many wide open runs and wide open looks. We're on flag runner, and just because the beaters were on flag runner and you just let JJ run wild. That's sustainable offense, especially because now you're down 3. You're down 3, and once they catch, they win the game. So now you're in an almost impossible situation. So that was something that immediately. I think I'm just hearing that the game is not done. It looks like there will be a card on Devin Lee for contact on Daniel Williams. So that last goal will not count. And we're going to throw it back to Keegan and Noah in 3 seconds. Thank you.
It looks like the game is not going to be over, that there was a card for contact on Danny Williams. We mentioned right at the end there. So it's going to be reverted. The score is going to go back to 15-13, playing to 160. That's all
definitely
getting resolved right now.
An interesting thing. So a few things to note. Williams was on the ground there for a little bit. He's up and walking around, has a bandage on his head. I think I saw one of the referees and one of the San Antonio players out there with a water cooler. I think there might have been some blood on the ground. So looks like Williams is okay. Hopefully it was just a scratch. But this is a big opportunity for San Antonio for a few reasons. The biggest of which is that the flag runner in this game was never caught, which means that San Antonio, with a long enough possession, Trevor Smith is still in the box. That penalty is almost killed. If he's able to get out and make a quick catch and San Antonio is able to stall, that could be a recipe for winning this game.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see how teams come out after something like this happens. The game was over. We all thought it was done. We were ready to go on to the next one. And now we're going to have to play some more. And we'll see whose head can kind of come back into this more quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. So, again, it's just the 1 goal was taken back. So, New York leads 150 to 130 with the set score of 160.
And San Antonio Seeker is immediately coming back into the game. It looks like the penalty is killed. And as you said, the flag runner has not been caught. San Antonio is going to start with dodgeball control.
And very slow from Avila. Smith getting some looks very, very close. Far side pass to Esparza, catches it on a bounce. Smith is debroomed, so no more chances there. Avila now, marked by Potter. Tries to get through the tackle. Potter won't let go. Finally, he's able to push her off. Great point defense here from Molly Potters. The pass goes far side. That's Sosa. Handoff to Esparza. Esparza marked by Lee. Goes for the spin move. Can't get around the corner. Screen comes through. Esparza doesn't take it. Just killing time here. Smith does have some more chances.
Yeah, and San Antonio very content to just hold on to the ball here as long as possible.
Esparza marked by Lee. Smith once more debroomed. Esparza keeps beating Lee on these spin moves but has no interest in driving to the hoops.
Yeah, and coming to show as a pass option here is going to be really important as Lee makes a big hit.
Rips Sosa to the ground. Sosa is going to be down injured here, so there is going to be a stoppage. That could be a big storyline through this game as well. I think Sosa's head banged into the ground just a little bit there, as I think Mike Lee was just looking for an opportunity to make a hit on somebody that wasn't Miguel Esparza.
Yeah, and Sosa, crucially important to the San Antonio team, as you said earlier this game, doing a lot on both sides in the beating game and the chasing game.
Yeah, and especially with an injury to Kyle Bryant early on, it looked like Sosa was going to pick up some big beater minutes. If she is injured, that would really eat into the depth of this San Antonio beater core. Jess Markle really would, I think, need to play some heroically big shifts later on in the series.
And Esparza and De La Fuente having a quick conversation here. Esparza pointing back towards the quad ball, with De La Fuente pointing back towards the flag runner. We'll see if there's any part of that conversation that plays out.
So Sosa's able to walk over to her team's bench. So hopefully she's all right, and maybe we'll see her back on either later in this game or in the quarterfinal. Emi Govea is going to be her sub. There's no call on the play. It's Miguel Esparza now with the quad ball. Running up to the top, Trevor Smith is getting more looks on Cooper here. Esparza, as Lee is beat out. De La Fuente beats out Hagag. Far side, Esparza marked by Potter. Trying to get around the corner, is finally able to. Comes in, meets Josh Johnson.
Ball security here, hugely important
Johnson
as the ball pops
pulls
out.
the ball out, but Govea's first one to it, gets the ball out to Villalba. Villalba can't put it through, but gets the to Avia. Honestly, that might be the best case scenario for San Antonio, as they get more time on this flag runner. Trevor Smith still working here. As Esparza goes around Mike Lee. Smith now debroomed once again. I believe he was beat out.
And now
Devin Lee back into the game after serving that.
And now
yellow
New York
card
with
penalty.
dodgeball possession. That's going to force San Antonio to move the ball forward, and it's a quick turnover.
Yeah, Villalba couldn't handle the pass, but then Johnson's beat out by De La Fuente. Avia puts it home 15-14, but a goal will win it for New York.
Yeah, and I think San Antonio got everything they wanted out of that possession. Got a little lucky there a couple of times to eventually be able to put the ball through, but they got so many looks at this flag runner until ultimately giving up dodgeball possession to New York, and that sort of ended their ability to stall this one out.
Yeah, but crucially here, Devin Williams has a dodgeball is directly in front of Josh Johnson, so he can likely create a lane for Johnson, as Trevor Smith gets yet another card. That seeker for San Antonio going back into the box.
Yeah, another blue card here for the seeker.
Jess Markle over by the flag runner. I think she's going to need to come back into this quad ball game. Because, again, a goal does win it for Titans. Off and running. Jackson receives the pass. Jackson gets it back up to Johnson. Johnson with a lane. Floats it up. This goal is good. This time, it doesn't look like the ARs have anything to talk about. So a few possessions later, San Antonio gets a few more good looks at the flag runner. Still unable to catch. The final score will be 160 to 140. This time, we're confident. The next game up will be Boston versus Chicago. Stick around. We might go back to an analyst show, although with a little bit more of that, we might just go straight to that game after our commercial.
welcome back to Troy Park here in Elk Ridge, Maryland for our second semifinal. Looking to bring it down to one champion. This Chicago Prowl team has never won an MLQ title. Boston, the Forge, sit as the only team remaining that has won one after knocking off Austin. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Tay Costa. We're about to get started. Tay, what are you expecting out of this matchup?
I expect some really high-level beater play and a clash of styles of sorts. We saw Chicago really loves to break out that high press, generate turnovers, and get in transition. Boston has had the highest control percentage out of any team in the league so far this season. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
And we are off and running. Will Richardson and Darian Mercick-Ellis both making a run for the ball. It ends up just going to the Boston side. Richardson out of the Brown program, one of the fastest players in the league, just kind of does the run-up for them and also is a seeker. Now the rest of the Boston starting line out there, Athena Mayer, Carson Olazaba, and Peter Lawrence. This line was cooking in that comeback late last night against Austin. They were all but out of that game, too, before coming back all the way to win in golden goal. Chicago had no games that close against New Orleans, though they did fall behind 3-0 early in game 2 before running away with it. It's going to be a press opportunity here from the beaters of Chicago, Noyes Osra and Caleb Williams, and they're going to get the stop. Dodgeball control, though, did go to the combo of Kieran Collier and Will Andrews.
We'll see how Chicago operates here in the half court, something that they've been very proficient at compared to all the teams in the league, and one of the reasons that they're North Division champs. Yeah,
the big question mark has been the beating core. You know, at times New Orleans was able to take extended dodgeball control in that series and slow down the game. This Boston beating core is arguably the best in the league, so it's going to be an all-new kind of challenge. Darren Mercick-Ellis, the Team USA star, just puts Carson Olazaba on the ground and sticks the entire hand through the hole. A statement goal there from DME to get us started.
My goodness. Somebody check on Olazaba. What a way to start. And Doyle answers with a big dunk of his own. We got fireworks early here in Troy Park.
Yeah, this team loves to live in transition, and they get the opportunity there. Osha tried to make a hit on Will Andrews to force a dodgeball turnover, not to be. So dodgeball control does stay with Boston. Zach Doyle's just pestering DME in the meantime. It is going to be the combination of Kieran Collier and Leanne Dillman now in. The pair dominated that Austin series, only got scored on a couple times the entire series, kept dodgeball control against everyone, including Jackson Johnson and Bailey Fields. Now they'll look to work with this hoop zone here against Chicago. Tad Walters gets beat out by Collier. Osha's going to beat Kieran Collier. Pass over the top. Ben Peachy is unmarked. Ben Peachy misses. Loose ball is just barely tracked down by Allie before it goes over the line. And then DME is going to step on the half-court line. The high pressure by Olazaba forces the turnover.
Zach, and it was Olazaba and Zach Doyle. Doyle's been putting on a defensive clinic going back to last night, coming up with stop after stop after stop as Boston dug their way out of that hole. You can see Boston in their three trees trying to keep Leanne Dillman relatively far behind the hoops. I wonder if that's to cut down on the space that Chicago's been using to attack rotations from like they did last night against New Orleans.
Boston has to slow it down because Kieran Collier was way behind the play. Was able to avoid losing dodgeball control with that ball they tossed all the way back behind the hoops. Lawrence has it on the near side. One of the big physical presences on what's a very physical starting line. Mayer in the lane. Mayer chases a long shot. It's deflected by a beat. Carson Olazaba falls on the loose ball. Walters briefly out of the play, but is able to get back in. A beautiful cut by Mayer, but can't get the shot to go. I think there's going to be a conversation about it because I think if she missed the shot, she missed the shot, but I think if it was just being called a beat before that beat was a little bit late.
Yeah, I saw hands up from the goal ref. I think we're talking about the timing of the beat here, but a fantastic cut. Really, really good to take advantage of in this sport and any sport. You see a defender turn their head, you go by. A great cut there from Mayer.
The goal is called good. Mayer opens her account in this semifinal. A beautiful cut. And again, it was Tad Walters was just a little behind the play after having to make that initial stop on the shot, and that allowed Olazaba to draw Walters out of position and make a quick pass to the cutting Mayer.
And that cut is so tough to guard coming from that area out of the zone because You've obviously got to respect an attack from that side, so you twist a little bit with your defenders up top, and if you lose track of who's who in the zoo, Mayer's going to go right by you.
Collier, another block there on the Tad Walters attempt. Collier's just going to force the only dodgeball for Chicago way off the field by making a beat on the player at X. Unfortunately, the rest of Collier's defense could not hold up to the offensive force that is DME. Gets his second goal of the game and knocks us up at 2.
DME is just a special player, so hard to keep in front, even in a conservative, team helping zone like this, just so hard to get a hand on, and he's so good at finishing.
Boston doesn't take advantage of the extended no dodgeball, and DME is able to push Zach Doyle out of play because Tad Walters was never going to be able to make that stop as long as they could move quickly, but it was an errant pass in the direction of Zach Doyle.
Yeah, and we've seen, why these teams are so highly ranked in our Fast Break News power rankings. Both teams getting it done defensively and counterpunching offensively. We see a shift in the lines here from Chicago. We'll see if we see any adjustments to style of play.
Kenny Murphy and Liam Zock now into the game in the quad ball game. DME has not subbed out, and I think that's with good reason. Caleb Williams takes an exchange there with Kieran Collier. Is going to be able to win control from it. Only dodgeball that's currently in a beater's hand is the one with Dillman. She's trying to track the play, but is a bit behind it. Does clear out Matt Troy there. Murphy goes all the way over the top to DME. I believe Dillman just has to get rid of DME here. But no, lets him stay alive as the pass goes all the way to Zock. Kieran Collier has tied up Tad Walters. Caleb Williams is looking to clean that up. Doesn't need to.
Boston rotating a little differently out of the trees than they did last night. They've been sending Olazaba or a beater back, whereas last night it was Doyle and Lawrence.
Murphy has the ball in the lane. Gets it over to Troy. Back to DME. A lot of space to operate. But again, like you said, they are not messing around with DME. They're letting somebody else beat them. And right there, Zock and Troy do so easily. A nice floater pass finished hard on the short hoop to get Chicago the lead 3-2.
And Chicago's a team with the depth and star power all the way up and down their lineup where somebody else can beat them just because DME's been a wrecking crew as he takes a shift break here after a great first stint. Chicago will spread out the goals and they'll attack you with whomever you leave open.
Yeah, and this morning, Kennedy Murphy shouted out Matt Troy specifically against these hoop zones for the physicality, how this team sometimes got passive against hoop zones. As there, Athena Mayer's forcing an unforced error, just throwing that ball right to Zock. Byron Ng is sprinting down the field. I don't think Zock wants to try that quite yet. Now in the lane, shoots high.
Mayer definitely felt the pressure coming on that turnover.
Oh, and once again, it's just the trailing Matt Troy. Byron Ng floats one over the top, put away, and just like that, Chicago's up 4-2.
Chicago, the best team in the league at cycling the quad ball between behind hoops and in front of hoops, and now they're able to pair it with some dodgeball control here. If you're Boston, you need one soon to make sure this doesn't get away from you.
Yeah, now the full second line of Boston is in. The second line of beaters, Maroic and Caleb Williams, also in here for Boston. Oh, and an unforced error there as Emily Frollo just misses Sena Morimoto behind the hoops. And I think it's going to be a delay of game penalty against Sena Morimoto as well. No, I think it's just going to be looking like a back to hoops.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is a no-harm situation, especially in an inbound situation like this. You can just stop play, get the ball. The game doesn't really need to be delayed. Well done. Well handled by Chris LeCompton and his crew.
I mean, there was definitely gamesmanship in what Morimoto did there. That was, I'm going to make sure there's not a fast break going the other way when I can't stop this ball before it goes out of play. But, nothing wrong with a little gamesmanship in quad
I thought
ball.
he did a relatively decent job. I think he did a good enough job selling it to get the benefit of the doubt, and it might have helped him in that situation.
Murphy bringing it down. Havlin and Shu checked into the game on the last possession. Didn't get a chance to shout that out. Facing a dodgeball control from Chicago, though. Zock with the ball up top. Ng looking for a cut from behind. Ng loves playing that behind spot for Chicago. Has been doing it for 2 years now. Doesn't usually play that role for Rutgers, his college team, but different offense, different chance to thrive. Havlin can't go too far out on Ng there with the team's only dodgeball.
Chicago, a team that's perfectly fine to be patient. They can be efficient whether they're going fast or slow.
Oh, and it's a screen there from Byron Ng on Frollo that allows the shot from Zock. It hits the tee but does eventually bounce in. And just like that, a 3-goal lead for Chicago.
I think there was at least one or two Boston hands on that as Frollo here limps off the field with an ankle of sorts, but is operating well under her own power, the RPI product. And we'll see if Boston's really struggled without dodgeball control here. We'll see if they're able to dig back into this one.
Yeah, they're going to need to find a way. Haviland and Shu have to find a way to get dodgeball control back. But you need an offense that's going to force dodgeballs on the ground, which it does. So there's the dodgeball control turnover. Morimoto, though, just floats one far over the top to Hickmott. Doesn't go. Hickmott's trying to get Troy out of bounds. Troy smartly just loses the ball knowing he has teammates to pick it up. And, that's something we saw from New Orleans against the Chicago team. This defense is so punishing that you end up making more unforced errors with just riskier passes, floaters that a lot of these offenses aren't built to necessarily hit, and they're low percentage passes.
Yeah, and Kennedy Murphy has harped on the importance of their defensive rotations, and we think of Chicago as a team that likes to press, but they're able to apply pressure in their own half court. They rotate well when they're forced in a rotation by an offense, but they're especially dangerous when they're able to go attack passing lanes when the offense is sensing pressure will come.
Haviland blows up Tad Walters there. Nathan Digman, though, did get a pretty good look. Digman has really struggled with his shots so far this weekend. Usually one of the best marksmen in the sport. Also might have picked up a knock on that play, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But, yeah, I really missed a chance there because it was a pretty open look.
Yeah. Digman has been a little bit off the mark here, but if you're Chicago, you make sure you keep shooting because it's usually a very good look for you.
Very pro-Boston crowd right now. Chance just going through. And that's even without their practice squad here. I feel like they'll just pick up as that returns. Scurry, the ball in the lane. Being checked by Digman, who seems to be okay despite the knock. Morimoto hits the shot right over Matt Melton there. Boston finally back on the board, 5-3.
And this Morimoto and Skura line was something that Coach Greenhouse and company broke out during the Washington or the New York series in the regular season, and it's just been so good for them as they both are unselfish but can hit shots from range or drive.
Shu is able to force the pressure there. Unfortunately, even though Fugate couldn't get up to that ball cleanly, nobody was able to pressure. Digman is just throwing it into a corner. Melanie Rolfe can't quite keep that in play. Sorry, that was Dara Guyman who couldn't quite keep it in play.
Boston now with control, looking to string some good possessions together. Chicago, the league's best defense, looking to hunker down even without both dodgeballs.
Sam Megner has the ball on the far side. The youngster out of Purdue who has been so impressive so far this weekend. Skura in the lane, shoots high, not the best look there. And you got to feel like with two dodgeballs, Boston wants to be finding a little bit better on their offensive opportunities.
Yeah, we saw it. The most success New Orleans had against Chicago was when they were able to be patient, control the pace of play. You're already in the half court. Just find something that works for you. And we see Boston get into the energy line. They were a little cross-matched on that last possession. Harry Greenhouse talked about the importance of depth before this game. Trusting that third line all the way through, and it's played out beautifully for them this season and especially yesterday.
Yeah, the all-college player line from Boston that they bring in their third line. Nikolai's going to step out to Melton, oversteps, but Lulu Shu was there to make the stop. Now they're going to look to run. Max Haviland just put all the dodgeballs on the ground. Andrew Steinberg leading the charge, has options, takes a big hit from Liam Zock, and it's going to shut the door. Does get the ball out of the scrum, but there is a beater there, and now Zock's looking to run the other way. Is going to have to slow it down because Haviland and Shu are back.
Liam Zock is a relentless defender. Brings fantastic energy and effort to every single play. Makes a tackle and finishes. Make sure there's no crumbs left over, picking up the rebound as well.
Yeah, and Steinberg just needs to find passing options. I don't think they need Nikolai streaming down the field right in front of him there. It takes away one of his passing options. But either way, a big stop by Chicago as Boston was threatening to close it back within one.
Boston showing a 2-2 now, switching up a little bit on defense here.
Yeah, we'll see if they try to trap out of it. Big hit there by Megner on Fugate. Melton just has to get the ball back up in the direction of Zock. Fugate has to pick it up. I don't know if there's going to be a conversation about that quad ball hitting Oshra. I don't think it in any way benefited Chicago, nor do I think it was intentional.
Yeah, I wonder if it's about something else because it also seemed like a nothing burger to me. This game so far has really been a tale of control and individual performances right now. I think Chicago's getting, got a quick burst from DME, and then since then the tide has kind of ebbed and flowed with who's been able to use control to get stops, and so far you got Chicago with the early 5-3 lead.
Yeah, no call on the play. Nothing wrong with the refs taking 20 seconds to make sure everything's being called correctly here. Chris LeCompte, obviously a veteran, head reffing this huge semifinal series. Pass over the top to Melton here. Melton just gets it right across. Guyman finishes easy. Really nice breakdown of that 2-2 zone. Boston's looking to run in transition now. Dylan can't quite get clean possession until the last second. That gives Oshra just enough time to make the beat.
Yeah, Boston on that defensive possession there got stuck overextending. They sent everybody from the hoops out at the ball, and it left completely blown coverage on the short hoop. Good job by Chicago. So good at knowing where their teammates are and rotating the ball so well. So unselfish to just pick up the easy goal in that situation.
Havlin was attempting there to pester the substitution there from Chicago to no avail in the end. Now Aaron McCrady's on the field with him at beater. Murphy has the ball up top over to Zock. McCrady's beat out as the ball goes behind to George Blackwell. First minutes we're seeing, I believe, from Blackwell this series. Both teams obviously stressing the importance of their depth. Troy gets it back behind again. Oh, Blackwell gets Dylan out of his shoes and hits the shot on the top hoop. The instant contributions from a new player on the field.
And Chicago is absolutely dominating from the area behind hoops right now. You've seen Boston defend that a few different ways, not just by changing defenses, but within the same defense. Makes you wonder if they know their rotations. Obviously playing with a lot of energy, but without communication, you can get exploited there. And Chicago making all the right reads in terms of which hoop to shoot at.
Andrew Steinberg slowing the ball down here. Boston's just struggled to find enough offense along with those struggles on the defense side. Megner forces a shot. Matt Troy shuts the door. Chicago really getting a chance to start to run away with this game here.
Yeah, the Boston third line looks outmatched for the first time really all weekend. You wonder how long the coaching staff will go with them. I mean, the basic contribution you're looking for out of a third line is to provide depth, to give your starters a blow. They've done that, but the score's running away from them a little bit.
Zock has the ball here, slows it down, gets it back to Blackwell. This time there will be beater pressure, but again, the beater pressure doesn't end in a beat because it is only the one dodgeball they have, so DeMuth can't risk not having it for that long. And they just cycle the ball to the far side. Murphy hits the lane, hits a perfectly timed cut from Matt Troy. I believe that is Troy's third goal of the game already. And just like that, it's a 5-goal lead for Chicago.
Troy has been a massive contributor to this star-studded Chicago team and continues to absolutely show out in the early goings here. And if you're Boston, I said it before, you needed one. You haven't gotten it since, and it is getting away from you a little bit. Wonder if they're going to be forced into a timeout if they can't start stringing goals together. Yeah,
Troy, 12 goals in the regular season. Is probably getting close to that at MLQ Championship already. And another unforced error and a turnover. Zock's going to get a chance to run. Boston was trying to get into one of their more experienced lines. Skura, Hickmott, Morimoto, and Mayer now on the field.
The execution so far has been sloppier from Boston than from Chicago, and you're seeing it pay off in the scoreboard as well. Even just being cross-matched in multiple offensive possessions here, they can't even get the people on the field that they want, and they're going to give up an easy one or not.
Troy just lost his footing, I think they're going for that one, but Blackwell's able to keep the play alive. Blackwell now in the lane, goes right by Morimoto, finishes over Mayer. What an instant contribution from Blackwell. Just 8 goals on the season coming into this.
Yeah, and just what the doctor ordered for Boston, they need a timeout, and they need one badly. Chicago riding the hype right now. They are absolutely torching Boston from behind, and it's working out for them. I think Boston wants to be conservative and force Chicago to be patient, but Chicago's doing a good job of not just killing their own possessions and waiting around. They're just taking what Boston's giving them. If you're going to be late to stepping out behind hoops, we're going to go to the areas that you're vacating and find, if that's not working, we'll find a cutter into that rotated space as well. So if you're Chicago, you just make sure that you're not giving up any extra possessions right now. You clean up all your rebounds and you keep your foot on the gas in the offensive end. If you're Boston, look to switch it up. You played a lot of different defenses this year. Just give a different look. It might buy you some stops. We saw that a little bit in New Orleans series when New Orleans went from trees to a 2-2. It bought them a few stops to start that game too. It could be worth it from Boston. Just make their reads differently, because right now Chicago is so confident. They're not overthinking anything, and they're just executing at a really high level.
Yeah, I think you could argue that timeout maybe came a few minutes late because the writing was kind of on the wall that this game was getting away from Boston. Definitely feels like they need to track something different in their defense. We haven't really seen much triangle and one from Boston, but I think that might be a look to try to take away these behind the hoops players that have been absolutely killing them this entire game.
The old Emerson zone type of look where, you might not be necessarily targeting someone specifically because Chicago's so well balanced, but just don't allow the field to get flipped on you so easily and get caught out of position. Yeah,
the problem is just this Chicago offense is the best built offense in MLQ for taking whatever defense is going to give them and having a game plan. We talked to Kenny Murphy about the preparation they'd put into facing hoop zone, and she kind of talked about the development about making sure more people are putting hands through hoops, and it's making a difference right now.
And like Chicago coming out with the mark defense out of the timeout.
But I like Boston able to get themselves an immediate opportunity out of the timeout. Santa Morimoto just couldn't get the shot to go, but I had a great high percentage one there.
Yeah, but if you're Chicago, all the stops count the same, and that's the benefit that a 6-goal lead gives you right there. But you're never going to be able to climb out of a hole unless you can get stops, so we'll see if they can string something together as they're back in a hoop zone now.
Boston has been behind before this weekend, needed 6 goals to Austin's 2 in Game 2 of their quarterfinal, and succeeded there. This deficit's growing a little bit faster, though, as Manzella just slips into space behind the zone. Can't get to go, maybe beat before, I think. Skur's trying to get out in the break past everybody, but Boston just can't string together the one pass they need to in transition. And for a team who has lived with speed all season, it's just not there for them this morning.
And McCready with a big hit trying to get control back here. Chicago probably looking to press while Boston's tied up.
Yeah, we're seeing Tom DeMuth's first minutes here. Oh, and a huge beat there on DME. That is a confident beater who'd been sitting on the sidelines for a while.
And DeMuth has such a big arm, such a luxury to have out of your third engaged beater, and he uses it there.
Boston once again transition. Finally, Athena Mayer finishing through contact and getting Boston back on the board. It's probably been 8 or 9 minutes since we've seen a Boston goal.
Yep. Yeah, and if you're Boston, you take a breath after that. You say, all right, we know the hoops work. The ball can go through on our side. Got to just keep getting stops to dig our ways out of this.
And Kenny Murphy had also talked to us about looking for specific matchups in the beater game. The second Havlin and Shu sub back in. Tad Walters is back on that pitch.
Yeah, this is the first time that Walters and Havlin have beat against each other in 5 years, and the first time in MLQ in 6, I believe. Yeah. So crazy for 2 longtime beaters to spend that much time apart, but that's geography for you, I guess.
Peachy, a rare low percentage shot there from Chicago from a tight angle. Can't get to go. So Boston's building a little momentum here. They get a stop. They get a goal, then they get a stop. Could close this back to within 4 if they could get one more goal here. Skura working on Peachy. Back to Mayer. And just a little too slow on that pass. Who's going to get there first? Peter Lawrence is able to get there before DME, but as Lawrence was trying to reset it, DME really good handwork there to check that ball out.
And a big-time hit. Good job by Chicago getting multiple bodies around the ball on defense. Make sure you can clean up and don't give second-chance opportunities. Exactly what the doctor ordered there as they went back to the 2-2 for that one.
Camila Rodriguez getting her first minutes of the game alongside Walters at beater as Manzella has the ball on the far side. DME and Troy, the big scorers so far here for Chicago in this one. Max Havlin just throws a beat and then asks Louis Shu for another one, but that is enough time for Ali Manzella to get behind the defense and finish another goal. One of the best in the sport around those hoops. Gets it done there. Pierre Lawrence tries to get another pass out in transition, and DME has the hands to knock it down. Everything's just a foot off right now for Boston.
Part of me wonders if it would benefit Boston with this line to get the ball in Ian Skura's hands a little bit more to facilitate, be a calming presence, something he's always been able to do in this league, even as a very young player back when I was still around. Try something else because it looks like Boston's getting out over their skis a little bit, taking chances they don't need to, and their execution is hurting because of it.
Stall warning here on Chicago from head ref Chris Lecomte. Zock's going to put it back to, I believe that's Troy. Troy working on a hat trick already. Takes the overlap with Zock. And there is the delay of game. Got to know what you're doing with a warning there. And Chicago really did not move that offense at all over the course of those 20 seconds.
Yeah, very interesting. Lecomte has had, in my opinion, a little bit of a quick trigger on that, but he's been reffing all weekend the exact same way. You know what you're getting. You got the warning first. Unfortunate break there if you're Chicago. If you're Boston, you'll take it. Let's see what you can do with it.
Did I hear Teddy Costa calling for slower quad ball games?
To me, they're moving the ball, and they're trying to find a way to score against a zone with 3 people on it.
And finally, Boston gets a very easy transition with 2 streaking down the field on 1. Ian Skur and Sena Morimoto playing catch around Kennedy Murphy. They get the goal. It's 10-5.
And as we head into this 20-minute break here, control back with Boston is massive, as they're going to have a lot of work to do. A stop here would be huge to help not get the damage any worse than it already is.
Shu gets behind the play a bit there, so Ian Skur's going to have to mark DME. DME just gets it across to Troy. A lot of tough defensive matchups here. Athena Mayer, though, makes a huge hit on Matt Troy. Just what the doctor ordered for Boston.
Enormous tackle from Mayer, who really has no weak spots in her game. Somebody that has been developing for a long time. The Tufts product, does everything well. Passes, sees the field, has good positioning, good active hands on defense, and can lay the lumber as well. That was a big-time hit before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, kind of a little momentum pull to say, hey, this team's been going around us offensively all game. Let's bear down. We can hit this team. We can get stops against this team.
Yep, and the timing of the rotation helped a little bit. It was a little bit of a broken play. They got kind of pressed. DME almost broke the press himself with his legs. But it helps Boston not be slow to that rotation in the back, which really has been killing them. I think an adjustment maybe either between these games would be getting out to that pass faster so that they can't just dissect you and attack closeouts in space back there. And if you're Chicago here, you can really put the binds on Boston. You can leave your dodgeballs in the quad ball game and say, hey, we'll trade with you for 6 goals to try to put this away. Because Boston needs a catch, see if they'll match you. Or you can just say, hey, Boston is not going to win if they don't catch, and we'll just get this. Although we did see them win last night despite allowing a catch to Austin in a wild one in the quarterfinals. So both of these teams very confident. We talked to both head coaches before the game. Both of them feel very good about this matchup. They know that they deserve to be here. They've done their scouting. They've done their preparation. They trust everyone on their team to pull this out no matter the scoring situation.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's a young seeker rotation for a Boston program that was once known for its seeking. Will Richardson's been getting the starts. Eli Fighter, on their way back from injury, had the catch that won Boston game 1 of their series against Austin. On the other side, Noyes Oshra has made a name for themselves at this point in the seeking game. Had a catch early in game 2 of the New Orleans series that basically sealed that one. A catch here would basically seal this one as well.
And the beating seeking combo is so rare out of a play. You don't usually see a utility in that situation. It's so uncommon to be able to start as a beater, play first line minutes, be among the league leaders in average dodgeballs per possession, and then also go out and pull flags at MLQ championships. But Ostra's been working on their game for a long time and really honed their craft at both positions over the years.
And Ostra, a product of the BU program,
yep,
coached by none other than head coach of the Boston Forge, Harry Greenhouse.
Yeah, it's been great having known Ostra as a young player in the Forge system. It's been great to see their development, something that I never expected to see, and they've just done a great job of really taking their game to the next level.
Patient possession here so far from Boston. All the dodgeballs have moved to the flag runner game. Boston, I guess, is not necessarily looking to exchange goals, but obviously with the quick trigger of the delay of game from Lecomte, they're not going to be able to pause forever. And Mayer just throws one that's picked off by DME, and that's just too easy. DME goes end-to-end, puts it through, And, you'd like to see a little more screening, a little more dynamism from Boston on the attack here.
Absolutely no ball movement, no threatening action right there. Not what you want from Boston. I'm sure it looks like the point of emphasis in the huddle as Leon Dillman goes absolutely ballistic in the beater game. The point of emphasis was clearly stretch out this game, get as many possessions as you can, but you got to make sure you convert on the ones that you get, and that wasn't what you want to see from Boston. As DME made them pay.
Yeah, big catch there from Dillman. It does feel like Boston's trying to kill time and go for a catch. That does seem the strategy. Eli Feiter just checked into the game at Seeker. But they're almost so flat-footed offensively that they then can't score the goal when the time comes. There, Manzella just makes a big tackle, forces a pass. They close down all the passing options. It's really good defense here from Chicago. The ball eventually gets to Olazaba. Olazaba just runs into the contact, gets it to Lawrence. But DME just strips, and DME's going to go end-to-end once again. Lawrence is trying to track him, but no, gets beat. And it's just been the DME show, not only in this game, but in this flag runner on pitch
DME
period.
Working his way to a tea time, more juice MVP of the game award here. He's been everywhere on both ends of the field and has definitely been a difference maker here in this semifinal.
Yeah, Dillman and Collier have definitely been dominating the area around the flag runner, but it's not mattering when you're not getting the catch and just losing all of the goals in the quad ball game. Now Osher's finally getting an opportunity, but Feiter will be there to defend. Though, a nice play by the flag runner to get rid of Feiter. Now Osher's not called beat.
The very pro-Boston crowd is quieted a bit here.
Yeah, Zock's going to go high, I think, there on that tackle.
And if you're Boston, this is your physicality line. This is a line that has performed very well in flag runner on pitch situations. They've closed out a lot of games for you in winning time. You got to find the line here between taking your time, stretching the game out, limiting Chicago's possessions, and just being afraid of contact here. Lawrence and Olazaba and Mayer and Doyle can definitely score under pressure. They're not really putting a ton of strain on the Chicago defense, who's very packed in at their hoops and just exploding off of turnovers in any change of possession.
Yeah, and like you said, I just think it's the flat-footedness that's making this line less effective. Now it looks like they may actually be trying to score. Screen there by Mayer, but Doyle not really driving off the moment. Olazaba and Peter Lawrence both got beat out of this play. I missed how that happened. But now Doyle's just going to hit the trailing Olazaba. That looks much better from Boston. And it just feels like they should have been able to get that most of the way. Understandably there with Zock out of the game, which probably made things a little easier.
Yeah, and it looked like they were forced into ball movement as the beater from Chicago came back into the play. And that's when those players got beat out 2 or 3 of them. So they had to move the ball. As Ostra with a catch.
Yeah, it looked like Boston had just made a calculated decision to put their beaters back into the quad ball game. That is a risk against a seeker as strong as Noyes Ostra, and Ostra might have just sent Chicago to being 1 game away from an MLQ championship final.
Yeah, Ostra got the opportunity and absolutely capitalized on it, just like all the great seekers in this game do. And now Chicago has really made it an uphill climb for Boston, but as you know, there's still going to be a game 2. There are adjustments that can be made. If you're Boston, it's about keeping your head and seeing what you can build on that went well this game and cleaning up the mental errors that have plagued you a little bit.
Zock walking the ball down here, needs just 1 goal to guarantee a Chicago victory. It would take 10 from Boston to get back into this game. Loose ball picked up by DME. Would be fitting if he could finish it, but Willie Andrews able to make the beat there.
Boston, good active hands out in the corners in that possession. I wonder if that's an adjustment they try to make where it's like, we don't need to pressure vertically as much as don't give up the sides as easily. Don't allow for the field to get flipped on us because it's just so hard to rotate 360 degrees like that.
Ball over to Mayer. Mayer on the wing. Takes your space, gets to Lawrence. Lawrence has space, but just makes another pass, and that's that passivity against the physicality of this defense we've seen. Doyle, though, does a really nice job of body control around the contact from DME to finish. Just a little bright spot for Boston to take home with it from this game 1 before things come to an end.
Yeah. If you're Boston, string as many stops together as you can right now. Get something to build off of, right? There is no tomorrow. This is the MLQ championships. you're beyond rest. You're beyond planning for the rest of the tournament as you're facing a 1-0, potential 1-0 hole in this series. You get whatever momentum you can build off of, and you go try to punch Chicago in the mouth and say, hey, we're not going to roll over right now.
Murphy just taking her space. Nice beat there by McCready. Ball goes to Digman, though. Digman looking to finish this game. Big hit by Doyle, and then a big hit by Olazaba. Shuts the door. It remains a quiet weekend from Digman, but that also just speaks to how deep this Chicago team, because that has not hurt them in the slightest.
Yeah, absolutely. By the numbers, it's been a quiet season for Digman, but just doesn't need to play as many minutes because the Chicago team is so stacked and so well balanced.
Yeah.
Good team tackling there from Boston. That's a lot of what was working really well for them in the regular season, and some physicality that we've seen lacking a little bit from them in this game.
And to Digman's credit, clawed them out of that rainy Detroit series where they were a little short-staffed. It was major. Him and Matt Melton. He finished with a double-double in that series.
Yes, absolutely.
Closest Chicago's gotten to really losing anything this year. The one game they dropped to Detroit, and then the second game they almost dropped to lose the series. Lawrence pressured, gets it to Mayer. Mayer flips it back to Olazaba. Pressure now coming from Veronica Hoffman. Shot goes wide. Evan Kula forces the turnover. Digman once again running in transition. This time, Will Andrews has a dodgeball. Digman sets fires. That is the Nathan Digman we know. That is the Chicago we have come to know. They win game one of the semifinal dominant fashion, 165-70, and are now just one game away from the finals.
Dominant is absolutely the word for that. We've seen Chicago be probably the most prepared team in the league so far, and at least based on how the execution in that game went, it looked like they were the more prepared team with the right energy and the crisper defense in this one.
Yep, so we're going to sign off for a second before throwing to our analyst desk. Game one of both our New York, San Antonio, and Boston, Chicago semifinals is now complete. We will be right back for some analyst talk and then bring you back game two.
The analyst desk. This is Naresh Dalit. We are just coming off of an absolute dismantling of the Boston Forge by the Chicago Prowl. I'll promise you this. I was expecting a very close, highly competitive, high-powered offenses going at each other. That is not what we got. We got an absolute embarrassing performance by Boston and just a complete. They just were outclassed. They were outclassed. They were outmatched, and it was very impressive. And in the way that Chicago did it, it wasn't just Chicago was running out their best 12 players and trying to just go from there. They legitimately went into their depth. They were playing all three lines and more than that at some points. I'm pretty sure all 21 players entered the field at one point or the other for Chicago. And not to say anything about Boston, but because Boston also went three lines deep and legitimately played all 3 lines. But I think the difference at the end of the day was the execution of how the offense was working. In the initial beginning stages of the game, you saw Boston with their half court really string together a couple of really good passes. They were moving off ball and finishing on those cutters. And one of my favorite plays of the entire game was the I think zoomed around all 4 sides and Athena Mayor with the cut middle hoop and scored on the tall hoop. That was an excellent play. And then after that, they just were not able to get anything similar to that at all. And a large part of it was not just Boston's miscommunication or inability to score. It was a lot of Chicago playing extremely good defense with covering spaces and being very disciplined about how they're rotating. It also got to the point where there were a large stretch in that game where Boston stopped running a half court, and you just saw forced passes in transition, missed opportunities, overthrowing the teammates, and that was not a good performance for Boston there. And if this team's strength is their half court, then they need to just say, hey, our transition's not working right now. We need to, unless it's wide open and we're 100% sure, we need to just slow it down then and go from there. But I think the biggest talking point all summer was Chicago doesn't have Matt Brown and they don't have Danny Yakub. Do we really trust the Chicago Beaters? And I think after this game, it's an emphatic yes. They outplayed some of the best beaters in the country post like 18-ish minutes. The snitch on the flag runner on pitch play for Chicago was phenomenal. And we didn't have the same regular household names. Like Tad Walters wasn't out there. It was Caleb Williams that was out there. It was Jim Reichert that was out there. It was a lot of these beaters. And number 99, I'm so sorry, I don't have rosters in front of me, so I don't know the name. But number 99 on Chicago absolutely dominated. And that was their first real minutes of the game, which was Veronica Hoffman. That was a very, very great, like just complete performance from Chicago. And I'd love to figure out how Boston adjusts, because I genuinely think a large part of it is Boston has not seen a team that can pass as well as this Chicago team can. And they literally Chicago took what Boston does really well and they dismantled them using it. But I think the MVP for this Chicago squad, this game specifically, obviously every single beater I thought played extremely well. But the chaser-wise, Darian Mercick-Ellis absolutely dominated when he was on the field. The fact that at 20 minutes, Boston had dodgeball control, plus the third dodgeball was all the way back, and Caleb Williams had to be on the Boston side of the field and then run all the way back and try to be in the play. And they still, Chicago still went +2, was a largely part because of DME's excellent defense and his ability to run the transition. This was, again, all summer it was Chicago's, we don't know what Chicago can do because this, they're playing, their beaters haven't been potentially matched up against other great beaters. But this was a complete performance by every single person that was out there. I think for adjustments wise, I think Chicago, just keep doing what you're doing. Like, this wasn't a close competitive game where maybe towards the end it was blown out. This was from the minute the game started to the minute the game ended, this was not close. And I think for Boston, they need to figure something out. I was not a huge fan of what Sena Morimoto did as a ball carrier in that last game. I think he was trying to force a bit too many passes. I think they operate their best when they are running it slow and being a bit more patient. And I know they're trying to be fast about it, but they need to push the pace when you can, but play fast, but not play loose. And I think they were playing loose, and it just got very, very turnover happy at points, and Chicago just didn't do that. And once it got to, I think the biggest thing that impressed me was honestly the flag runner on pitch beating for Chicago. For game 2 adjustments, I think, like I said, Chicago needs to just stick with where they're at, and then for Boston, you need to find answers. You need to be able to string together passes that can operate in the half court, because they did not look good in the half court at all. And then, so we'll see how it goes. This Chicago team, for back-to-back years, is coming out and surprising an East team with high expectations after this game 1. So we'll see how game 2 goes. Last year, the New York Titans were able to get a game 2. So we'll see if Boston Forge is able to replicate that. And next up, we are switching over. We're going to have the New York Titans playing the San Antonio Soldados in game 2 and Soldados are playing for their season at this point. The final score last game was 160-140, as a reminder. So it was a very competitive game, but a large part of that was because of a beater red card in the middle of the game, where San Antonio was able to take advantage of that and really try to run up the score. But again, as some people might have heard in the last game, for me, a large part of San Antonio's, yeah, they made it close, but like I thought they could have won the game if it wasn't for just poor strategic decisions and rough plays overall from players that should be better than that, right? Like you can't have a beater red card for 2 full minutes and only score like once. I think they scored once or twice, 3 times. But the thing is, you let up a JJ goal immediately, right? So now instead of being +3, you're +2, and then again, it all goes back to, in a game you lost by 2 goals, you cannot allow for easy goals for New York. So I'd love to see how they come out. Kyle Bryant is no longer available for San Antonio for the rest of this series. So we'll have to see how Daniel Williams feels after his injury late game 1. But yeah, I mean, other than that, it should be, again, hopefully it is a exciting game. We'll see how San Antonio comes out. I think there's on the sideline, I would be very much saying, hey, we were right there. We just need to clean up a bit, and we have a shot at this. And for New York, it's very much keep doing what you're doing and try to, honestly, at this point, try to feed JJ as much as you can, because he is a singular person absolutely dominating when he's on the field. But other than that, I will check back with y'all after the game, and I appreciate y'all for tuning in. This game should start in the next 15-ish minutes. But with that, I will sign off, and thank you so much. Sorry.
Well, yummy fun with 4D gummy blocks.
Welcome back to Pitch 1 by Diaza here for Game 2 of our first semifinal at MLQ Championships. The New York Titans are one win away from going to the finals, trying to win their first Benepe Cup. The San Antonio Soldados need to win this game to force a Game 3. Starting lines, chasers remain the same for both teams. Both beater pairs switching. New York will be running Devin Lee and Rachel Ayala Silver from the jump. Last game, they subbed in right after Brooms up. Meanwhile, on the San Antonio side, it's going to be Jess Markle and Chris De La Fuente to start for the beaters.
Yeah, and I think that game one really showed what we were talking about, right? I think New York is the much more composed, much more controlled team here. And San Antonio is going to look to create chaos and create opportunities for themselves and their athletes in space. It was really interesting. It really did take that Tate K red card to get San Antonio back in the game. Tate K will not receive a further suspension, so we'll be playing in this game as we start with Brooms up.
Yep, as we're off, John Jackson wins the rush to the ball. Lindsay Morella is able to control as Miguel Esparza pressures. Vinny Chico and Christian Barnes actually did do the run-up. They were not introduced as the starters. They do the run-up, and now they are going to sub out for Devin Lee and Rachel Ayala Silver. Josh Johnson, meanwhile, keeping it slow as those beater subs happen. Lindsay Morella near side going around the corner. Marked by Villalba. She goes back to the hoops as the pass goes to Kim. Kim rockets it to the front and John Jackson. Point defense here from Esparza. Langlene and Esparza up top in this 2-2 zone. Not a lot of height on hoops if Johnson wants to shoot, which he's known to do. Great catch there from De La Fuente. Wins control for the Soldados. John Jackson now takes some space. He takes the shot on that tall hoop. 1-0 New York.
Good goal there. Very patient from New York. We'll see what the call is here. But yeah, I think New York really is going to feel like they are the better team and like they really controlled from beginning to end. It almost got away from them. We've seen that if they allow San Antonio to hang around, San Antonio is going to create opportunities for themselves. But I expect New York to come out really composed and really strong here and much cleaner.
No call on the play. So that's a good goal for New York. San Antonio is going to see if they can open up their account on their first possession of this game too.
Yeah, and I'm curious who the ball carriers are going to be for San Antonio. We saw some sloppy ball carrying in the half court from San Antonio. This time it's going to be Langlene with Esparza on the wing. It was a lot of Esparza in the half court early last game.
The fake to Govea back in the corner. Villalba's the up top option here. Langlene working on John Jackson. Fakes Jackson off his feet, but doesn't open up enough space. Langlene finally rips a shot. It rims out. Esparza fighting for the ball. Morella through her legs. There's a fight for it. Josh Johnson's able to dribble it up to himself. Luke Langlene to play some defense. Devin Lee gets the beat. That opens up the lane. Josh Johnson comes right down Center Street, 2-0.
Yeah, we were talking about in game one, as De La Fuente is a very swing player here, and that time got exposed, got too high, couldn't get back into the play, allowed Markle slow to get over, and Johnson converts for the goal in the fast break.
Yeah, San Antonio is a fairly good passing team. They're really at their best when they're passing to players who are moving rather than players who are stagnant, but as we watched that last possession, now we finally get some movement. Langlene mostly only had stagnant passing options. Obviously wasn't able to open up anything for himself. Esparza now driving through. John Jackson picks him up, gets the pass to Villalba. Villalba up to Langlene, going to be marked by Kim here. Langlene slowing it up, way over the top, back corner. Esparza on a few bounces. Picks it up here as Rachel Ayala Silver closes out. Esparza coming through the middle, some dodgeballs on the ground. Esparza rips a shot. John Jackson, good hands. And that's going to be a stop as Govea gets beat out.
Yeah, and a good point there about the movement that San Antonio creates. I think Chicago's offense forces defenses to move more than anybody else in the league. With San Antonio probably doing it the second best in the league, and in a very different way. They like to run at you, and they like to force the defense to shift that way as opposed with ball movement necessarily.
So Josh Johnson slowly up the pitch with Devin Lee in front. Control is with San Antonio. Morella now has it near side. Lots of space to operate in here for Morella. The beat comes in from Lee. That opens up a shot. It's no good. And Langlene is able to get the rebound on one pass to Esparza. Oh, great little handoff to Langlene. Langlene hits it on John Jackson, 2-1.
And there you see San Antonio at their best, getting out in transition, being able to out-athlete people, and just get to the hoops quicker than the next guy.
And running the fast break as a team, too. Esparza got hit, but he was able to get that pass off to Langlene, who had come up right alongside.
And notice it really was that Johnson and Jackson duo that forced the ball out of Esparza's hands. You don't see that too often. Really great defensive prowess here from New York.
Kim now ball handling, far side, back up to the top, and John Jackson. Jackson, the no look to Johnson. Johnson going to be marked by Langlanay here. Can't be beat in the zone. John Jackson rips a shot. That's good. I think Kim was trying to open up that hoop with a little bit of push on the zone defender. But we are going to have a discussion before we call the goal good.
Little 1-2 there between Johnson and Jackson. Those hoops have been shootable for New York. We've seen both Jackson and Johnson.
So a blue card here. It's going to be a dodgeball turnover. Because the penalty was on San Antonio, the goal is going to stand. So New York quickly opening up a 2-goal lead here, up 3-1. And that blue card wins them control, something they've been struggling to get control so far this game. Langlanay off and running immediately. De La Fuente throwing a beat through. Langlanay rips a shot with such force that when it hits the crossbar, it pulls the hoop down and does not fall.
Yeah, an aggressive beating there from De La Fuente is able to flip dodgeball control again. Not a lot of height for this San Antonio team, resulting in some undefended hoops early.
Hagag, far side. Looks off the defender. Can't get around the corner on Langlanay. De La Fuente comes in, misses the beat. Morella now, as Ang and Lawson Keister are going to be the new beating pair for New York. The handoff to Josh Johnson. Johnson driving through, top hoop, cannot hit it. And Hagag gets beat out. But yeah, no, as you're saying, Esparza and Langlanay both have a little bit of height, but they're content to leave Govea and Villalba on the hoops. And between the two of them, neither of them can really guard that top hoop. It's really open for shots.
Yeah, and we saw Johnson and Jackson just very content to sit right outside the keeper zone and fire.
Hagag gets beat out, stepping outside of the keeper zone. Miguel Esparza tries to run right into a beater. Avia gets the missed shot, 3-2.
And San Antonio, with a lot of dodgeball control here early into this game, is allowing them maybe to stay in it. And again, I think this is one of those games that feels like New York is in control, but San Antonio is hanging around. And it's something that New York might have to figure out if they don't want to allow San Antonio to have an opportunity to win this game like they did last game.
Yeah, John Jackson immediately subbing back in. So right back to the starting chaser quartet for Titans. Meanwhile, San Antonio's on a full second line here. Lawson Keister making a play for control against T Arena. Josh Johnson fumbles a little bit before getting it to Jackson. It's Govea up high. The pass goes far to Kim. T Arena closes out and does complete the beat. John Jackson keeping it really slow. Again, New York just really patient, looking to win control. Goes for the shot, misses high, looks like it's going to roll out of bounds. Meanwhile, Jason Ng had wrapped up Javi T Arena, could not get the beat. And T Arena is creating some chaos, but the quad ball had gone so far behind the out of bounds behind San Antonio's hoops. It's only just now getting into middle of the pitch in the hands of Matt Blackwood. Ng gets beat out, no dodgeballs, rips a pass. Great finish there from Emi Govea.
And really good play there to finish by Emi Govea, but also a fantastic play by the San Antonio beater corps to continue what ended up being a delayed fast break, able to beat out the dodgeball player to create an extended no-blooders opportunity.
We're also seeing in this line for San Antonio, as a trade of beats happen up top, they like Govea to play point defense. That frees up Blackwood to be on hoops, adds a little bit of height as Govea continues to make play after play, knocks down that pass, gets the stop for San Antonio, and they have a chance to take their first lead of the game.
Yeah, it feels like San Antonio's found a little bit of identity here.
Yeah, this second line's really cooking for him. Matt Blackwood, a few fakes, shoots on an empty net. There was no one there. 4-3, San Antonio takes the lead.
I really like what T Arena has done so far since they've come into the game. He's really done a good job creating driving lanes and no-blooders opportunities, while mostly maintaining dodgeball control, although giving up there.
Yep, these starters for New York, a little bit slow. Again, it is a New York hallmark, especially when trying to win control back. But now with Kay and Mullins out there with dodgeballs in hand, see if they look to use those balls aggressively or pick up the pace a little bit. John Jackson has it far side, driving a little bit middle, picked up by Govea. Pass goes to Morella. Morella, no-look pass to John Jackson, misses the shot. Mullins is there to protect. Going to beat out Avila. Josh Johnson takes the lane, runs, jumps, gets a pass off. John Jackson is beat out. Matt Blackwood recovers. Josh Johnson not one to pass it on a shot, but I guess he didn't like the look there.
Yeah, and a really good play again by Tiarina to recognize the pass and quickly cover the pass option for it, resulting in a turnover.
Yep, Tiarina taking a well-deserved sub here. I believe that's back to De La Fuente. A distant shot doesn't go, but Avila is there to pick it up. The cutting Villalba, she gets wrapped up by John Jackson. Tate K gets beat out. Chris De La Fuente knocks a dodgeball back, so there's not going to be a fast break here for Titans. Josh Johnson sprinting in, shoots low. Blackwood knocks it down. Looking to get the ball. Mullins makes the beat there, and I think that might be a call for play after beat. But after a few calm possessions, I think, between both teams here, Noah, really fast from both teams quite suddenly. That was an illegal reset call. So it is, that happened a little bit earlier, I guess, because it is now New York ball, so it's going to be a call against San Antonio.
And it looks like there's a continued call after this.
Yep,
A foul on De La Fuente.
De La Fuente to the box here. So it's a beater to the box for San Antonio. John Jackson driving through. Comes around the corner to tie up the game 4-4. That's going to release De La Fuente.
And an early hat trick of goals here for John Jackson in this semifinal game 2. Yeah, like we were saying, I really like the look for Tiarina. I think De La Fuente hasn't had his best game so far, and there's been a lot of success for New York when De La Fuente. New York has had a lot of success when De La Fuente has been in at the dodgeball game for San Antonio.
He and Markle are going to have to put in some good shifts. We can see Daniel Williams on the sideline not wearing cleats. So after getting his head hit in game 1, I don't think he's available for this one. David Avila rips a shot, knocked down by Parada. That's Morella to recover. John Jackson keeper ball. Hands it off to Morella and goes for the sub. Mo Hagag back into this one after a short stint earlier.
And like you said, San Antonio just looks worse when they're standing still. When they're in motion, everything looks better for them. And the more they can be in motion, especially offensively and even defensively, I think the better things are going to look.
Hagag coming around the corner on the right, gets it to Parada. Closed out to by De La Fuente, but no throw coming. Throws it cross court to Lindsay Morella. She has Tessa Mullins with her. Lindsay Morella going to be marked by Govea here. Hagag catches the pass near side. Now it's David Avila's point. Morella goes for the screen. Hagag goes around, gets Blackwood off his feet. Then the beat comes through. I think it was blocked. Avila comes in for the tackle, gets the strip. San Antonio gets a stop with some physical defense.
Yeah, nice
and Avila
job there.
off and running. Tate Cade missed it, went for a play for control. Avila runs coast to coast, 5-4. San Antonio takes their lead back.
Really nice play there to get out in transition by San Antonio.
I really like Avila's willingness to run straight through there, especially with some beaters in the area. I think it surprised Tate K, who had thrown a huge beat to try to win control there, which threw away the Titans' only dodgeball.
And De La Fuente back in the game. San Antonio now at full strength after the card. Molly Potter down the right side.
So far side Parada now, marked by Langlanay, the green headband. K back into the play with control for Titans. Parada slowly walking up. The fake goes left. Tries to get around the corner, knocked down by Esparza. Esparza slows it up. Little spin move there to get away from Shrina Shah. And Titans unable to convert there.
Yeah, and that's where I would like to see San Antonio push the pace even on one dodgeball. I'd like Langlanay and Esparza to split the lane, each one cover a lane, fill all the lanes, and make that dodgeball player make a decision, make the pass or attack the hoops, and try to get out in transition even then.
Langlanay directing traffic here. Looks like Molly Potter's going to play mark defense here on Esparza. The pass goes to Emmy Goivea. She gets it off over the head of Alyssa Villalba. Shrina Shah is going to recover. With Kyle Bryant out, Milena Sosa, I think, is just going to beat, and Emmy Goivea and Alyssa Villalba are putting in a huge shift. I think they're going to have to really step up, play big minutes here as Mohagog comes in, gets wrapped up by Luke Langlanay. Goivea, great defensive play there, off and running. Just Parada to beat. She has Esparza. The ball comes out. Esparza, nope, Langlanay comes in. And I think that's going to be an illegal slide, but I love that aggression there from Goivea after a good defensive stop.
Yeah, they might. It looks like they're going to catch Langlanay on it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an illegal dive right into the feet of Parada. But just as we were saying, Goivea and Villalba are really going to need to play huge minutes, not only time-wise, but they're going to need to be a presence on the field. Goivea with another defensive beauty there.
Yeah, and nicely done there to start the transition, to not try to slow the play down, but have the instincts to go forward. Couldn't find Esparza on that one, but that first step going forward is so important just to start the break.
So Kay now going to sub off, looks like for Devin Lee. Hagog also subbing off for Frank Minson. Tessa Mullen subbing off. Parada just dribbling up the pitch here as Titans run a few of these subs. So Ayala Silver back into this one. Frank Minson, far side. Option, Shrina Shah right near this near hoop. Looks like she wants to push Villalba off to open up a shot. Parada goes up, floats it. De La Fuente knocks it down with a dodgeball. Molly Potter's there to pick it up, though. Molly Potter now running through, rips a shot. This time it was Esparza. Good team defense there from Soldados.
Really well done there by De La Fuente to guard that top hoop in a different way.
Esparza talking with De La Fuente, setting up what they want to do here. It is control to New York, so communication here is key. New York's really put on a clinic with how to play slowly to give your beaters a chance. Miguel Esparza just gets beat. Mental mistake there from Esparza. I'm not sure he thought New York would be willing to throw their dodgeball.
Yeah, bad place to turn the ball over as well.
Parada
receives. Immediately vulnerable.
Parada receives that pass, tries to work around Langlanay. Lee gets wrapped up. Parada over the top. Esparza got a hand on it. That's keeper ball. Good play there from Esparza.
And 2 empty possessions here from Parada as the primary ball carrier. We'll see if New York tries to get Johnson or Jackson back into the game to handle things.
I also wouldn't mind, even with this personnel out on the field, give Molly Potter a chance to ball handle. She's very effective. She's often ball handling behind the hoops. Maybe give it to her up top, find Parada on a cut with a head of steam.
Yeah, moving the point of attack might be critical.
So Blackwood here rips a pass behind. Avila gets it back up top to Blackwood. Goivea can't quite handle the pass and get the finish.
Yeah, not a bad look there from Blackwood to find the open cutter.
Minson off and running, has Blackwood to beat, slows down, finds Shrina Shah. She was unable to handle it, and it did not go in, so a fast break look there from Minson, wasn't able to put it through. Haley Davis now is into the game for San Antonio, her first minutes of the series, playing alongside Emmy Goivea, Matt Blackwood, and David Avila in this chaser core. Tiarina and Sosa, the 2 beaters for the Soldados at the moment. Blackwood playing slow. Lee beat out Avila. Behind, Davis can't handle the pass. Fighting for it with Shaw, but Lee's there to clean it up.
Oh, and Tiarina threw the dodgeball. That's going to be a no dodgeball situation.
Johnson, the no look to John Jackson. Good move back to Josh Johnson. Fantastic one-handed catch. 5-5.
Yeah, really good awareness there by Josh Johnson to see Tiarina make that throw, and that's going to be okay, it's a back to hoops on Tiarina. That could have been a card, I think.
So Sosa, the beater, making a beeline for David Avila. Make sure they have a plan for what to do this offense. Hands off the lone dodgeball to Javi Tiarina. Devin Lee and Rachel Ayala Silver, the pair with control for Titans. John Jackson point defense here. Lindsay Morella marking Matt Blackwood. Devin Lee throws back as David Avila goes for the shot. Morella is there. David Avila now picks it up. Moving left. Gets wrapped up by John Jackson. Gets beat by Devin Lee. That's going to be a illegal reset. So that is a turnover and a stop for New York.
Yeah, and we're seeing some ball handling issues for San Antonio develop, especially as they lose the dodgeball game. They haven't been able to get control of it back since probably the last 5-ish minutes or so. Ever since that Take K Tessa Mullins shift, the dodgeballs have been significantly in the favor of New York.
Yeah, and it's really shown in this game, it feels like. John Jackson making sure his teammates are running with him. He's going at a jogging pace, slows it up, lets him get in front. Javi Tiarina comes out, pump fake, forces Morella to pass it to Jackson, then to Johnson. Ayala Silver in front to protect. Jacob Ehrlich now into the game for Titans for his first minutes. believe there was just a warning for stalling given by the head referee. Josh Johnson throws it through the middle hoop in New York. Take their first lead since being up 3-2. They lead 6-5.
And that's a hat trick again, and that's now a hat trick for Josh Johnson as well. All the goals here coming from Josh Johnson or John Jackson. Just little 1-2s right at the top of the keeper zone, shooting at that top hoop. Been really vulnerable here for San Antonio.
Jess Markle checks back in to beat for Soldados. Christian Barn checks in for the Titans. Miguel Esparza now going to ball handle up top. Has Emi Goivea to his left. Instead goes right. John Jackson's going to pick up the defense. Haley Davis runs a crossing route here. Miguel Esparza back towards the top. Hits the Goivea cut. Goivea puts it home 6-6.
Really big goal there from Goivea. Tied the game again. Missed one earlier, but that one showing really great ball control there to finish through the top hoop.
And really timing her cut well to Esparza's movement as he was all over the place to try to drop John Jackson. Meanwhile, Johnson here up top. Big pump fake from Markle. John Jackson now on the left side. Back to Johnson. These two content to play up top with Shaw and Morella, the two other options. Now Morella gets it behind. Met up by Esparza, so it goes back to Jackson. Jackson slows it up to Johnson. Cuts through. Good beat there from T Arena. They're going to discuss this, whether it beat. I believe it hit the quad ball first, and then it's a matter of whether or not it hit Johnson after that.
Yeah, Johnson certainly seemed to think that he was not beat before. We'll see if the refs agree. Yeah, but with Ehrlich and Barnes here, we're deep into New York's beater rotation.
So actually going to be a blue card on Josh Johnson.
For playing after beat, I would assume?
I would assume. So that's 30 seconds in the box or until San Antonio scores. There is no goal. So we're tied up here at 6. San Antonio is going to have a chance on a brief power play to go up by 1 once again. Ehrlich and Barnes, though, do have control for the Titans as T Arena subs off for Chris De La Fuente.
Yeah, and we're seeing very quick beater subs here for San Antonio.
Yep, just those 4 beaters right now with Bryant and Williams out of commission. Esparza now, far side. Barnes pump fake. Esparza cross court. Avila can't handle the pass. I think he knew the beat was coming. Shrina Shaw falls on it, gets the stop for Titans. So they now look to kill a power play. Oh, misbeat there from Ehrlich. That's going to be tough as there's no dodgeballs here for Titans. John Jackson working a spin move on Esparza, the back corner. Throws it all the way across. Avila picks it up. No dodgeballs back. Avila, Johnson, and Morella to beat. Tries to go left. Slows it up. Good team defense there from Morella and Johnson.
Yeah, really well done by Morella there to stay in front of Avila and force what looks like will be a turnover. Yeah, really well done there by Morella to save points.
An errant pass from David Avila intended for Haley Davis.
But just no other runners, nobody else filling a lane for Avila, and that's really the difference between a successful break and an unsuccessful one, is that there's just no other pass options. Obviously, you'd always like for one player in a fast break to never pass and just put their hand through a hoop. But especially if a defender as good as Morella, you're going to need options, you're going to need fillers, and weren't there for San Antonio. Unusual for them.
Chico and Mullins now the beating pair for Titans. John Jackson really slow. I believe they've just been given a stalling warning. John Jackson gets it to Josh Johnson. Chico in front of Johnson. Langlanay on point defense. Jackson now marked by Goivea. Gets it to cutting Johnson. He puts the shot through. No one was home on that zone defense. 7-6 Titans lead.
Yeah, and it seems like they have no answer here for the Jackson and Johnson 1-2s up top. Just content to pass around, let their beaters play in front of them, and pick hoops to shoot on. Open all game.
Langlanay, far side. Esparza now. Oh, good read there from Morella, although it doesn't pay off. Esparza moving right, trying to get around the corner on John Jackson. Can't do it. Has to pull up. It is control with Soldados, so they're going to have a chance to score here. Esparza does a little floater, but it was well past Alyssa Villalba, and she's unable to beat the ball to the sideline. Again, a bad pass here from the Soldados.
Yeah, it's interesting watching this offense work sometimes. They have so much creativity and so much, and they work so well in space, but so often it feels like they compress and they get closer to the goal. They don't allow, we see like with Chicago how they allowed DME to get behind and to attack from different angles, and they stay so spread out. But as they start to compress, they lose their ability to stay athletic, and that's when the size starts to matter, and that's when Josh Johnson and John Jackson are able to really assert their defensive presence.
So Lindsay Morella here directing traffic. Govea gets beat out. Clears out a point defender. Johnson picks up the quad ball. Good catch there from Mullins. This is going to be the last possession, I believe. Lindsay Morella gets it behind. That's Mike Lee now into the game. Big tackle there from Luke Langlanay. Ball comes out. Molly Potter first to it. Vialba there to play defense, and Langlanay intercepts. That is going to be a referee discussion. It doesn't look like we've called the 20-minute stoppage yet.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, this is another game where New York has felt like the better team a lot of the time, but San Antonio keeps hanging around and finding ways to make things work and getting just enough defensive stops. Really, the only goal scorers so far for New York have been Josh Johnson and John Jackson. They haven't found offense from anywhere else. Looks like we do have the 20-minute timeout here.
So this will be the 20-minute timeout. The current score is New York 7, San Antonio 6. The set score will be 13. Flag runner catch is worth 3. Our flag runner for this game will be Tyler Trudeau. And no, I want to dig into a point you were just talking about. Josh Johnson and John Jackson, the only 2 goal scorers here for New York. Meanwhile, San Antonio has 4 themselves. I think something to point out, while 4 may not sound like a lot more than 2, I think San Antonio's only run 7 quaffle players. So more than half of their quad ball players have been able to get a goal. You want to talk about how while we've talked about some bad passes, they are showing kind of different looks than New York, who keeps kind of hammering the same idea.
Yeah, we've seen, like you said, we've seen 2 goals from Govea, who's just found pockets of space. Should have had a third also. You were talking about how when San Antonio's in motion, they look good. I think all these ideas sort of come together. When San Antonio's moving and cutting and allowing space to stay within their offense, they look really, really good at times, especially as they use their speed and their passing ability to be able to get around this defense. But as they start to creep closer, they start to get more stagnant, and that's when the New York defense really starts to look impenetrable. No goals so far for Esparza. As the dodgeballs, we assume, come out of play towards the flag runner, look for Esparza to be the one to take the ball into his hands and create space and create opportunities in the transition. And yeah, we've seen the only goal scorers from New York being Johnson and Jackson, and it's the same idea every time, right? They're just passing back and forth to each other right there at the keeper line, looking for shots. San Antonio really hasn't had an answer for it, but they have done enough to keep themselves in the game regardless.
Meanwhile, in game 1 between these two, during that 20-minute period, ultimately neither team was able to catch the flag runner in that game. They really traded goals pretty consistently. San Antonio was down 2 at 20 minutes. They ended up down 2 at the end of the game. Trading of goals here once again would not favor San Antonio, but I think they'd be willing to do it for at least the first few possessions. Once they get to a point where both teams, a catch would win it for them, I think they'd be pretty comfortable doing that right here.
Yeah, and San Antonio, last time we talked about, were able to steal a couple possessions, notably because they had dodgeball control and they were able to peel off of that flag runner right around the halfway mark and just pick off a possession here or there, force a turnover, unable to convert in that last game. Are they going to be able to get dodgeball control back here? Because as soon as they lost it with the flag runner on grounds, they weren't really able to get it back. And it was a big momentum shift in the game.
Molly Potter, aggressive defense there on Miguel Esparza. Still going for it. Finally, she backs up just a little bit. So San Antonio with a chance to tie. Meanwhile, Noah, as you said, New York starts with dodgeball control. It is going to be Trevor Smith versus Jason Ng in the seeker battle to start. Far side, Miguel Esparza swaps hands, goes left, floats a shot, tie game, 7-7. We're playing to 6.
Yeah, and a really good first possession there. A nice little back pick. Close there from Ng. And a nice little back pick there to allow the space for Esparza to score.
Josh Johnson rips a shot, no good, but Mike Lee's there to clean it up. Bobbles it right on the boundary line. Looks like it stayed in. Esparza and Lee fighting for it. The ball comes out. Molly Potter now has it. And nope, it's going to be San Antonio ball.
Yeah, head ref did call.
Jason Ng has the flag in hand. Trudeau was on the way down and immediately took the flag back. Of course, if a flag runner, two things to consider here. If a flag runner is on the ground, any part of their body is on the ground besides their feet, they are not eligible to be caught. as well as if Ing impeded the movement of the flag runner, the catch would not be good.
And it looked like Ing went between the legs there to catch Trudeau, and we'll see what Trudeau has to say about, like you mentioned, if any other part of the body was down. On the restart, it will be San Antonio Quadball.
This catch would be huge here. Obviously, both teams need those 6 points. So an instant 3 at that point, San Antonio needs to score 6. And the catch is good. Jason Ing gives his team a 30-point lead. So now at the score 10-7 to keep their season alive, San Antonio needs 6 goals before New York gets 3.
Yeah, and not only is that catch huge for the goals, but that catch is absolutely massive in terms of how New York is going to attack the rest of this game.
Miguel Esparza slow. Marco and De La Fuente well in front of the quad ball here. Mike Lee, Josh Johnson, Lindsey Morella, Molly Potter. The quad ball players from New York with Kay and Mullins, dodgeballs. Miguel Esparza runs a crossing route with Villalba. Langlanet being marked here by Morella. Esparza going on a tour of the offensive zone all the way around back to the top. Trying to cut again. Mike Lee staying with him. Floats one over to Langlanet. Langlanet fakes right, shoots left. That goal is good. It's 10-4. Or not 10-4, 10-8. My apologies.
Johnson here with the ball.
Up through Josh Johnson, just absolutely dunks all over Alyssa Villalba, 11-8. Esparza here. Slowly up the pitch. Do you want to say, we here in the booth and on the broadcast believe the score is 11-8. The scoreboard on the pitch is showing 12-8. If that is the case, New York would only need 1 to win. Esparza here really slow. Again, Soldados need to win control back here, you'd think, to be able to win the game. Chris Lecomte, the head referee, is saying that they're stalling. The forced pass, Josh Johnson is running up the pitch. We've confirmed the score 12-8 is correct. So this is actually golden goal here for New York. Josh Johnson, nobody to beat. The flourish at the end. And as Chris Lecomte makes sure there's no other calls, Josh Johnson leads the New York Titans back to the Benepi Cup finals after a heartbreaker of a loss against Chicago in the semifinals last year.
And a really nice game there from New York. And really it was Josh Johnson and John Jackson who propelled this team, and notably a really nice catch from Brandon Ing. This team looks really strong and composed going into this final. I'm very excited to see them in the final.
I'm excited to see them in the final. My one concern would be in that game, all of their goals came from just Jackson and Johnson. If Chicago are able to find an answer for one or both of those players, you have to wonder if New York's going to have a second option. Meanwhile, San Antonio, first year they were able to win the South Division. They advanced to the semifinals for the first time in a few years, but they are not able to get over that hurdle and make their first finals here at the Benepi Cup.
And we saw a really good game, though, from a really good series from San Antonio. Kept both games really competitive and have really good pieces, and there's a lot going on in this team that's to like going forward into next year.
I've been Keegan Remy Miller alongside Noah Schwartz. We are going to throw to commercial here before we come back with some analysis of that game and a preview of Boston versus Chicago Game 2.
In the decade-long history of our sport, only 2 franchises have ever won a title, the Austin Outlaws and the Boston Forge. We are 1 game away from seeing, for the first time in a long time, a new Benepeak Cup champion. But the Forge still have something to say about that. We are here for Game 2 of our semifinals, Chicago versus Boston, a spot in the finals and a date with the New York Titans on the line. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Teddy Costa. Teddy, it was a bit of a one-sided affair there in Game 1. It seems like the onus now is on Boston to flip the script. What do you think they need to do it?
You got to come out physical. You got to come out cleaner, crisper, more mentally focused and physically tough. You cannot give an inch, and that's fully what you would expect from a team with their back against the wall, season on the line, like Boston. But they're obviously up against a well-oiled machine right now in Chicago who's really firing on all cylinders. Haven't played a tough game yet, which really speaks to how well-rounded and how well-prepared they've been, not just this weekend, but all season. So we'll see. If you're Chicago, you got to survive the first 5 minutes. If you're Boston, you got to come out looking to win the physicality matchup and try to punch Chicago in the mouth a little bit here.
Yeah, and the first sign of maybe not desperation, but need for change comes from the starting lineup. Max Havlin, assistant coach, calling his own numbers a starter. Havlin famously does not like to start quadball games. Kind of shows the sense of urgency. We have a runoff. Will Richardson absolutely blows by DME to get to that quadball. With it, it is going to be dodgeball control, though, in the hands of Caleb Williams and Noyes Ostra. Peter Lawrence going to slow it down. Collier and Havlin playing together, I think for the first time all weekend that we've seen.
I believe this is the first time all weekend.
Possibly all season. I can't say that for sure.
Yeah,
Definitely the first time all weekend.
I was just doing the mental math on that. But as Harry Greenhouse told us, between games, they practice a lot. They get their beaters out of pairs in practice so that everybody can be prepared for the situation.
Oh, it's a good press by Chicago. Will Richardson, for the second time on the play, is a step faster than DME and finishes 1-0. Boston is on the board.
Great play there from Will Richardson. Talk about somebody doing their job as he scores the goal after winning possession and subs off. Couldn't go any better on that. Great finish with the left hand on the kind of broken play.
It's going to be Guyman controlling the ball on the far side. Brings it behind to Peachy. Nobody's stepping out to Peachy from that hoop zone. Havlin finally does it late enough to force the pass. Going to be patient offense with control. Tad Walters and Austra now in the game together, the usual starting pair for Chicago. Peachy says, if you're going to keep giving me giant spaces to drive on your hoop zone, I'll just finish through contact this time. Finishes right over Athena Mayer and evens things up.
Very interesting there as Boston staying with the trees and trying not to get caught out of position by not closing down behind hoops. Certainly a choice there as they give up the dunk. We talked about between games, maybe them trying to rotate earlier and at least go apply pressure to passes and shots, but they took the opposite approach there.
Tad Walters wins in exchange with Max Havlin. Instant press put into play. Boston's at least able to turn the ball over. Actually, Athena Mayer still had it. Now it'll be turned over. At least able to turn it over in a not dangerous spot, and the defense is able to get back, but well played there by Walters. And this time Havlin just throws aggressively at Walters early in the play.
Boston taking the opposite approach on this possession, sending 2 behind to go pressure the ball.
Yeah, I kind of like the look there. Boston did not let Chicago bring the play to them that time and almost got a turnover out of it. No harm done. No change in dodgeballs either. Havlin is running all over the field right now. Now he might be a lot of opposition. Gets the ball back to Shu. No, Shu's not there either. Manzella's just going to take it. Manzella shoots, fires over Peter Lawrence. These behind the hoops players have been decimating Boston so far in the series.
Goal scorer's touch there from Manzella on the bar down shot from close range. A great finish. And Boston chasing almost looked like they were expecting their beaters to be back in the play. But, again, you can't let the play come to you on defense.
And Havlin and Shu have not been able to get dodgeball control. Looking to do it again on this offensive possession. Walters and Austra have been basically matchup based against them this entire series so far and been having pretty good success.
Coach Kennedy Murphy mentioned the timing of their matchups was something that they looked into on film. Boston going with generally longer stretches, whereas Chicago likes to keep it to 3-minute subs. So far, they've been adjusted pretty well this series.
Walters wins another exchange, but this time the press is a little slow, so Olzaba does get a stop, but it's swatted down. And now it is going to be Chicago looking to run in transition, a spot they love to live. Haviland's just now coming into play. It's going to be a long way from Peachy. Fired the ball over to Shu, but Shu couldn't feel it cleanly. Meanwhile, DME just waiting by a hoop to pounce, puts it in, and it's 3-1 Prow.
And a great finish there from Chicago. Survives this period of time when they would have had no dodgeballs back to defend. That's why your coaches always tell you to make sure that ball goes long through the hoop, kids, because they just saved the goal because of it.
This Prowl team has been so clean all year, and the only time we saw them slow was when New Orleans yesterday was able to get a long, sustained period of dodgeball control. Boston's been able to get none of that so far in this game.
Yeah, the Chicago beaters, if you're Chicago and your beaters can play with the amount of parity you played with last game, even if you don't win, you can let your chasers go do that.
And a lazy pass from Olazaba is picked off by DME, just the finger roll through the hoop. And Chicago has come out playing the exact way they played in game one, and this has not been close so far.
No, it hasn't. Chicago getting everything they want and then some, completely dictating the pace and the terms of this game. Boston forced to be completely reactive, which is never a good spot to be in as a team.
Yeah, it's going to be beater subs on both sides now. Collier and Dillman coming in for the first time against Morowick and Williams. Liam Zock now also in the game, trying to jump in that passing lane, not quite there. Doyle goes over the top to Lawrence. Lawrence, the extra path to Mayer. Mayer fakes once, but that means the beat gets there in time. It was a really nice offense, but Chicago, as they have all series, just has the answer. Collier gets beat. Caleb Williams able to maintain control as well.
Such a good rotation from the Chicago chasing line. Gives their beaters enough time to get in the play. Really heads up extra pass from Lawrence, who was going to have a tough finish from that spot. Gets it to Mayer, who puts the ball through the hoop. But, again, Chicago was just better on that execution.
Yeah, Troy now in the game. Troy had a huge game one. Goes for the alley-oop to Byron Ing, who finishes hard.
Byron Ing coming down from the stratosphere. What a finish. And Boston, you got to call a timeout probably before this one gets away from you.
They did finally get dodgeball control out of that possession, so I think if you're the coaching staff, wouldn't be crazy to see what you could do with that.
If you can get a goal.
Yeah.
But because you definitely need one right here.
You know, Ing is an underrated, alley-oop artist in this sport, but like we said, playing with his college team at Rutgers has to be more of a ball handler. Yeah. It's only on the Chicago Prowl team where he's able to just operate behind those hoops and just absolutely destroy zones from behind.
And just another instance of the amount of athleticism and the way Chicago is really able to weaponize that to attack space, attack rotations, attack closeouts. It just is so tough on a defense.
Morimoto now in the game alongside Skura. They got some good looks in game one, just couldn't get some of the shots that opened up to go down. Skura is in the lane now, shoots middle hoop. Ing is watching it. Skura tries to get to the offensive rebound first. It's going to go out. Skura saying it was off of Ing not getting the call, though.
Yeah, that's how I saw it, too. But ball could have already been over the line. Got a great ref crew today.
Yeah, led by Alex Amadal at head ref.
Boston sticking in the three trees.
Dodgeballs are going to go wide. Big play there by Collier. He's going to get a press out of it. Sorry, they're going to get a press out of it. Dillman, not sure they say Moreau coming. Dodgeballs are on the ground. Kieran Collier is going to be able to defend all three. Boston's finally going to get a chance to run in this one. Liam Zock is all over Sena Morimoto. They're slowing it down with no dodgeballs in the play.
Zock is a one-person wrecking crew on defense.
Yep. Really nicely done, though. They just switch fields, get it to Skura. Hickbot with the pick on the hoops opens up a shot. It is good that they, recognized and found an advantage, but you just wanted to find a little faster. They were lucky that Kieran Collier had possession of those dodgeballs for an extended period of time.
Yeah, and it worked out. And I mean, I think one thing that's plagued Boston, even going into mental mistakes they made last night in the Austin series, is what I've been calling getting out over your skis. You get out ahead of the play, and then you just force a pass because you're going too fast. Good for them to have the patience work out for them in that situation. But good job by Chicago transition defense to not let them play the way they want, which is just get easy fast breaks.
Gavin gets the ball around to Melton. Melton all the way up top to Digman. Saw Digman go into the trainer earlier between games. I said, is this something serious, or is this just Digman on MLQ Championship Sunday? And no comment is the answer I got there. Digman is a player who definitely gives it all every single time he's out on the pitch.
Absolutely, and has been for a long time.
Fugate has the ball, gets it back to Digman. Nice screen there from Guyman, but it's Emily Hickmott getting big and stuffing Nathan Digman. Now it's a pile up on the ground, and it's going to be the newest addition to the main roster, Tabitha Danyo, who's going to come up with a loose ball.
Great job right there, and way to stay ready. It's so tough to be on the extended roster and get called into a game in this situation. Fantastic job there to make the play when her team needed it. And great job by Emily Hickmott to stand tall at the hoops.
Danyo's just 2 years into playing the sport, but the play that she can demonstrate, the athleticism, is something a lot of people in Boston are very high on.
Yeah, that's been the report that I've heard, is that the athleticism jumps off the page, and a lot of people that have been around the sport are like, listen, you'll figure the rest out. Clearly already making an impact at the highest level.
Patience here from Skura. Imadahl definitely a little bit of a longer, I would say, leeway with stalling than you might see from Chris Lecomte, so I think Skura is making the most of that.
Yeah, and I'm sure both teams would be happy for that.
Hickmott has the ball behind, floats one over to Skura. Digman gets there first. A great defender, Digman. And he's looking to go end to end now. No dodgeballs are all on the ground. Makes that shot count. Digman opens his account here in game 2, and it is 6-2 in favor of Chicago.
Yeah, if you're Boston, you got to put yourselves in a position where you can play defense at full strength, control the pace of this game, and it's funny that comes from getting stops. Right, but scoring also helps because you're not giving up live ball turnovers. You're not letting somebody on a back line with a full head of steam get at you with 15 yards of space, and unable to do that there.
And the way that this Chicago team is so stout defensively, but also is so good at shooting out of that zone to get into passing lanes right when the time is right. As Skura there takes advantage of a beat on the hoops, Matt Melton can't quite get to it, and just a nice little teardrop into the middle hoop. It's 6-3.
Great timing there as you see Collier and Dillman now with control again.
And, we've talked a little bit this weekend about how Skura's kind of played a different role this year on this Boston team, but sometimes you just need your stars to come out when things are against you, and that's what Skura's doing here with 2 goals to his name already.
I really, really like the high pressure there from Hickmott out of the zone as they fall back into the 1-3. Make the Chicago beaters turn around. I haven't seen any of that all weekend. Every time you make a beater turn around and beat you as a point defender, they're now giving space back to the defense so you can close down on passing lanes. Obviously don't run into beats, but it's something I'm a little surprised I don't see more of across the league.
A lot of patience here from Chicago. Tries to get in the lane, tries to shoot on a Hickmott. Hickmott says no and gets to the rebound. Dodgeball control staying with Boston. Feels like Boston's finally got a little something going here in game 2.
And now a no dodgeball situation.
Oh, a floater over to Skura. Skura makes 1 move, makes 2. Has had 2 hands on the ball the whole time. Nikolai came flying in, but Digman once again has to stop. Daniel fakes once. Daniel across to Nikolai. Nikolai pops it through.
An absolute dime from Danielle, the stay ready queen. How about that? And Nikolai talked to us before game 1 about the need to get their whole body through the hoop. Does it there for a big time goal to help Boston claw back into this game.
Yeah, momentum's starting to shift a bit. And not only the dime, but also getting to the loose ball first was huge there from Danielle.
Oh, absolutely. Been an absolute spark of energy so far, though it was a tough decision for Harry Greenhouse and company to remove Frollo due to injury.
Zock has the ball on the far side. It's back to a 2-goal game here. Boston's fighting their way in. High pass there. That is to Blackwell, who had a really nice game 1. They go back up to Troy. Blackwell, I believe, had 2 goals in that game. It was the first time we'd seen him this weekend.
Boston doing a good job showing pressure and then getting back out of it off of the offensive rebound to make Chicago let them set all the way up.
Zock's going to have some space. Ian Skura gets the hand up. Oh, and Morimoto has knocked it away. Liam Zock's able to get there fast. I like this extra step these Boston hoop defenders are taking out to these ball carriers. They're getting a lot of hands on these shots before they get anywhere near the hoops.
Yep, it helps with your angles, and it just makes it harder. You know, everybody, if you're going to have to score through contact, you'd rather do it for the least amount of time possible. So if you're a defender, do what the offense doesn't like and go get out there early.
Dillman's just tapping out some opposing players here. Walters considers a throw, not going to make it. Kieran Collier and Dillman are being very safe with the control. Neither one of them is even passing their hoop line unless Tad Walters is on the other side of the field. Collier fakes a beat there, but then is happy to go back behind. Murphy gets, it's the behind the back from Blackwell. Does get all the way out to Zock. Nikolai overcommits. Dillman's now going to have to make the stop. It's blocked. Zock goes around one, goes around two, goes around the entire Boston defense. Daniel tries to make the hit, but Zock just puts a hand through the hoop.
Zock with an unbelievable single effort there. What an individual play. And if you're Chicago, that's, we talk about the preparedness, we talk about the ball movement, the mental focus, and all of these things that make for great team quad ball. When you throw in athletes like that can make plays happen on their own, it's really a nice luxury to have.
Some mixed lines here. We see Will Andrews and Aaron McCready coming out beater. Zach Doyle is going to join the energy line in the spot that Ethan Dillon usually fills.
Doyle's been a steadying presence for Boston this weekend.
And Steinberg, just an unforced error there. Didn't realize that Nikolai had been beat, tried to make the pass back.
Honestly, probably better than forcing a pass in front of hoops, because that could have been a goal the other way.
But then almost an unforced error from Zock, who just kind of dropped a very basic pass. And, I think it's going to end up being a turnover when all is said and done. Nope. Troy gets on it, takes a step out. Possession is alive. Will Andrews misses a beat, and then Liam Zock goes through one. Finally, a beat knocks the ball out of Zock's hand, and Andrew Steinberg is able to fall on it. That was about a 15-second battle between Liam Zock and Andrew Steinberg.
And Andrew Steinberg and every Boston beater and the whole Boston zone. Liam Zock with more dodgeball blocks than I've seen from a non-beater in like a decade. That was unbelievable.
Magner bringing the ball down on the near side. Considers a pass to Doyle, but Zock was sitting right in the lane. This time Zock gets beat out, so Doyle does get the ball up top. Different space for Doyle here running an offense. Not usually where you see him from this Boston team.
Yeah, so dangerous usually behind the hoop line.
Yeah, and just floats a pass all the way over the head of Nikolai here. Boston trying to mix things up. Having some success at times, some steps back. Obviously, I think that last stretch of play on the back half of Kieran Collier and Liam Dillman getting control was their best stretch. And they are still only down 3 in this game.
Yeah, not bad considering how it started, but only 1 goal better than 5 minutes ago, I guess, in the net.
Yep.
If you're Chicago, you'll take the cushion, and you look to kind of extend it out towards the first intermission.
Manzello is already taking the space afforded to her once against this zone. This time, just gets over to Peachy, and Peachy just bobbles a very basic pass. Things getting a little sloppy here on both sides in game 2.
Yeah, we saw the execution on the basic things be the difference in the scoreboard in the first game. That one definitely could have been a goal for Peachy there in a very dangerous spot.
This kind of combined line that we said with Doyle running things has yet to really generate, I think, even a shot. So we'll see if they can switch things up, and if not, how long Harry Greenhouse is going to stick with it. Will Andrews goes flying in, creates a no dodgeball. A pass all the way across to Steinberg. Steinberg, the 2 hands, but it goes over the top, and Manzella is able to get hands on it, and then I think Nikolai might be headed to the box for contact from behind.
Yeah, good hustle, good job trying to be physical. Much even better hands from Manzella to secure the rebounds with no opportunity for anyone else to pick it up.
Yeah,
if you're a coach, you like the hustle there from Nikolai, but pretty obvious from up in the booth.
A perfectly weighted pass from Doyle. That's the thing that people have been trying all weekend against the Chicago defense, but that is probably the hardest pass to throw in quad ball, and nobody has weighted it well. That was the first one I've seen, and it did afford Andrew Steinberg a pretty good attempt. The shot rimmed off the top, but I would definitely want to fault it as a shot. It was a good look.
Yeah, and even that is the second shot that Steinberg would have liked to take. He'd like to try to finish on the short hoop in that situation. That speaks to Chicago being on their P's and Q's and knowing their assignments to force Steinberg into his second look, make the defense, make the offense uncomfortable a little bit, which Chicago has just been doing to everyone all year. Kind of an extended conversation here from the ref crew.
Oh, not what I was expecting. It looks like Jim Richard is the one heading to the box. It's going to be a foul on Chicago. the pro-Boston crowd likes to call.
Yeah. Boston traveling in numbers here.
Yeah, and with Next Gen finishing up over there on pitch 2, a lot of their practice squad players probably joining back into the stands.
Yep. As it's a blue card, so it will not turn over quad ball possession.
Yeah, and we'll see, though, if Boston can now press off of that. Not easy to press DME, as we've seen him literally run away from some presses already this series.
Be a one-man press breaker at times.
Manzela's on the near side. McRae's now going to press high. Havlin wins the exchange, but there's nobody back to stop Peachy. And down a beater, Chicago once again delivers a goal.
A sign of a great team to read the situation and capitalize when you get the opportunity.
Steinberg looking to go the other end. Is able to get the ball behind Doyle. I think they're going to call, I assume it must be a call on a beat before on Steinberg before the pass, because Doyle obviously finished that pretty easily.
Yeah, the Chicago sideline, the Chicago defense seemed to pretty confidently believe that play should have been whistled dead. And you wonder if Boston's going to get kind of out of their depth. Again, their depth is done well enough for them in this situation, but it hasn't been the obvious plus that it was earlier in the weekend.
So, when Boston comes out of that play down 3 with a beater power play to play on, you have to think pretty hype for those 30 seconds. And before those 30 seconds have even ended, Boston has to take its time out because Chicago scores and then gets a stop on the other end.
Yeah, no, enormous momentum swing. It's something that the great teams do, right? They stay mentally focused. They are ready in situations like that, and they overcome adversity. It's really a long climb for Boston. Harry Greenhouse better have a ladder in there and not just another shovel, or again, it's just going to get a deeper and deeper hole.
Yeah, and like you said, they have righted the ship in this game, right? It was 5-1 out the gates. This thing looked like it was turning into a romp. It's just been a 3-3 game since then. Part of that has been Boston, stabilizing in the beater game. Part of it has been a little bit of uncharacteristic sloppiness from Chicago. But ultimately, with all that being said, Boston did not even gain any ground given all that. And I think as much as we like to highlight this team's offense and the dynamic players, the DMEs and the Liam Zox, it's been over and over again, just like their head coach said, it's been a focus on defense this year, and they have been so locked down all year long.
Yep, yeah, she said they will win on defense, and that's the thing. Defense travels, right? Defense plays in the weather. Defense withstands momentum. Defense can suck the life out of a team. It can be invigorating and let you get fast break opportunities, but at the end of the day, you're not going to lose a game in which you don't give up goals. And so you love the mentality right there from Chicago, a team that's clearly focused on getting over the hump and bringing an MLQ championship to their city.
Havlin and Shu on the pitch, and they have 2 dodgeballs for the first time this game, because I do not believe they got it once in that first shift where Tad Walters and Noyes also just had the better of them. Currently, they're up against the combination of Veronica Hoffman and I believe Jim Richard.
And we're in an interesting situation here because Boston has to play a little bit like a desperate team. So you wonder if with this line of beaters in, they're going to try to be aggressive to generate something they can run off of. And
they definitely generate something. It's a loose ball. Havlin presses. Manzella does get beat. Richard now is back in the play. Olazaba does not see Ben Peachy coming. Really heads up to hold on to the ball. Exchange of dodgeballs. There are no dodgeballs back for Chicago. Mayer bobbles, but is able to finish anyway. And that's just the kind of little spark that Boston needed coming out of that timeout.
Exactly what they needed. And I was just about to say, New Orleans saw some moments where they were able to put some distress on Chicago by just holding control, not necessarily weaponizing it. This Boston squad is going to look to do things a little different here, but the risk that they're running is giving it back to Chicago and letting the game tilt back in their favor.
Yeah, and we said that they've been trying to match Havlin and Shu. I haven't seen Tad Walters come back on the field yet. It's actually going to be the Maroic-Williams line that subs back in against this Havlin-Shu line. Havlin does eat a beat. Maroic went diving, not able to come back with it. Bigman gets beat. There's no dodgeball back once again. No, it is. Sorry, Caleb Williams is back, but Havlin's looking to blow him up. Ball's on the ground. Maroic has one now. Boston's forced to play half court.
Yeah, well done by Chicago. Transition defense again. Chasers and beaters getting back into position, surviving the Havlin attack.
patience here from Lawrence and Olazaba, the full first line in the quadball game, now back in for Boston. Athena Mayer is just trying to screen off the far hoop to open up a shot, but Peter Lawrence has to find a way to get there. Doyle also cut to that spot. Lawrence got beat. I think that might end up being a turnover because I think Lawrence took a couple extra steps. Also, Digman is down on the play. So a few things to be figured out here, but probably a bit of a stoppage.
As we are hurtling towards the first intermission, Boston likely, depending even no matter how this gets sorted out, in a 3-goal game, you're certainly not out of it. You're not in a favorable position like Chicago is, but it's something where you're definitely going to want to be probably more conservative with your dodgeball so that you're not risking giving control to Chicago and letting them dictate how this winning time period is going to go.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I think you have to say it has been a good few minutes out of the timeout for Boston. They have shown specs. My concern is that I feel like Chicago's been resting a lot of their, elite talents over the past 15 minutes and also not losing any ground in the process. When DME steps back on the field, flag runner on pitch, we saw what he single-handedly did to Boston in that period last time.
Yeah, DME is the most dangerous player on on the entire field right now in a no dodgeball situation, and it'll really put some strain on Boston, who's going to need to be in the flag runner game to try to pull and claw out of this hole. So coming in with absolutely full rest is going to really, really put a lot of stress on this Boston squad. Another player that's rested will be Tad Walters, someone that is definitely willing to use their big arm to go up against this Havlin Ju, Dillman Collier, the whole Boston triumvirate of beaters. Coming in with fresh legs is really going to put a strain on the flag runner game as well.
So it is going to be the turnover. They did say Lawrence took a couple too many steps.
A tough mistake from Lawrence there, because if you just drop it right away, you're not going to lose possession. You got a teammate right there.
Troy is bringing the ball down here, wearing the green headband, I think, for one of the first times this game. Ball goes to Ing.
Boston back into this conservative look from the chasers, not chasing that ball behind.
Fugate now has it up top. Havlin and Shu still playing conservatively here. Guyman hits the lane. Carson Olazaba, a big wrap.
A massive tackle there from the point defender, Olazaba. And we've reached the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. Everyone was confused. Didn't seem like there was any call to be made on that play, but just stop and play for the 20-minute timeout. So Boston closes it to 3, kind of where it's been for the majority of the last 10, 15 minutes. And now the question is, can Boston come up with a better plan for the flag runner pitch than they did last time? Last time, they were sloppy offensively. They almost were playing, at walking speed instead of running speed, so they were not scoring goals. And on top of that, they weren't stopping DME, and then they couldn't even win around the flag runner. So is Boston going to try to mix anything up here, maybe try a different angle of attack?
It's interesting. I don't think the plan was necessarily bad. I think the execution was what didn't work there. There's nothing wrong with dragging out your possessions, but to then throw into pick sixes repeatedly against a team that only needs 6 goals to end your season is what's really going to be a tough part of it. So I imagine Coach Greenhouse in the quadball game at least is giving relatively similar points of emphasis with a focus on protecting the ball, doing the little things right, and cleaning things up on defense, as well as making sure that you're scoring. If you're going to take a minute and a half off the clock and then give up a 10-second counterattack goal, you're in trouble. And Chicago has all the time in the world. If you're Chicago, you don't get rushed, don't get pressed, don't get tight. You keep doing what's worked until Boston forces you to change something.
Yeah, and, additionally, it's hard to say that a catch wouldn't all but end Boston's season. Noise Oshra, so good in that department. So kind of step one is going to need to be the catch, even if that's not what the team is hoping that they need to focus on with their dodgeballs. But that means they're going to need to at least be exchanging in the quadball game. And it's going to be up to the young pair of Will Richardson and Eli Fighter to come up with a grab. They only have 1 grab so far this weekend. It hasn't been a specialty for this team all season. It's going to have to be now.
Yeah, Boston's seeking stats ended up relatively fine compared to the rest of the league, but when you pair that with the 70% control rate that they had, you kind of play the eye test and you say they don't have anybody automatic so far this season. There, you can say this person is going to close this game out for us. Chicago looking to deploy their player that they think can do that, and we'll see who's able to come out here.
Shu gets to clear a seeker first, so Richardson's going to get the first shot. Meanwhile, Boston is still playing that slower offense. Olazaba's trying to go through. Troy and Zoc just both very hard to get through. I'd love to see some screens from this Boston side. Mayer's the one who gets to have some space. Flips over to Doyle. I believe, it's going to be a goaltending call there.
Good
for
extra
sure.
pass in that situation, right? If you're not going to use ball screens to force the defense into rotation, use some quick passing and great heads-up play by the one extra pass there from Mayer.
Yeah, and Havlin and Shu are winning early, so Richardson's definitely getting the opportunities. And a nice swat there is going to – it is going to be Ostra, though, who's going to get a chance. Max Havlin makes the long beat as necessary to clear that out. DME's taking his time, working on Doyle. Pass goes behind. It's to Troy. Real Richardson just got turned upside down by the flag runner.
And then the dodge there.
DME actually bobbles the ball, but it's going to get back to it first, so no harm done. Richardson just flying at this flag runner right now. Manzella out to Troy. I think there's finally going to be a sustained opportunity for Ostra, but he's actually going to sub out. Matt Melton now coming into the game. Loose ball. Eli Fighter is almost in the way. He's subbing in. Going to be a turnover. Boston finally gets a stop in the flag runner on pitch, period.
Good heads-up play by Havlin there to say, all right, I only have one dodgeball, but I might as well get a stop out of this.
Yeah. Havlin and Shu, I think, are at least going to be able to clear out Melton here, but won't get control. No, they do get control. That's big. Olazaba runs right into a huge tackle from Matt Troy.
Heads-up play by Fighter in that situation. He almost spun the flag runner into Melton, was able to get in Melton's way so that they couldn't make the easy catch.
Eli Fighter's just getting bodied right now by the flag runner, even though Havlin and Shu are doing the job. Manzella misses a pass to Zoc. Zoc's able to keep it in bounds. But Lou Shu, just like Havlin on the position before, is able to use her dodgeball to force a stop.
And Zhu and Havlin are two of the best players in the world at playing both positions at once without needing to split. It makes them even more than doubly as effective there because they're still playing together but affecting the entire game.
Doyle is getting a yellow card. I assume it must be for contact. I'm not sure I saw it on the play, but either way negates that nice stop that Boston had just gotten.
Might have been contact from behind if it was on Manzella. Manzella got kind of an awkward wrap that kind of squeezed the ball out. We'll see if Chicago's able to get anything going here off the restart.
Manzella looking to go through Lawrence, just gets lit up by a tackle. And then it's just Nathan Digman picking it up. Digman once again back on the field, delivering a strike to DME. They get their first goal, the flag runner on pitch, period.
And that's an underrated area why it's so hard to play down a player because of offensive rebound situations like that. Boston gets the stop and then doesn't have the numbers to play defense again.
Havlin, importantly, wins an exchange with Hoffman, but does need to get to Melton. Melton gets the catch during the exchange. Just a little bit too slow from Havlin there, and that might all but put Chicago into the finals.
And even with a very pro-Boston crowd, the crowd here loves it. They appreciate a fantastic display of athleticism when they see one. And Chicago is staring a finals trip right in the face right now.
I will say that a North crowd has slowly rolled into this facility along with Chicago's practice squad, the Meow Stars, and I think things are turning a little bit. I would not be surprised if Chicago would be the heavy crowd favorite in any kind of a final here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Chicago, a great program made up of a lot of great players and management, volunteers alike, friends all over the country, even if some of them like to be considered villains during the U.S. Quadball season.
ML's taking his time. I think this might be about to get called off.
This might be his.
Yep.
And the crowd's letting the ref crew know. Eli Fighters says, bring it on. We got some electricity in the building right now as neither of these teams willing to give an inch trying to get to a final.
Fighter's going to get the first opportunity out of this timeout. If Fighter just plays up the crowd and then immediately catches, that would be something else.
That would be legendary, and it would also tie the game.
Yeah. Fighter is cleared, but so is Jim Richard. Melton's going to get another opportunity. Collier and Havlin are now on the field together as they were early in this one. Tina Mayer gets it over to Olazaba. And we get a stoppage here.
Chicago playing a little bit higher on defense in this period than they did in the flag runner on pitch section defensively in the first game. I wonder if they're looking to make a point to not let Boston drag out this game and go take the defense to them.
I assume an appeal is happening right now. I might just need to send it to you, Teddy, for a couple minutes here.
Absolutely.
So let's let you talk through this. I actually might bring Naresh on so you guys can talk about the game a little bit during this appeal process, okay?
Sure, sounds good. That's what happens when you got a commissioner wearing so many hats. He's got to go put out fires a little bit, but I'm here joined by Naresh. Naresh, how's the game look so far to you?
Honestly, I think this has been one of the best games I've watched in terms of the adjustment that we were talking about initially after Game 1. After Game 1, it really felt like Boston was okay with the defense they were playing, but in this game, too, they're playing a bit higher up. They're playing a bit more engaged. They're playing faster and getting to those spots that Chicago wants to get to, and they're beating them to those spots, which is why I think we're seeing a lot closer of a game. Having said all of that, though, Chicago's still getting the looks they want because they know how to move the ball and where to move the ball with their teammates, and watching them has been so much fun this weekend.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I talked to people who were maybe non-believers a little bit. They thought maybe the North is overrated. They weren't so sure about Chicago. Yeah, they play well, but they're robotic. I look at that. I see a team that's prepared. They know what reads they're trying to make, and sometimes you can get to them, whether it's switching up a defense or trying to close out early rather than late. And make them a little bit reactive. They're human, of course, but the processing power is there. They're trying to make their reads, and every single player knows what their reads are within their offense, and they know what geometry they want to be in. They know where their other teammates are supposed to be. So even when they have to guess, they're guessing better than a lot of other teams at this tournament, and it shows because even when you play well against them, you're down 3 goals and trying to claw out of a hole.
Absolutely. And something else that I really want to highlight is this is something that Washington Admirals potentially gave the league as a blueprint about Boston has struggled this season when they can't catch the flag runner quickly with their ability to actually score during that flag runner on pitch period. I called it out during MLQ replay a few weeks ago, and now we're legitimately seeing it again, where in this time frame, Boston has scored 1 goal since flag runner on pitch has started, and that is a problem. It can be great that they're trying to catch the flag runner and get those 3 goals immediately, but Chicago's outscored you in the 20-minute point.
Exactly.
So what do you need to get as many easy goals as possible right here, right now, and their inability to do that is what might make the difference in this game.
And the frustrating part about that, right, if you were coaching the Boston side, you're like, I love that we're getting stops with no dodgeballs on defense or the occasional Max and Lulu getting involved. And, you know, you need stops to come out of a situation, but obviously goals win games. So you got your most physical line out there. You're not setting any ball screens. You're getting some good looks but not converting all of them. You don't have any room for error. And that was, you know, a dent in the armor, you could call it, we saw against Austin is like they did dig themselves a hole. This is a team that's good because they've been able to dig out of holes, but teams like Chicago aren't going to let you. They don't make as many mental mistakes as other teams. They're not going to give you an inch.
Absolutely. It looks like Ethan Sturm is back. I will hand it right back to Ethan.
Thanks, Naresh. And we've got the commissioner, Mr. All-Everything himself, Ethan Sturm, back in the booth with us. Are you able to share what the discussion was on the field?
Sure. The appeal was on the catch and how it was adjudicated. The reason it was called off is because on Matt Melton's shot at the flag runner immediately prior to the one where he caught, his hand tripped up the flag runner. Kind of went low, tripped up the ankle. You can see the stumble on film. The reffing crew was attempting to send it back to hoops as he caught. That's why it was ruled off. Chicago appealed, said it wasn't adjudicated correctly. We reviewed everything. Everything seemed solid from the ref crew. The appeal was called off.
Great that we have that ability to appeal and go through the process so quickly in this league. As a big contact behind hoops there.
Yeah, DME laying some lumber there. Not necessarily what he's known for, but makes a big stop. But Peter Lawrence got that ball out of there. Athena Mayer has it. Gets it to a wide open Zach Doyle. Doyle scores. I have no idea how Peter Lawrence got that out of that pile.
How about that? That's heart and grit. Lawrence, a player that is just all muscle and so strong and athletic, able to kind of respond, I guess, after DME gave them a taste of their own medicine.
Ethan Dillon, who did not play at Chaser this game for Boston, now playing his first minutes of the tournament at Seeker. Does get beat.
Wow.
Oh, Matt Mountain's called off.
Wow. And well done by the ref crew to not stop the game. That was a photo finish between Beat and Flagpole.
And that's the joy of having Mario Nasta as your AR on a major quad ball game. Just one of the best in the business.
Absolutely.
Melton, though, is constantly getting close. These beaters from Boston have to be so on top of him. Leanne Dillman, a huge catch on the Caleb Williams beat, and then the immediate response beat.
We'll see. This would be enormous if Ethan Dillon can save Boston's season. I mean, not all the way, but would go a long way towards saving their season. Come off cold and make a catch here. Someone from the BU program spent a long time with Coach Harry Greenhouse, one of the best seekers that the game has ever seen. Obviously a well-practiced, well-prepared player.
And Caleb Williams returns the favor on Leanne Dillman. And meanwhile, Tad Walters is winning on the other side. Matt Melton is going to get time here. Ethan Dillon trying to hustle in to at least be an issue for Melton. Dodgeballs are on the ground. Kieran Collier has to get back in the play. Peter Lawrence absorbs the tackle, goes to Mayer, gets it behind. Olazaba goes high, pushes through Digman, scores. This has been a very different flag runner on pitch period out of this Boston team than what we saw last time.
Yeah, we got some juice going right now. The goals are flying. The game's getting more aggressive. This is what you want to see from two teams trying to get to MLQ championships.
Ulster on his second shift now, got beat right before that catch. They are looking to basically end this one for Chicago.
Some very, very close calls around the flag runner here. A lot to look at in this beautiful game.
Yeah, Ulster's beat. Will Richardson just snuck in. Will Richardson just snuck behind the flag runner.
And Boston gave up a goal, and you think that was going to start to hurt them. Crowd on their feet right now. Will Richardson with Boston's season in his hands here just to give them a breath of life. We'll see how this one gets ruled out.
And Caleb Williams is just down on the ground because that's how you feel sometimes as a beater. You have to do everything perfect for 5 straight minutes in a situation where balls are flying everywhere. And the one time you let a seeker slip through, it's Richardson, who from the start had that extra burst of energy in game 2, scored the opening goal, won the race the offensive rebound, makes the catch. Boston has a lead. Boston needs 3 goals to force a game 3. Chicago needs 4 to go to the finals.
Richardson, talk about a player doing their job, a player that does everything for the Brown University program during the U.S. Quadball season, filling a much different role here, using his athleticism to his advantage. A great kid to coach, a great kid to be around, and coming up absolutely clutch for Boston in this situation. All that said, if you're Boston, there's a reason you had a hole to climb out of, and we're about to go back into that portion of the game that gave you so much trouble earlier.
Yeah, and you know, when Boston was completing that comeback against Austin game 2, it was the line that's on the field right now playing the majority of the minutes. This line's been on the field for a long time already in flag runner on pitch. I wonder if Boston's considering a swap. It does seem like Sena Morimoto is very close to the sidelines, like he might be subbing in.
Yeah, we'll see. Boston went with the ride the hot hand approach. The line's going to get a second to catch their breath here as Chicago's going to take what I think is a really good timeout to regroup.
Yeah, and you know, I felt like we, the crowd and everybody, were writing the eulogy of Boston's season about 20 minutes ago, and here they stand just a few goals away from forcing a game 3 in the semifinal.
It's crazy, like the importance of mindset and, you know, sports psychology, I guess, in this situation right here. If you're the Chicago players, you're just trying to make sure that you catch your breath. You understand that the sky is not falling. You're about to go into a section of the game where you were better than basically every other team in the league, including this one you're playing, all season. Meanwhile, Boston has been riding the ups and downs of momentum swings all weekend, but have been able to continue to grit it out, not get too far down and keep believing in themselves and their teammates to try to climb out of these situations they keep digging themselves in. We'll see if the timeout's able to shift the momentum, because the Boston sideline is flying high, and some of the looks from the Chicago players were just exasperation and exhaustion after that pull.
This is only Boston's fourth game of the weekend. They've already played 2 of the instant classics that we've seen. The late night one in game 2 against Austin, where they came all the way back. Now they're trying to do the same in Chicago. It's an exchange of beats there. Caleb Williams is able to clean up control, but it will be no dodge. No, Caleb Williams is able to get back into play pretty quickly. The only sub is Sena Morimoto for Carson Olazaba. The other 3 from the starting line for Boston are going to stay in the game for now.
Will Andrews coming in at beater as well.
Ian Skura all the way in the back corner to Lawrence. They are looking for a passing option, just swing it right back. Kenny Murphy steps out on Skura. Skura's in the lane. Skura, who a long time ago in this game was provided some important goals, did it all by himself. Skura just went through the entire defense. There is going to be a foul on the play, so we're going to have to resolve that as well. But we said you need your stars to show up in the biggest moments. That's what Skura just did with that single-player effort.
Unbelievable, because I think that ball went through the hoop while it was falling. I think it would have been short, but a dodgeball dislodged the hoop almost, and it went through while it was falling. That's an absolutely unbelievable effort there from Skura, and I like what he's doing and generating chances, because he's trying to force the Chicago defense to respect the drive. That's going to take them out of what they're so good at, which is, I'd say, anticipating pressure and getting into passing lanes so that they can run off of it. If you can get downhill into the middle of this zone and adequately pass or shoot out of it, you make them play in a way that's respecting you rather than a way that is anticipating your next move so that they can capitalize off of it.
And as these games come down to the wire, it feels like all the reffing meetings get just this tiny bit longer.
Yep. I mean, and you need it as a player. You want to make sure that everything is being called the right way.
Goal is good. So it looks like Lawrence got a blue card, but the blue card happened after the goal, so it'll be a power play for Chicago, but Boston will take that trade-off every time. They are 2 goals away from a Game 3.
And we got a lot of juice in the stands right now. It is absolutely filling in, and we're in for an exciting one down the stretch no matter how this one finishes out.
And Skura might try to get a little cheeky here on defense. No, it's just going to back off in the end. Caleb Williams is subbing out. Noyes Alstra are going to rejoin the beater game alongside Tad Walters. This is that starting pair. They're currently going against Will Andrews and Leanne Dillman. We'll see if that matchup stays for long.
Talking with Tad Walters before the series, this was a matchup he felt very confident in beater-wise.
Guyman gets all the way back to DME. Someone's going to have to try to match DME. There's no dodgeballs in the play. That is an easier thing said than done, especially on a power play. DME finishes with authority. His 4th goal of the game. It is now 12-11 in favor of Boston.
I love the look there.
Oh, dodgeballs are on the ground. Sorry to cut you off here, Teddy. It's going to be a no dodgeball. They have to make this count. You have to feel Noyes Ulster comes in just in time. Lawrence can't ruin the race to the ball with Murphy, and Chicago's going to get the stop. A huge error there from Lawrence.
Fantastic job by Murphy to win that rebound. The importance of the low center of gravity there, it gets lost in Lawrence's feet. You got to get hands on that ball, and good job by Murphy to not give up despite Lawrence trying to box her out. Well done by Chicago to win possession.
Yeah, consistently, it's just been a little bit harder for Boston in these situations where they maybe have a dodgeball advantage than it has been for Chicago. And once again, that was the case there.
We've talked about Chicago trying to match Boston's beating pairs. You wonder if Boston will start to think the same thing, as you'd like to think Zhu and Havlin are rested at this point.
I feel like Boston does not want to end or not end their season with a combination of their number 1 free beater and their 4th string engaged beater. But I guess we're going to have to find out. It's 1-2 here. If Boston does it, we have a Game 3. If Chicago does it, Chicago's through the finals. Skura's in the lane. Skura floats high. Sena Morimoto gets there first. 2 kicks, but there's not another chaser there.
Oh, and a tough spot to turn the ball over. You'd rather turn it over on the sideline. A couple of nice first touches there from the Boston boys. And I could have told you when Ian Skura had the ball in the right hash, he was going to take a backhanded shot at the tall hoop. Not a bad look. It was open.
Troy never saw Nikolai coming. Nikolai tackles 2 Chicago players. I think he's going to end up in the box for her trouble, though.
And looks like just kind of an inexperienced, all hustle, all heart situation there from number 59, Nikolai. Really leaving Boston in a tough spot here, shorthanded.
Yeah, it seemed like Boston was so close, up 12-10, but it's been a period of play that has been all Chicago, and it's because Tad Walters and Noyes Ostra have been dominating. It's a 1.5 there to try to open space for DME. It is being marked by Skura. Skura, one of the few players who might be quick enough to stay in front, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Daniel Williams is calling that off. I think there's going to be a conversation here.
Fantastic beat from, I believe, McCready. McCready and Andrews surviving. Walters pushing them into their center hoop, coming up with the ball. McCready with a little cheeky look to the crowd. She knows she hit that beat, and Boston with a chance to pull ahead once again in this one.
McCready and Walters, 2 of the most physical beaters in the sport, going head-to-head there, and McCready able to keep the arm free long enough to make the beat on DME because nobody else was stopping him. That much was for sure.
Absolutely, and if you're Boston, you got to stop. You got to limit the amount of space he has when he catches the ball because you are playing with fire.
Collier back into the game here alongside McCready.
Boston again in a mixed beater pair compared to what they played the regular season with. In a crucial moment in this game, just speaks to how the coaching staff trusts these players to mix and match.
Yeah, Dillman also just put in a long shift in fairness.
Very long shift.
Skura gets in the lane, just has to pitch it off to Lawrence. Chicago's defense was not particularly scared of that drive and did not over-rotate. Oh, Skura, the long shot in the lane. DME says no, and now there might be a chance to run against no dodgeballs. Big play there, McCready kicks it back to Collier. It is going to force Chicago to take a half court.
Biggest defensive possession of the season so far for Boston. Chicago willing to be patient, so efficient here.
Pass over to Troy. Troy gets huge. Troy posterizes Nikolai. It is game point, series point for the Chicago Prow. But in the aftermath, Kieran Collier and Aaron McCready came away with dodgeball control.
Look at the elevation on that goal. What an effort. Fantastic job by Chicago to win in the scoring area.
Oh, and it's a pass from Peter Lawrence that hits off the back of the head. Noyes Ostra. Ostra knew nothing about it, but it makes the stop, and dodgeball control got turned over in the process. Chicago now has everything at their back to try to finish the series right here.
How about that for some luck? I said it before, I'll say it again. The biggest defensive possession of the season for Boston here.
We know what they're going to be looking for. Some taps and probably eventually to get the ball DME or Matt Troy. Troy to DME. DME from behind. DME scores. 4-0 run to finish the game for Chicago. The Prowl have knocked off the Forge. And for the first time since season 3 of MLQ, we will have a new champion.
How about that? Absolutely clinical series from the Chicago offense and especially DME. Great finish on a contested shot there. Chicago did a great job of steadying themselves with the timeout, getting back into what they do best, taking a breath and just executing when it mattered most. A hard-fought series, but one that was won by the better team through and through.
Yeah, well, that's going to do it for me and Teddy here and for this semifinal. We have our finals matchup, a rematch of the instant classic last year's semifinals between the New York Titans and the Chicago Prowl. We'll be here to bring you all the action. We're going to throw it to our analyst desk in just a minute, and we'll be back. But it is the Chicago Prowl with a 2-0 series win over the Boston Forge.
instant classic that we just saw. Chicago down 4. Chicago, after giving up the flag runner catch, needed 4 goals to win to finish the game. Boston needed 3. And Chicago went on a 4-1 run to finish their comeback, and then they clinched their bid to the finals. What an absolutely electric game, an absolute instant classic that we just saw. I think this is quite possibly everything we could have asked for when it comes down to a semifinal matchup between the Boston Forge and the Chicago Prowl. This is something that this is how I thought the games were going to go for game 1. Unfortunately, we didn't get that game 1. But in game 2, we saw the adjustments that were made by Boston. They were faster to the positions that Chicago wanted to be in. They were meeting Chicago in spaces to make them uncomfortable. And even with all of that, even though they were doing all the right things, Chicago still looked like the better half-court team. And they were very comfortable in getting the looks that they want. Especially one of the biggest things I saw is in the last, I'd say, 10-ish minutes of game time, or like in the last 10 minutes of real time, I guess. Leanne Dillman and Will Andrews being on the field for as long as they were, that was a questionable coaching decision for me personally. I know the commentary picked it up where Ethan said, putting Leanne with Will Andrews, again, no, Will Andrews has had a phenomenal weekend, but that's a scenario where you would want Kieran to be out there, Max Havlin to be out there a bit longer. I love the trust that the coaching staff has on the Boston Beaters, however, but in that time frame, you saw Will Andrews play up top, Leanne Dillman without control playing in the backside, and that's the look they got and that's the look that Chicago wanted every time, because as soon as they moved the ball to one side of the field and start taking space, Leanne Dillman's forced to commit to the ball, and as soon as you get the beater to commit to you, throw it the ball to where the beater is not, and that's right behind the beater. And you saw DME run behind Leanne Dillman, catch the ball, finish for I think 3 of the last 4 goals to finish the game and finish the comeback. That was an electric performance for Chicago to get the results that they wanted. And right now, we're getting the matchup that we've been anticipating all season. Chicago, New York came off of their electric 3-game set last year. Oh. We're going to do a quick pause for Ethan's announcements. Okay. So at 2 p.m. So make sure you're tuning into that as well. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the matchup itself, we've seen this multiple times in the last year and a half. It started with Boom Train New York in the semifinals in USQ 2023. And then we saw it again that same year in August, this time last year when we saw it in the semifinals again with Chicago beating New York in a 3-game set, a series for the histories. And now we're seeing it again in the biggest stage of them all, MLQ Finals, and this should be another battle of star power versus team versus a whole collective unit. Right now, after that's New York semifinal, we really said, hey, New York's offense is literally running through 2 people. It's JJ or John Jackson. If either of them don't have the ball and are creating something, they are not scoring. With Chicago, some of the best offenses they've had is when DME is on the field. However, DME is not the one that's starting the ball. Every single person on Chicago is touching the ball to create offense, and DME is the beneficiary of good constant movement. But I think the story of the weekend for me so far is how well Chicago's beaters have performed during the flag runner on pitch. I know Boston caught at the end. However, the Chicago beaters were outplaying the Boston. They were outplaying the Boston beater matchups during flag runner on pitch, and they gave their seekers a ton of looks. And unfortunately, they were all called off. But that's the sort of thing you need, especially against New York, who has the seekers that can catch instantly. They have beaters that are very comfortable playing that flag runner on pitch. So we'll really have to see how these 2 teams match up in this finals game. Again, tune in at 2 p.m. To catch the MLQ Finals to decide the champion of the 2024 season. Thank you so much.
there has been a geographic shift in the top of quadball. For years, Boston and Austin have dominated not only this league, but the sport in general. But in recent years, that script has flipped. New York and Chicago now consistently stand on the top of podiums, and for the first time ever, one of them is about to become MLQ champions. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Teddy Costa. You know, obviously two very competitive teams here, but you have to wonder if this Chicago team is a little bit in this New York team's head. A year ago, we had an instant classic semifinal series between the two that went to 3 games. And with New York on the doorstep of a finals, on the doorstep of possibly finally getting a championship, a 4-point play, a catch, and a Nivas Jairam goal out of nowhere through 4 defenders flipped that game, flipped that series. A lot of this Chicago core then with Boom Train beat a lot of this New York core in the USQ championships. New York needs to find an answer. Teddy, what do you think New York needs to do in the series?
For New York, I think it's actually really important for them to play not just with parity, but win in the beater game. Maintain dodgeball control, more importantly, so that you don't allow Chicago and their vicious defense to force you into playing reactive, playing left-handed. Do whatever you want with control, but don't let Chicago get into what they want to get into, because everyone that we've seen them play this weekend and this year outside of the literal first game of the season, it looks like a practice for them. They are getting into their sets. They're so comfortable with their reads. So for New York, I think you have to win the beater game and you have to weaponize it so that you can make them be the team that's uncomfortable.
The only thing as consistent, though, is the way this Chicago team can move a ball is the way that this New York team can be stoic and patient in their offensive sets. We've seen it time and time again, you know, the way that John Jackson and Lindsey Morello run an offense. And this season, there's that added threat of Josh Johnson, probably the best quadball player in the sport. You know, we were watching some plays earlier in the day where it's like, sure, you can make shifts to Lindsey Morello or John Jackson behind the hoops, but then the ball pops up on top and you've got the best shooter in the game crashing down on your hoops. What are you going to do about that? So we'll see if Chicago, who hasn't, I don't think, been forced really into any adjustments in their first 2 series, is the team that might have to make adjustments, or if they can just keep rolling. A lot of that is going to come down to their top beater pair, Tad Walters and Noyes Osra, who have been so big all weekend long and are going to need to continue to be big against this New York core. That's kind of my people to watch on the Chicago side. Who are you looking to watch on the New York side?
On the New York side, right, we know all the names, and add to the list 2024 East Division MVP Tessa Mullins here. Devin Lee has been doing Devin Lee things this weekend, jumping 10 feet high, dodging dodgeballs. It's a lot of stars on both sides. I'm really looking forward to the battle of the X Factors between Josh Johnson and DME, who has had a great showing in his first appearance as well.
Final predictions?
I got Chicago.
2-1 or 2-0?
2-0.
I will go with New York 2-1. We're about to get started. We're going to throw to starting lineups, and Teddy and I will be right back for the start of Game 1 of the MLQ Championship 2024 Finals. Hello and welcome back to Troy Park in Maryland, the final series of the 2024 MLQ season. A chance for a first ever franchise title for either of these teams. The New York Titans, a team that has gotten a lot of the accolades, but not always the medals to go alongside it, and a Chicago team who's spent 2 years on a mission to prove the entire country wrong. It's all coming down to this series here. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Teddy Costa. We're about to get started in game one. It's John Jackson running against DME, club teammates this year in USQ. DME wins the runoff. Manzella, though, is going to bobble the loose ball. Christian Barnes makes the beat, and New York's able to hold. It will be dodgeball control, though, with Tad Walters and Noyes Oshra. They have been tough to get dodgeball control off of, and they have been lethal with it.
Yeah, we just watched them play the vaunted Boston Forge beater core to at least parity and on way to a 2-0 sweep in the semifinals. They're definitely riding high right now.
John Jackson walking the ball down. Every single goal in game two of that semifinal against San Antonio came from either John Jackson or Jackson Johnson. We might be using a lot of JJ here to talk about Jackson Johnson because otherwise it's just too hard to talk about the pair that run the ball up top for New York. There was the first press attempt by Tad Walters. He goes right through Devin Lee, and DME is going to shut down the first shot from JJ.
I believe that hit Tad Walters' ball as part of the New York side was pointing to whether or not Walters released it, but we have a great ref crew today, decided no harm, no foul, and play goes on.
I apologize. Josh Johnson, not Jackson Johnson. This is why we call him JJ. It's just a little bit easier that way. Matt Troy, who's had a really good weekend so far for Chicago, getting the early minutes here, really speaking to the coaching staff's faith in the young player, bringing the ball down and getting it over to Ali Manzella. Recent call-up to the U.S. national team. Manzella's able to keep possession. Troy's able to keep it in bounds, and Peachy has it behind. Peachy has a lot of space here. Nobody's stepping. Peachy goes through the entire team. Peachy finishes. Chicago is on the board first here in the finals.
And Peachy has been just a lightning rod for this squad, playing in the first shift typically. Just brings a ton of energy and great finishes around hoops. So dangerous in that hoop line and continues to hurt New York here.
Yeah, JJ has the ball up top now. An exchange of beats, but it is won, I believe, by Walters. Yeah, because the follow beat from Austra. Dodgeballs are on the ground now. JJ looking to make a move. Goes right around. Finishes through Troy there. Knots us up at 1.
With some authority there. Josh Johnson just so hard to get a hand on in space, and it really is going to be a battle of its stars here at Chicago, boasting stars up and down their roster. New York with that ridiculous first line with Team USA players all over it. A lot of accolades, but still looking for that MLQ championship.
Troy walking the ball down, and it's going to be a matchup of finding those defensive mismatches. JJ against Guyman there was a bit of a tough one for Guyman, and in the same way that Peachy was able to get behind the defense on the first possession, this time it's going to be Manzella behind the defense. Goes high. Manzella scores over John Jackson. Not an easy task, but one of the best finishers in the game.
Such an athletic finish right there. Manzella, I believe, had 17 goals in the regular season this year and only 9 games, on pace for 22 2/3. Just shows why she's such an elite goal scorer. Fits in so well with this offense. Does everything right. Does everything well. And we're off to a great start here in game one.
Yeah, and all weekend, Chicago's been daring teams to have an answer, a successful defensive shift for the pass behind from them. Boston never really found that answer, and New York's struggling to find it now early as well. Already 2 goals from back there for Chicago.
Yeah, it's so tough to force people into closeout situations.
Once again, there's going to be a call this time on the play, but once again, New York's able to isolate JJ onto Dar Guyman, and JJ wins that matchup with ease, hits the mid-range shot. We'll see what Chicago might have to make as a defensive adjustment. John Jackson's just doing too good of a job of drawing the gravity and then leaving JJ to cook.
Yeah, both of these players have done a fantastic job of beating point defenders off the dribble all day and all weekend and all season and their whole careers. And it's just really a math problem. If you need 2 to stop each of them, you don't have 2 for both of them, or you don't have somebody at the hoops. And a lot of times you get all 3 of those things. So it's going to be a real big challenge for Chicago, who was, by the numbers, the league's best defense this year.
So Oscar walking the ball up, Ing behind. Ing, from the Rutgers program, has played with a lot of these players through his career. This is his second year playing in the summers for Chicago. Liam Zock also subbing in the game. Might be some of that defensive physicality they're going to need up at that point of attack where JJ's winning right now. Kenny Murphy, head coach, checks herself in as well. I.L. Silver and Devin Lee holding on to control. Lee wins that exchange there with Walters. Clears out both beaters. Is that a kick beat? Did it hit? No, they're going to say no. So now it's I.L. Silver has to play defense, and there's just not a quick enough recovery. Shot goes wide, and then another one is picked off by JJ. Now there's no dodgeball back. Zock's going to take their first attempt at stopping JJ, and it is just about as successful as the last two have been. Already a hat trick for JJ.
And it's so tough to stop JJ in the half court. It's going to be even tougher in transition. It looks like both teams have already kind of shown their first adjustment as we're just minutes into this game one. New York broke out the triangle and one to limit the easy pass behind. Chicago still got a look after going there secondarily. Meanwhile, you have Zock might be the X factor, probably one of Chicago's best point defenders, checking in to go man the top of this zone.
Better there for Chicago. Moreau's able to force dodgeball control by taking an exchange with Lee. I.L. Silver's now covering the ground on defense. Lindsey Moreau comes flying out of nowhere to pick up the pass back to Kennedy Murphy, and New York gets a stop and a chance to extend the lead here.
Morel has been an absolute ball hawk, a stat sheet stuffer her whole career, and had put together another fine season this year as well. Could have been named MVP, and no one would have batted an eye. That's how good this New York squad is.
New beaters in ELK and Jason Ing in the game now for New York. Michael Parada checking in for the first time, has the ball behind, working on Ing. Parada goes through. Parada, nobody has any contact. He finishes through, and it just feels like this Cleveland defense doesn't have enough physicality to match up for all of the threats that New York is bringing right now.
Yeah, very interesting. We talked about the importance for Boston to try forcing them into physicality. New York clearly is trying to do that early. And we'll see how this one gets played out, but I suspect the physicality battle will be a huge factor in the outcome of this series.
Zock was beat. Not sure if that was what the stoppage was for. It was a nice distance beat from Ing. Seems like that's not what the stoppage was for. And Ing on both team, twins brothers playing for New York and Chicago respectively. One a chaser, one a beater.
So either way, and Ing is going home with an MLQ championship after
and probably a lot of trash talk for his brother, if I had to guess.
I was going to say that's bragging rights until the other one's able to match. That's for sure.
Long stoppage here, just talking things over. So far, it seems like they're just calling the play stop before Ing made that beat on Zock, and now they have to figure out if there's another call.
One of the best parts about these games late in the tournament is the experience you get on the ref crew.
There is going to be a card on the play. No. It's going to be a blue card on Caleb Williams. So beater advantage here for New York, and they might be able to press that advantage immediately because Zock is in a pretty awkward position, facing away from hoops, Prada draped over them, and Jason Ing bearing down. Zock just tries to roll one over to Byron Ing, who can't complete that kick. I don't think that ball was kept in play. Yeah, it's just going to be Lindsey Morel's ball. Mohagog now in at keeper for New York.
Good stop there from New York as they try to extend this lead. Put Chicago in a hole as big as they've been in all weekend.
Pass behind to Parada. Parada, though, wears a beat there from Heroic. Well done with the only defensive beater to get a stop, something Chicago struggled to find early on here. And Caleb Williams has served their time. Fugate is bringing the ball down. Nathan Digman checking in. We've seen Digman go down hard already twice today. Still playing, obviously.
Digman just such a physically tough player. One of the brighter minds in the sport as well. Longtime coach.
It's going to be Blackwell on the far wing. Had a really nice series against Boston. Caleb Williams trying to wrap up Ing, but to no avail. Fugate did get tap beat. And I think they're going to say the pass was after the beat. Ing was really fighting through that contact to still slip a little beat on. Caleb Williams known for their physicality. Ing known for really being great at handling opposing beater physicality.
New York with another stop. We talked about it early as Mohagog is a problem in transition.
Able to make the block there, too, on the beat. Mohagog is still going. Mohagog did not put it through the hoop. I think they're going to have to talk about this. I think goaltending is definitely in play. Possible dislodgements are in play.
Either way, the transition defense from Chicago was excellent in the Boston series, excellent here.
Yeah, there's going to be a card on the play.
We're watching New York continue to string together stops on the back of control, which is one of the things that we talked about in the pregame of how important it is, not so much for New York to have it, but for Chicago to not have it. And you can make them play reactive on offense, muddy up their reads and make them do what you want, and so that you can play with anticipation instead of letting them dictate the pace with their defense.
So Digman heads to the box with a yellow card for physical contact. Free goal here for Mohagog. He does make it stick 5-2. It's been all New York since some early play by Chicago. 5-1 run now.
Of course, the last time we saw Chicago in a hole like this was Game 2 of their quarterfinal series against the New Orleans Curse, which they ended up going on a run for the rest of the game, not allowing a single extra goal to go through.
Yeah, they got to find some answers in the beater game. Jason Ing has been absolutely cooking. Digman's going to have some space here. As I believe that's Richard kind of chasing Ing back. Richard on the field with Veronica Hoffman. And the stall call is coming from Chicago. And, this New York team is a little bit more used, I think, to the head reffing of Chris Lecomte. The stall calls are a little tighter here. And, a patient team like Chicago, especially in a huge game like this, might have to find their way through those calls.
Yeah, certainly something to adapt to for both players and coaching staffs. Lecomte has at least been consistent all weekend, but it does kind of tilt the strategy of the game in favor of the defense. It doesn't really encourage you to go out and go get stops. The offense is going to have to come to you, so it makes it a lot easier to play what we would call patient defense to give yourself an opportunity to get out and run like this.
Ing and ELK create a ton of pressure in the dodgeball game. Digman, though, who failed to make the clean stop on Hagag last time, thought he had a clean one this time. There is a stoppage in play. The pro-Chicago crowd is not happy about the call.
Well, especially because 2 yellows this early definitely changes the minutes that you could play the longtime MLQ veteran for risk of the 3rd yellow. Certainly, combined with the stall call, the pro-Chicago crowd not loving it, but New York so far has been more mentally focused, able to roll with the ups and downs of the early going of this game.
But, here's the thing. Say what you want about these contact calls as Mohagog is trying to get out in transition against no dodgeballs, but the issue is the beaters are making it very hard for Chicago to do anything else but play transition defense because, as we said, Jason Ing and Elizabeth Luster-Keyston are still just dominating out there.
Yeah, a fantastic shift from ELK and Ing as Mohagog puts that one through. And New York with just a spark early on. We still haven't even seen Kay and Tessa Mullins, your 2024 East Division MVP.
So I don't think Hagag's was called good. Lindsay Morella's will be called good. And it's going to be timeout Chicago. We wondered if New York was going to be the first team to force Chicago into an adjustment. And with a 6-2 start to this game, they have done just that.
Yeah, a team that, as Coach Kennedy Murphy told us, prides themselves on winning on defense in a quick hole here. To be fair, they haven't been able to play a lot of defense. It's been New York's defense really setting the tone thanks to that dominating beater control, as well as some of the adjustments that they've been able to make, right? Even when they have to play in the half court. Okay, they saw a couple of looks that Chicago got from behind, a really good goal from Peachy to open the scoring, and then New York just weaponizing its ability to cover off the ball, even out of the zone, and really just not letting Chicago get settled. It looks like the game's really sped up on Chicago for the first time we've seen really all season.
And yes, and the other thing is Chicago's going to need to find a way to get a little bit more physical because, a lot of these goals, with the exception of the last two where Digman's contact just ended up illegal, has been situations where they haven't been able to get a hand on the driving player.
Yeah, this run that's been kind of extended has been at the pace that New York would like to play at when they have an advantage, and it really has put Chicago in a position where it's a math problem. You really can't win when you're running backwards with as many people as the offense is running forwards with. Makes it really hard to get a hat on a hat.
So we're gonna get play restarted. Chicago still looking for answers here, down 6-2. Chris LeCompte gets us started here.
And we'll see what the mindset of Chicago looks like. They took their timeout in the last game against Boston. After game 2, the flagpole was a little bit devastating. They were able to steady themselves, catch their breath, and execute in the half court. We'll see if this is able to do the same.
Walters and Ostra are going to try to be the answer, but it's a new pair now from New York, Tate K and Tessa Mullins into the game. Dar Guyman has the ball up top.
We spent a lot of time this weekend talking about beater matchups. Wonder if Kay and Mullins will be trying to focus on the Ostra and Walters matchup.
Yeah, Menzel takes the long shot there. And, this is a Chicago team that doesn't really get forced into those shots, unless they want them, of course. And it is going to be DME coming back into the game as well, looking to right this ship.
Yeah, the shot chart from Chicago all weekend is just dots inside of the keeper zone. They haven't needed to shoot that much. Digman's definitely their best option there, and playing with 2 yellows is going to make that really tough.
Now the starting lineup back out there, except Molly Potter's in for Lindsay Morella. JJ hits the lane. JJ shoots and scores.
He makes that look so easy. Makes it look so easy. It's like he's got a supercomputer that he's working with processing, and everybody else is working on a TI-84 sometimes. It's crazy how fast the decision gets made. Before I can tell which hoop is covered and which hoop isn't from the press box, it's already through.
Yeah, he's so lethal in this specific zone meta just because he knows where all the options are at all time. And like you said, he's reading them so quick. Sharina Shah also stepping into her first minutes of this series for New York. Tad Walters loses an exchange there with Tessa Mullins. DME has to take the long shot this time. It goes wide, and you can tell that Chicago is just desperately searching for answers. New York has been oppressive here in game 1.
Yeah, the body language from Chicago is really not like we've seen before. We'll see, great teams are able to overcome adversity and keep their mentality in check. We'll see just how great Chicago is.
TK leading down John Jackson, and just on repeat, it's when Jackson takes all the pressure, gets it over to JJ in a good matchup, he takes it in. Right now his matchup is peachy. It doesn't matter. That is JJ's 5th goal of the game already, not having played even that many minutes. It is 8-2. It is all New York here in game 1.
Fantastic timing between the beaters and chasers there. And, yeah, Chicago looks like they feel like they need to send 2 with the ball in their half-court defense. They're shading way, way over depending on who has the ball, and they just can't move 2 players as fast as 1 pass can, and it's been a problem.
Peachy scored the first goal, what seems like forever ago in this game there, fires high, about the 3rd or 4th straight Chicago possession that kind of came from a long-range shot that in no way forced the New York Beaters to do anything. Yeah, this game was once tied at 2. And, they haven't been able to take control off the New York Beaters because the passing hasn't forced anything out of those Beaters.
Yeah, and it looks like New York's willingness to drive, to hit the lane, to take that contact has really allowed them to almost win the physicality battle. It looks like Chicago is staying away from the lane. They're not even forcing New York to tackle, which just helps them be more active in the passing and shooting lanes.
Alstra has to make a play for control there, which means no dodgeballs, which means JJ in the lane. And even this time, there was no John Jackson taking some of the gravity before the pass. JJ just went through 4 because there were no dodgeballs around.
Fantastic screen at the hoops. New York is getting everything that they want whenever they want right now. Chicago has absolutely no answers.
Yeah, this is up there with one of the best single-player efforts I've ever seen in an MLQ championship game. 6 goals already, and has just been absolutely mistake-free.
Looks easy. If this is a test, JJ has all the answers, and nobody else has taken the class yet.
Loose ball there. Tessa Mullins forces the turnover, recently named East Division MVP, and it's John Jackson running end-to-end. Nobody's going to touch Jackson either.
Great defense there from Molly Potter.
Yeah.
And the New York women chasers have been doing an excellent job. We mentioned they weren't on the score sheet in the last game of the semifinals. Doesn't mean they're not contributing on the field. Screens, defense, moving the ball, opening up opportunities, just being the perfect teammates. And that's how New York plans to win this one, is as a TEAM team.
Yeah, because, you have to think about the fact that, we watched this Boston team play the Chicago team, and when Chicago would move the ball around the zone, Boston just didn't have the 4 defenders that were able to stand up to that. It takes 4 players on this field against the Chicago defense, the offense, if you're going to make it look this bad, if you're going to make it score 2 goals in, going on 13 minutes. And outside that early Peachy goal and that early Manzella goal, and even the Manzella one, I wouldn't say was an easy goal. She hit a heck of a shot over John Jackson. Really, only the Peachy one was easy. It has been so difficult for Chicago.
Yeah, and I will say, like we talked about in the pregame, the key for New York was dodgeball control, and then I picked Chicago to win in 2 games. Definitely would be a heck of a climb from there, which, to be honest, maybe this is an on-air apology. I might have underrated the New York beating core because they have been playing absolutely out of their minds, hotter than fish grease, as they say, and the Chicago beating really has no answers, and it's making their chasers play really reactive. Really, it's all being dictated by New York right now, who's getting whatever they want and making it look easy.
We have a stoppage here for an injury at DME, just kind of making things, from bad to worse here for Chicago. I think walked off on their own power. Hopefully everything is okay. But right now in a battle of stars who are playing for opposite cities as they did a few months ago in the USQ Championship, it's been JJ getting the better of it, as in fairness he did in that championship game.
Yep, and New York really riding their top line. And this is a team we talked about off air. Didn't really show their hands. They just kind of cruise control to 11 wins in the regular season, and even in the quarterfinals played into their depth a little bit. They got fresh legs on this monster line, and it's going to be really tough for anybody to match up with them.
Yeah, and that second game against Boston was not easy for Chicago. Another shot attempt, again knocked down. JJ looking to run in transition one more time, but we've got a player down, so we're going to have to stop play. Probably one of the better looks we've seen for a while. Zoc probably took that from 5-6 yards out, but still, New York has all the answers. Like you said, you can tell that JJ has played with a lot of these players before because he does seem to have the test. He has the answers.
Yeah, it came absolutely flying out of nowhere. Who else? John Jackson with the initial pressure, and then JJ to clean up with the block at the hoops. New York is getting stops. New York is doing to Chicago what Chicago did to everybody else for the last 2.5 months, except for, again, that first game of the season against Detroit.
Yeah, every bit as clean as the Chicago team that we've seen all season. And, obviously some adversity, down the stretch for Chicago. Riley Andrews, one of their star quadball players, picked up a concussion in the last practice before championships, wasn't able to travel with the team. Emma Vasquez, due to the complicated weather situations, not able to stay on Sunday with the team, had to be subbed off and had to head home early. But obviously there's a ton of talent on this team, a ton of talent on both sides.
Yep.
It just feels like New York's been taking it to them so far today.
Yep, and we've seen Chicago almost, they take shorter substitution rotations anyway, somewhere around 3 minutes, but they're almost forced to keep trying things out. Coach Kenny Murphy not afraid to switch up the lines like they did for the New Orleans series in the middle of that second game to try to change the pace, change the way that the team is playing, change the looks that they're getting. Meanwhile, New York has been able to pretty much just continue to ride the horses from their first line and just keep getting fresh beater legs out there. No matter what Chicago's throwing at the wall right now, nothing is sticking. And New York, if you're Chicago, you fear the amount of time that New York is getting to recharge those legs on their first line, because while every player contributes to a championship, they have no reason to take off the goal scoring and stopping machine that is Josh Johnson right now.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, that trio of, John Jackson, JJ, and Lindsey Morella, I don't think they get very tired legs to begin with. We've seen all of them play huge minutes, but you're right. They haven't even had to in this game.
Yeah.
This whole team has made it look easy. That shift from Elizabeth Lawson-Keister along with Jason Ng was also dominant. But, yeah, the first line already has 8 of the 10 goals for New York in this game.
On an 8-0 run as well. So, absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, as you mentioned, like the entire New York program for years now has prioritized their conditioning, their weightlifting program, the ability to keep themselves fresh as athletes. And the coaching staff has really prioritized getting all the way through their depth, getting everybody minutes just like Chicago has. But it's been, honestly, a little bit of a bumpier road for New York while they've been doing it. Chicago has looked kind of like a well-oiled machine. But I'm sure New York would be fine to say, okay, Chicago, your third line's better than ours, but nobody in the world right now could beat our first line the way that they're playing today.
No, absolutely. And, for this New York team, it's been such a long time coming. It was, 9 years ago at this point when they played on a field in Toledo, Ohio against your Boston Forge team. And, game 1 of that series came down to a flag runner grab, a controversial call off. You guys eventually sweep the series 2-0. It's taken and then it took another 6-7 years for them to even get back to a final. That was a final they lost against Austin in 2021, I believe.
On this field.
Yes, in this complex. I believe it was on the other field over there, but yes, in this complex.
Yeah.
And haven't been back to a final since then, and now in their third final, looking to finally, reach the pinnacle of this league.
Yeah, get over the hump. This is a team that has been decorated internationally, decorated in U.S. Quadball.
JJ, right out of the stoppage, has his 7th goal of the game. Alone is outscoring Chicago by 5 goals. It is a 11-2 lead for New York. And it doesn't even look like they're shifting out of first gear anymore.
No, and how's that for fair? So he's one of the best passers in the league, one of the best shooters in the league, and then on a covered hoop can just decide to bully his way into a dunk. Absolutely ridiculous.
Zoc bringing the bar down on the far wing. Got a pretty decent attempt on the last go of it. Barnes and Caleb Williams go crashing to the ground. Kay Murphy's beat. Zoc fakes around John Jackson. JJ shuts the door.
Oh, he didn't shut it. He slammed it. My goodness.
Yeah, now it's Byron Ing's chance. Ing and Christian Barnes went smashing into each other. I'm not sure either one was aware of what was coming, so we'll see if there's actually going to be a call in there. It seemed pretty incidental both ways.
Yeah, and we'll see if Chicago's able to, make something of the second chance opportunity on a play that is certainly well broken. Dodgeball scattered nowhere near the play, while New York is really well set up defensively in the quad ball game.
So Barnes is going to get the card for that interaction. It is going to be a dodgeball power play. Finally, a chance maybe for Chicago to get on the board. It has probably been the better part of 13 minutes since we've seen a Chicago goal. Ing fakes once, fakes twice, and rams it off the tee, but gets his own rebound. Finally, Chicago scores a much-needed power play goal to pull back within 8.
Great job by Ing of not giving up on the play. Great amount of energy from the Rutgers product. And who knows, maybe that's the spark that this Chicago team needs to claw back into this game.
Same look we've seen. It's John Jackson on the left, taking the brunt of the defense, and JJ on the right, looking to make the move. Zoc's going to have to be the stopper this time. JJ didn't like that matchup. Speaks to how strong of a point defender Zoc is. So he's just going to John Jackson, but that pass was a little too far out in front. Morowick has a good beat, forces a turnover. Chicago looking to run, but doesn't have the dodgeballs for it, so it's probably going to have to slow it down. Morowick does take an exchange with Lee, and actually Katie Murphy, nobody's stepped to her yet, but finally she's going to have to back away. I think John Jackson and JJ were both bearing down. Pass goes across to Blackwell. Blackwell has it in the well.
Morella shading Zoc right now. Seems to be specifically targeting them as an X factor in this offense.
Some sloppy passing there from Kenny. Murphy, a really nice back heel to try to keep it in play. John Jackson gets there first. I think Mario Nasta wanted that ball called out regardless. I think it's going to be just a no harm, no foul as John Jackson got to the loose ball.
And Jackson just shrugged off Liam Zock like few players I've ever seen be able to do that.
And Richard just missed a beat on JJ. That's going to create a no dodgeball situation. JJ goes through everybody once again. Goal number 8, I believe.
Unbelievable. How old is this kid?
Younger than you, Teddy. Younger than you.
Unbelievable. He's been terrorizing the league now on multiple different programs. Just a cheat code to have on your team. And we'll take a well-deserved break after what I'd say was a decent shift.
Yeah. 8 goals in this game. 12 for New York in total. Matt Melton looking to get something going. Gets over to Guyman. It's Fugate who has it. Ryan Leary working on her in defense. Long beat there by Al Silver. Digman now in the lane. Digman goes around. Lindsay Morella makes a defensive contribution there at the hoops. John Jackson going end to end. Huge hit there from Matt Melton. Loose ball. It's going to be picked up by Digman. Just has to end up in the end kicking it away to stop any kind of pressure from New York.
And that's some of the physicality that you needed to see from the Prowl. Listen, you know, you can't win a MLQ championship with only one game. There's a lot of quad ball left to be played in this series before we decide a winner. You got to find things to latch onto, start creating good habits that you had all season. Go be the more physical team. Don't give up offensive rebounds. Win all the loose balls that you can and just execute on one little thing at a time. Don't try to win a whole play all at once.
Yeah, remember that Boston-Chicago series late in game 1? It was that Athena Mayer hit on Matt Troy that I think kind of shifted how Boston was viewing themselves defensively, led to a much closer game 2. So hopefully this can be a similar spark plug for the Chicago team. Mike Lee just spun out of a tackle from Matt Melton, gets the ball back up to Parada. Parada dodges that beat, gets over to Leary. Beat is in time for sure there from, I believe it was Richard.
And Chicago now with control, able to get a stop together.
Yeah, just going to talk that play over here. Lead is 9 goals.
Looking to see if they can, you know, just string one possession together at a time, right? There's only way you can get more than one goal on a scoring play is by pulling a flag. Obviously not in play right now. Just win one possession at a time. And that, if you're the Chicago sideline, that's what you got to be saying to your team to make sure that they stay steady, stay calm, and can get back to executing the fundamentals that they've been able to hit all season long.
Yeah. Digman now bringing the ball down. Remember, Digman is working on 2 yellows. Less of a risk on offense, but something to keep in mind on the defensive end. Parada, though, just knocks down another shot. New York's been so good around those hoops against the relentless shooting attempts of Chicago. Mike Lee, just a two-handed floater pass that Digman said that is a little bit sloppy. And definitely a little bit of extra sloppiness from New York now playing through the real depth. But I'm not sure it matters given the deficit Chicago's up against.
And honestly, what Devin Lee just did in the beater game, it makes what Mike Lee just did seem so much worse. Devin Lee with a catch literally from the ground, like diving after getting hit with the ball, catches the rebound, and then is able to dominate, control, and create that opportunity for Mike Lee to run into. Absolutely crazy, and Devin Lee just doing Devin Lee things.
Fugate does a nice job just running out of a trap there.
Well done by Chicago to protect possession.
Big hit there coming from Devin Lee, I believe. Digman, though, misses the shot.
And as we mentioned earlier, this very pro-Chicago crowd just, you know, with the life sucked out of them right now. It's a lot easier for New York to be the bad guys as they bring the baddest guy on the planet back onto the field right now in Josh Johnson. It's a lot easier to be the bad guys with a quiet crowd, and that just comes from playing well, and they've done that so far.
I could not tell you off the top of my head. I have to imagine there haven't been very many individual 10-goal games in the history of MLQ. JJ only needs 2 more to do so in an MLQ finals match.
And make it look easy.
That was the first shot miss
of
the game there for JJ.
All right,
and
so
Larry can't make the putback.
He's human. Was, we'll call it 4 inches from being bar down.
Yeah.
New York looks to press here.
Yeah, Peachy gets in the lane. Peachy hits the mid-range shot.
All right, there we go from Chicago, exploiting the space from the press. New York playing, a little bit differently here, kind of flexing the arsenal, but they get overextended, and well done by Chicago to keep their heads, attack the press, and get dodgeball control out of it.
Mike Lee has the ball up top, gets pressed by Evan Kula, has to throw it right down the line. JJ's not able to keep it in play. Ben Peachy, being that spark plug that Chicago's been looking at for the better part of 15 minutes, already 2 of the team's 4 goals, and now forces a turnover there.
Peachy, I called him a lightning rod earlier. Looks like lightning striking twice here as Peachy with the second really good shift of the game so far.
Yeah, and you can see JJ's frustrated, despite how dominant he's been, doesn't like a couple of possessions getting away from him and his team there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you can be the best player on every possession you play, the ones where you aren't are gonna sting a little bit. New York, I'm sure, will take this time to regroup. The biggest thing in this situation is you don't get out ahead of yourself. You don't read your press clippings. Don't start looking ahead to the next game. Don't allow yourself to form bad habits, because if you can just stay mentally focused enough, you are literally about to be 1 game away from an MLQ championship, something that's eluded you for the entire time. One of the original teams in this league, to finally get over that hump is something that I'm sure nobody on that sideline wants to let pass up.
Yeah, and, obviously players have been there for all different kinds of lengths, but, players like Michael Parada have been there from the beginning.
Lindsay Morella had her breakout in 2015, MLQ as an all-star.
Yeah. And, they've won other titles. They've won Team USA Golds. They've won USQ titles. But with the exception of Prada, none of them have that MLQ title. Sorry, I guess JJ has MLQ titles as well.
JJ has an MLQ title as well. But this core group that has been around, the Mohagogs has played a ton with this New York squad. Even Mike Lee has played with this New York squad for a long time.
Devin Lee as well.
Devin Lee, Rachel Ayala Silver. It's been a slow build from this New York squad, and something that was never a quick fix. They play together in both seasons, the USQ and the MLQ season. They've grown chemistry together, made themselves better as athletes, even as many of them get into their 30s. It's been very impressive, and something to see play out on the big stage here is you have to just respect it. Of course, Chicago, in much in the same way, has been building up that Midwestern program for a long time now, and certainly probably feels like their window could be open for a while, but they're not just here to roll over either. They earned this. They were the best defensive team in the league this year, and certainly not about to go quietly.
Yeah, and one name we didn't mention that's been around for a long time as well, Molly Potter, has played so many of the thankless minutes over the course of the past decade for this program.
Yeah, such a well-rounded player. Does everything right, and such a good teammate.
Murphy walking the ball up. Takes the long shot, goes wide. Ing's the only one there, but Tessa Mullins also in the area. Ing zips one. JJ has the answer. Josh Hudson going end-to-end, slips through one tackle. Peachy looking to make the tackle, not going to be. Just slips it over Ing's head. Goal number 9 in game 1 here for JJ.
Ridiculous. And New York with a good opportunity here. And the flag running game is JJ's about to have his 10th.
A 10-goal game for JJ in an MLQ final. Just unheard of dominance.
Unbelievable. I've had games where I felt like I played really well in an MLQ final. Those are like 3-goal games. As Mike Lee makes it a rout.
Yeah, Chicago's just getting sloppy. It feels like they've signed up to just move on to game 2 at this point.
This is getting ugly quickly, and we talked about the importance of building good habits for both teams. If you're Chicago, you have to make sure that you don't tilt here. Remember who you are. Remember why you got into this situation. But the press has been brutal for New York.
There is a goal, though, back the other way.
Kennedy Murphy hits the too small celebration, shows that the Chicago squad still has plenty of fight left in them.
Can JJ make it 11? Trying to get by Peachy again. Blackwell shuts the door. Really nice play for the young player there.
Great save at the hoops because, again, we're going on a long time before a point defender has made JJ go a different direction than he wanted to.
Liam Zock getting their first secret minutes of the weekend. Zock was the one who made the catch on that 4-point play in the Game 3 of the semifinals last year.
And Zock with a fantastic swat that we're just now going to get justice on here. Swat was fantastic. The dodgeball landed out of bounds, though, as the crowd letting them know you can't do that.
Not sure how much a secret blue card is really from on the Chicago side is really affecting the game at this point, but we'll probably give Jason Ing some room to work and try to end this one.
Yeah, probably won't affect the outcome at this point, but will definitely make it even less likely for Chicago to make the most of this opportunity.
Molly Potter pressing high. Guyman throws it back across, maybe not across the keeper zone, sorry. No call on the play. Blackwell gets to keep it going. Morella's marking. Pass across. Nicely finished by Manzella. Chicago getting a little something going on the offensive end now.
Well done by Chicago to stay focused and beat the press. And we got a SWAT situation here on Ing.
Yeah, I think we're going to have no seekers on the field in a second.
Something that will probably help Chicago so that they can bring their dodgeballs back into the game. As I really like New York breaking out the press in this situation, because in worst case scenario you give up a goal every time. But if you're playing as fast as you can, Chicago's not able to bring their dodgeballs into the play, you certainly like your chances of being able to score every time yourselves. They just need 6 possessions in order to finish this one out, and it's even less now.
Shakti Koswaran has the ball behind. First minutes for New York in this final, and makes them count an immediate goal on the mid-range shot.
How about that? The microwave comes off the bench, uses the Tessa Mullins hammer beat to put through their first shot of the game.
Just need 2 more now from New York to secure a victory. Zock's getting closer and closer here on our flag runner, Cooper. Floater in the direction of Guyman, can't come up with it. Does seem like JJ's game 1 may be done. He will be stuck at 10 goals when all is said and done.
I mean, probably worthwhile. He's got a big game 2 coming up.
Cooper just removes Ing's broom on the sideline here. Vinny Chico is going to come in for the first time and get rid of Zock. Almost caught there by Ing. John Jackson now fighting through contact. Gets by 1 and 2. Digman can only do so much, and on those 2 yellows on top of it, Jackson scores, doing his best JJ impression. Goal to win now for New York.
And what a luxury to be able to bring in a rested John Jackson in this situation where you're at winning time, potentially 1 game away from an MLQ championship. It's just so tough to match up with teams like this.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson hasn't had to extend his minutes in this game, nor has Morella. As Digman hits the lane, can't get that shot to go. Potter and Shakti Koswaran work together to get the defensive rebound there. I think Ing might be headed to the box again. Yeah, so we will see. Yeah, Ing seems to know it this time, going there without pause. That John Jackson goal we just saw, John Jackson second, the first player other than JJ to get 2 goals in this game for New York. It really has been the JJ show, and JJ and co.
And New York has been a team that really spread out their goals in the regular season all the way through across their lines. They trust all their players with the ball. It's just kind of worked out that this is the game plan that is working right now for them in these last 2 series, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and I mean, also worth noting that JJ only played 3 regular season games with this New York squad.
Mm-hmm.
Blackwell looking to make a move on Kotoswaran, gets it to go. Blackwell gets to put a goal into a MLQ championship final goal into their repertoire. Still just 1 goal needed here for New York. Walters takes an exchange with Chico. Neither player got beat, I don't believe. Alsra is now in the Seeker game, as is Parada. But they're just going to move all the beaters over to the quadball game where next goal wins. Mike Lee has it on the near side. Working on Digman and Guyman. Lee tries to go through. Flips the ball over the back to Potter, who gets it to Kotoswaran. There's only 1 hoop left. And Kotoswaran makes sure to finish through it. Gets huge there. The young player out of Brandeis puts New York 1 win away from an MLQ championship.
The acrobatics on that play, and how about that? Absolutely dominant from New York. It's going to be tough for Chicago to collect themselves and come back from that absolute rout.
Yeah, score's going to show 18-7, but I feel like the game was even a little less close than that. Chicago was able to get some back with flag runner on pitch to make things look a little less messy. Only the 3 or 4 goals, I think, in the 20 minutes there. But, yeah, like we said, it was the JJ show. 10 goals, outscoring the entirety of the Chicago Prowl.
Yeah, I mean, there's no answer for that problem. So we'll see what Chicago's able to come up with here in between games.
Yeah, that's going to do it for me and Teddy here from Game 1. We will be right back with our analyst desk. New York, dominant fashion, 180-70, gets the win, Game 1 of MLQ Championship Finals.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Obviously, we just saw New York Titans absolutely dismantling Chicago in that Game 1. It turned into the JJ show, and I think the biggest only storyline that needs to come out of this is JJ's going to win this for New York when given the chance. I think the stat was John Jackson was the only other player to have more than 1 goal in that game. JJ with 10 goals is absolutely ridiculous. So honestly, in terms of adjustments, I honestly don't know what you can do. I don't think anyone has really solved the equation of how to take out JJ from beating you in a game. He can pass, he can shoot. He doesn't. Once he hits his lane, you're not going to stop him. It's ridiculous. Josh Johnson has cemented himself as the best player in the game right now, and I don't know that it's relatively close. I think the best story again. One of the other things that we noticed was as soon as JJ subbed at around, I think I'd say like the 14-15 minute mark. By that point, he had scored, I think, 8 goals. The score was 12-4, 12-3. And as soon as JJ subbed, New York immediately proceeds to go 0-4 on their offenses. So it's very, very telling that Chicago does not have an answer for JJ. And I personally, again, I'm at a point right now where there isn't much to analyze. This was a dismantling, and if New York continues to play like this with their beaters outmatching and outpacing the Chicago beaters, I think this series is over, and New York is very much on the verge of winning their first ever MLQ championships. For Chicago, it's part of it could be that they had the short break between the Game 2 of their quarterfinals and Game 1 of this finals game, so hopefully they have a bit more time to just reset, relax a bit, and figure out a strategy that might work for them. But again, at this point, it doesn't look like they have too many answers with some of the injuries that they've had. And after Darian went down after Darian went down, I don't think we saw him again. So it'll be really interesting to see how Chicago comes out. Some of the highlights that I just want to throw out for Chicago was the play of George Blackwell. I thought he had a great defensive presence, and also his ability to fill spaces and just be in the right spots was great. And his energy, especially on offenses, being able to run away from beaters and drag the beaters out with him was great. And he got rewarded with a goal or 2, I think. I thought Ben Peachy's presence was very good as well. Kaylee Fugate with a couple really good plays to prolong the offense for Chicago, and Kennedy Murphy just saying, "Hey, I'm going to put the team on my back and try to do as much as I can to try and score," and she did. But yeah, I mean, with that, looks like I'm going to call it with this, and I'll be back after the second game. And it looks like game 2 for this series will start at 3:10. So don't tune away because this game is going to start very soon. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back to Troy Park for Game 2 of our finals at the MLQ Championship 2024. Game 1 was all New York, or should I say it was all JJ. A 10-goal effort and an absolute blowout. A combination of the top line chasing from New York and its deep beater core. A huge performance from the likes of Jason Ng and Elizabeth Lawson-Keister as well. We will see if Chicago has the response this time around. Will this be a coronation, or will this be another instant classic between these two franchises, the East and North Division champions respectively? We are off and running. John Jackson gets the ball first. No DME in the start. We have not seen DME since he sustained an injury early in Game 1. JJ gets his first touch and gives it back to Jackson. Christian Barnes starting. And Devin Lee's coming into the game now as well. Morella gets a touch, gets it back up to Jackson. This Guyman-JJ matchup, New York was able to expose in Game 1. This time JJ is going to get a stall warning. Now is going to take his space. Fires! Goal! Goal number 11 of the finals for JJ. First of the game, New York leads 1-0.
And New York was prepared to score 5 ways to Sunday on that hoop. Annika Kim was ready to set a screen. They end up getting a beat on the side hoop. But Chicago holding on to control, we'll see if they're able to leverage that. It seems even more dire than I had predicted that Chicago holds on to control, just to control the pace and let the game come to them rather than having New York dictate the terms.
Matt Melton has the ball behind, working on Lindsay Morella. Gets it back up to Manzella. Taking her time and her space, just pitching it off to Peachy. Peachy gets in the lane, fires. Oh, I thought he hit that for a second, but goes out of play. Peachy had 2 goals last game, really has been a key piece for this team all weekend long, but can't get that one to go.
Chicago able to maintain control. Not a terrible look, and one that isn't going to hurt them either, right, in the way that now New York isn't going to get to just run up and do whatever they want. They have to play against a set defense. Definitely keeping the pace of play that'll favor a defensive game will help Chicago get back to their bread and butter here.
Morel has the ball behind. Matt Melton steps out on her. That's just going to allow her to flip it up the top to JJ. We've seen that look a number of times. This time, though, Peachy meets him high. Well done there. Goes across to Jackson. Now Jackson working on Guyman. Peachy's back in the play. Jackson, I'm not sure if that was a shot or a pass or just saw the press coming from Walters and wanted to get the ball away. No harm done. Like you said, very similar to last possession. A little bit more breathing room from Chicago here early, thanks to the dodgeball control and high pressure of Tad Walters and Noyes Oshra.
Yep. And, of course, if you're in New York, you're obviously comfortable playing a slower-paced game if you have to. The biggest thing is that you continue to get stops no matter how many dodgeballs you have. Something I expect them to be able to do is they switch up their defenses so often, and they're so good at ball hawking away from the ball.
Peachy flips it over to Guyman. Guyman across the way to Manziel. Manziel's got a lot of space here. Manziel pumps once, pumps twice, goes right around Annika Kim, and we are knotted up at 1.
How about that? What a finish there from Manzella, who's been a spark plug for this team and one of the only sources of offense you can count from the Chicago team so far in this series.
Chicago has 2 dodgeballs. Tad Walters is on the wrong side of Devin Lee right now. And Rachel Ayala Silver might be able to cause some trouble if Lee can execute this well. But also we do have a ref conversation. LeCompte gets play started. No call on the play. Alshar is able to recycle the dodgeballs. No, Devin Lee gets around him. Meanwhile, JJ just walks into the lane, makes a shot, puts his hands up like, is anybody going to try to stop me? 2-1 New York.
It's been absolutely ridiculous how easy JJ's made it look, right? It's one thing, like we're all witnessing a legendary performance in front of our eyes, due in no small part to the other contributing chasers on the line and the beaters that have been playing well all the way through New York's depth. But obviously somebody's got to put all these shots in, and to have JJ just jog back, not minimal celebrations, not really look winded or anything, it's crazy. Make it look difficult that you scored 12 goals in a game in 5 minutes in the MLQ finals.
Yeah, and we do have an injury on the field. Noyes Ausra is waiting for some help. Is going to be able to get up off their own power. But if Ausra can't come back into the game, that is a huge loss for Chicago. as have been a couple of the knocks they've been picked up over the course of this series already. The game of attrition, a lot of times the team that has to be hustling more and more of those plays and taking more of the physicality does end up picking up a few more of the knocks, and that just hasn't been the case. New York has been able to dictate this entire game at its own pace.
Yeah, I was going to say that attrition seems to be taking its toll on a Chicago team that builds themselves on grit and defense. Meanwhile, New York, we mentioned it a little bit in the first game, managed their first line so that they would be ready to do this and play big minutes. I was actually in the elevator with JJ at the hotel last night. He got a little chirp from somebody about not playing very much on Saturday. He says, just wait, I'll play plenty tomorrow. And yeah, I'd say he was right. They've been pretty efficient minutes here. It's just an otherworldly day for him.
So, Oshra, things go from bad to worse. Looks like they picked up a card along with the injury. So one of their teammates is going to serve the time, but now Tad Walters is alone, and dodgeball control does go to New York for the first time basically all game.
So that's adding penalty to injury?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Kenny Murphy now checks into the game. Ing and Blackwell getting in there as well. Liam Zock, the final player on that line. Murphy moves the ball out to Blackwell. Probably just going to need to kill this penalty. I didn't get eyes on whether it was a blue or a yellow. Walters makes a big block there on Devin Lee. Walters now has 2 dodgeballs, and with their teammate coming into the play, Murphy cycles it over to Blackwell. Blackwell, the mid-range shot doesn't go. Ing needs to chase that down before it hits the boundary. Does so. IL Silver tracks into Ing, but Ing is the long pass all the way back up to Liam Zock. So Chicago's able to come out of this possession with control.
Survived the illegal interaction there.
Maverick Wolf has checked into the game. We haven't seen a lot of minutes out of them so far this weekend, but keeping control here with Walters. But JJ just ran right by that control and misses a shot in transition. Wolf comes in to clean it up. And finally, a couple unforced errors from New York here, and Chicago does have an opportunity to kind of hang around here in game 2.
I think the longer this game goes and the more it feels like a little bit of a defensive battle, the more comfortable Chicago's gonna feel in this one. The more sure of themselves they'll be, and probably the calmer they'll be in making their reads offensively as well. Still see New York in that triangle in 1. Morella switching who she's shadowing in the back.
Zock bringing the ball into the lane. Gets it over to Ing. Ing, the quick catch and release, though, called beat before. Lee doesn't give up on the play. Lee just took a ball off Tad Walters and beats Walters. Absolutely dynamic play there from Ing, and John Jackson just running through the play in transition. Maverick Wolf, they make the stop there. Annika Kim tries to bat the quad ball through the hoop. It does get back to JJ. JJ's not going to miss again. Goal number 13 of the finals. Goal number 3 of this game. It's a 3-1 New York lead.
My goodness. You need an odometer to count these goals. That's ridiculous. It only goes one direction, too. Good effort there from the Chicago defense, but you got to clean up the loose balls. You cannot give a team as poised and as focused as this New York team any extra opportunities, and it came back to bite them there.
Murphy bringing the ball down now. I think it's now the second pair of Morowick and Williams in the game. Jason Ing has checked in as well. He gets beat, loses control. Nice play there by the beating pair. Murphy's in the lane, gets over to Zock. IL Silver checks that drive. But Zock makes the shot. JJ gets caught flat-footed, and Chicago hanging around here 3-2, and with control again.
I really like that look out of Chicago. They attack the triangle in 1 by using the player that was being guarded by Morella to come set a little kind of box-out screen on that outside hoop. They find and they replaced that player in behind, so they still had a passing option or a rebound option if needed, and the timing was good and the execution was better so that they were able to score a goal on that one.
Morella has the ball up top. Mohagagas checked in. JJ also still in the game. They're able to isolate Caleb Williams. I believe they'll probably take dodgeball control. Yes, New York does take it. No, but it is going to be a delay of game called on New York. So I think New York might trade control given how important it's been in this series, but there is going to be a chance possibly to break if ELK can't stop things coming in from the side.
ELK trying to be a little bit clever with the location of the dodgeball. But Chicago obviously prepared and was ready.
Zoc running in transition, has a step on Morella. The beat is nowhere close. Zoc has tied this game at 3. We have a series here.
Well done by Ing. There's a lot of different ways to support your teammates in transition. You can get out ahead of the ball, get out for an outlet pass, and be a passing option. You can go set a ball screen, or in that instance, Ing just ran in the path so that way ELK did not have a throwing lane at the driver. Well done by Chicago, and we got a new ball game here.
Zoc had no goals in game 1, now has 2 here in game 2 and has leveled the score. Hagag bringing the ball around, gets it off to Morella. Morella goes high to Yada. Parada working behind on Ing. Back to Morella. Hagag looking to drive. Hagag shoots over the top. Parada fakes once. Easy goal into the side hoop, and this is what we've seen on repeat. Chicago trying to play defense without dodgeball control has been very hard.
Yeah, and well done by New York to get to the looks they wanted to get to, as it looks like another knock for Chicago here.
Yeah.
This has been brutal.
Yeah, Williams went for a hit there on Jason Ing and, just came swinging off, hit the ground hard. And the timing was so unfortunate because I think Meroic thought he was going to be able to make a play for dodgeball control off of that, and that was completely stopped by the whistles.
And New York on that last offensive possession, taking a page a little bit out of Chicago's how-to guide for attacking 2-2 zones, flipping the field behind hoops, flipping it back, and then you're able to get it back behind one more time and attack the closeout. It can't guard the big hoop and the little hoop, and you just pick which one to go at. So well done there from New York. Good team goal.
Yeah, we mentioned in the first game how almost all the offensive production came from that first line. So it's good to see the second line heating up a little bit, finding a goal in their own fashion, a little different than how the first line's been scoring at will. Zoc walking the ball down here. Ing makes the block on the beat from Meroic, who's now playing with Veronica Hoffman. Guyman has the ball on the near side. Ing another block there on Meroic. Throws the ball in the direction of Guyman. Yeah, Guyman stepped out of bounds there, so an unforced error and another turnover.
It was almost good patience by Guyman to not throw before they had to, but well done by New York to instead pressure without needing to throw. An interesting situation here for Hagag. Got to be careful on the inbounds. Probably makes sense to look to just swing the ball to Annika Kim and get away from this dodgeball.
Yeah, it's going to go to Parada instead. Kim's going to get out running. Might be a passing option for Parada here. He's going to check out of it. Gets over to Hagag. Zoc, a big hit. Hagag gets over to Morella. Morella floats it in the direction of Parada. And back up to Morella. And a beautiful dish. An absolute dive. Morella to Kim. Kim with the volleyball spike through the short hoop. 5-3 New York.
What a finish by Kim in traffic. Jump ball in a short hoop can be awkward, especially with bodies in the way. The Morella to Kim connection was absolutely perfect on that one.
Sometimes you forget how easy it is for Morella to run an offense all by herself because, she's playing online with JJ and John Jackson, and they can do the same, but easily capable of pulling the strings from anywhere on a pitch.
It's crazy the number of game plan problems that this New York squad has.
Melton driving into the lane, dodges the beat from ELK, gets the ball off to Peachy. Peachy trying to keep the play alive. ELK makes another beat. I think this one was plenty early enough. It's going to be a stop.
And to be clear, I was saying on their roster, like number of players you circle and you say that's a problem for my game plan because I can't stop them. Morella just another in a long list of those and has been for quite a while.
JJ now back into the game. JJ's walking it into the zone. Digman now in. I think first time we're seeing him in this game too. JJ over to Shaw. And we're going to be a foul against Coda Swarn. Must have been for the pick around the hoops.
It'll be a yellow there for New York now to try to survive. We'll see if Chicago's able to generate anything off of this or if they'll have to slow it down.
Yeah, big opportunity here because I think that was definitely about to be a goal for Shrina Shah.
We got just a quick little equipment fix going on here as we see Kay and Mullins with control. I believe their first shift of this game.
Yeah, temperature shifting, balls getting different levels of inflation. Luckily, we haven't had to deal with any moisture today. The storm has thankfully held off to this point. Digman driving, looked in the direction of Guyman, but the dodgeball was there in plenty of time, and now JJ is looking to run in transition. Stiff arm on Digman, puts him in the turf, and then lays it in for his fourth goal of the game. 6-3 New York.
My goodness. The man's a machine. Nathan Digman is one of the strongest players and a fantastic point defender, and you made him look like nothing. That was, you're seeing a whole arsenal right now of a player where, like we said before, there are no answers right now. This is a clinic, and we've all got a front row seat.
Yeah, Peachy bringing the ball down. Getting over to Manzella, who's taking it all the way deep into the corner. A lot of room for Peachy to potentially work here. There's going to be a call coming, though, against Chicago. Daniel Williams, one of the quickest ARs you'll ever see, chasing down those dodgeballs for the players.
It's a lot of practice. His legs help him out in games for San Antonio.
TK went down hard on that play. You know, you talk about all of those roster problems that New York gives other teams. I mean, Tessa Mullins just got named East Division MVP. Tate K is a Team USA player. They've barely had to play minutes in this finals, and New York is still walking away with this title.
Yeah, and a massive benefit to them is they're both on the coaching staff here, which has clearly done a really good job preparing this New York side for this spot. But the less minutes you have to play as a coach, the better you're able to make sure the rest of the cogs are all fitting together nicely and that the machine's running on time.
So the good news is that Noyes Oshra had just checked back into the game for Chicago. Glad to see after picking up the knock earlier. The bad news is they picked up a card very quickly after coming into the game. So New York's going to get a power play attempt here of the dodgeball variety. JJ running down the field. Peachy's going to be the one to try to stop him this time. That's not going to happen. JJ, goal number 5, 15 of the 22 New York goals in this series have come from Josh Johnson.
Ridiculous. The jump cut in transition is so tough. Moving forward, he'll jump cut you. He could run through you. And then if you got him flat-footed, he's so good at just getting side to side until you reach and overextend yourself. Then he can go by you. And then also he's a fantastic passer and shooter. Well done by New York in transition.
Zock bringing the ball up, gets over to Blackwell. 4-goal lead now for the Titans in a game in which they could clinch a title.
And New York's triangle and one has really shut down what Chicago was going to the well with over and over again when they played Boston, which was that attacking from behind.
Yeah, as that shot goes wide, knocked down by New York. Well, hey, I remember in one of the stoppages we talked about the idea of maybe Boston trying a triangle and one. It's not really defense they run, so they didn't break it out.
Yep.
But it does just feel like the natural answer for a team that's just trying to kill everyone from behind the hoops.
Yeah, and it gets easier as Chicago has been shorthanded.
Oh, Oshra just went down hard again. Absolutely incidental contact between Oshra and JJ.
Obviously, you hope both players are all right. It's been a long and grueling tournament. These athletes giving absolutely everything they have and then some. Takes a physical toll here out in the heat and the humidity.
Yeah. Oshra, and Walters had actually made a really nice hustle play to try to wrestle back control. Unfortunately, it came at the cost of about 3 seconds of no dodgeballs, allowing JJ to hit the lane once again. We've seen that JJ has not gotten stopped in the lane very often, but this time happened to just kind of unfortunately slam right into Oshra.
Yeah, the Chicago team too. Just it's really been a problem for them to not get any wins from the point against this New York team. It's preventing them from being able to get out at passes, and it's really opened up the game, given a lot more space to New York to then attack off of it when they have to. Because the other thing about not winning defensively at the point is now you're letting some of the best quad ball players in the world get into your keeper zone, which is never a good thing. So it really just shows the importance of winning positional battles at the right spaces on the field and how it affects your entire team defense. Right? Chicago's a team that's built off of exploiting long passes, floaty passes, shots into prepared hoop defenders, and none of that can happen if you have to devote extra bodies to just stopping somebody's momentum hurtling towards your hoops.
Yeah. So another 5-goal game for JJ, 15 on the series, as we've said. Yada and Kim had the other 2 goals for New York. On Chicago's side, it was Zoc who got them back into the game. It was once 3-3. It's now extended back up to 7-3. And I think JJ is likely to put in an 8th right here, unless there's a call on the play.
Yeah, if JJ gets to restart with it there, this is going to be a tough spot. Although Zoc, again, a player that never gives up on a play, super strong, super athletic. Player you'd hate to meet in a dark alley because they're just so strong and so tough. But we'll see how this turns out. It does look like JJ is going to be able to start with the ball with arms extended.
So off the start, this will almost assuredly be JJ's 16th goal. And there it is. 8-3 now the score. Still a lot of time to go here in game 2. Maverick Wolf checks in once again here for Chicago. Second shift of the game. Murphy's the one bringing the ball down.
And New York's been able to have this extended time with dodgeball control, and that's definitely coincided with this little 5-goal run here over an extended period of time for them.
Mountain with the ball behind. Isle Silver marking. Pass goes over the top to Zoc. Defended by Wolf. About 13 minutes here into game 2. A New York win would mean a championship, their first ever. Chicago needs a win to keep their season alive. Blacko with the ball behind. Isle Silver pressures. John Jackson with the wrap on Kennedy. Murphy just takes the ball away, and Murphy says, well, you win that one.
Jackson's so good in the keeper zone area. He's so good at getting hands to the ball while being physical. One of the only players in the league that's good at tackling while getting hands to the ball. Most players have to pick one or the other.
Jackson now in the lane. JJ back out there and with the ball. 3 starting line members along with Molly Potter on the pitch for New York.
Interesting to see Chicago hasn't tried denying JJ the ball at all, as they're definitely shadowing with Zoc. Zoc with a great play.
Yep, Zoc finally able to make the tackle that has eluded Chicago this entire series, stopping JJ in the lane.
Fantastic play. We talked about it, and you can see their hype right now. They try to calm themselves down. Zoc, a spark plug for this team and a weapon defensively, getting to show how they can shine.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we've seen it today. Zoc and Melton both on the field together and both playing up top in this defensive look. They are probably their 2 best point defenders, I would say, and I think that's almost what they have to be doing against Jackson and JJ.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they haven't broken out any kind of triangle in one where they would maybe just shadow JJ all the way around, or because you can't send doubles. You can't send doubles with pass out of it, and then you're at a math problem at your hoop. So
yeah, a math problem against John Jackson, Lindsey Morello doesn't sound very appealing.
No, it does not. Looks like we've got an illegal interaction situation happening, but we'll let the refs decide.
Nobody's going to the box that I can tell. So I think we're just going to restart play.
All right.
I guess there was a turnover, so maybe it was an over and back, an accidental
okay.
over and back. That'd be so unfortunate after the huge stop from Zoc there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So John Jackson bringing it down. It's over to JJ. Lead is stretched to 5. John Jackson now going to hit the lane. John Jackson across the zone into the middle hoop. Like we said, that's the problem. You might be able to overcommit resources to JJ, but then you're in a math problem against John Jackson. That's no easier.
Yep, and Chicago with a pretty good rotation there to take away the shot on the tall hoop right there and make Jackson get into his second read, but he knew the answer ahead of time and just flipped it very casually for an easy goal there.
9-3 now the score. 6-0 run from New York after Chicago had knotted us up at 3.
New York showing more of a trees look in this situation.
Shot goes wide. JJ gets a hand on it. Now needs to keep it in bounds. Does so. Not going to run in transition. Isle Silver with a kick there, but doesn't go her way off the bounce, and Walters and Wolf are able to take over dodgeball control. More patience here from New York. Now Morella, JJ, and John all up above the hoops. When the three have been on pitch, Morella spent a lot of time in that back corner using long passes back up top to spring offense.
Yeah, New York's offense really showing the ability to play several different ways compared to how they played in the past this weekend.
Petrie and Manzella combined for a stop there. Forced a loose ball out of John Jackson's hand that's picked up by Ing.
You like to see New York.
Nobody turned around on Peachy. That was the first kind of lazy, lost your head moment we've seen from this force line in New York. Peachy just started running, and nobody ever stepped up. He couldn't have taken that shot from more than 6 feet away.
Yeah, it seems like some kind of a miscommunication leading to the blown coverage there. I was going to say, I don't hate New York trying to speed up Chicago in this situation, who clearly didn't look like they were trying to set something up, but rather just get their feet under them a little bit. But the chasers and beaters weren't aware of what the other was doing, and you end up with a blown coverage there.
Peachy does sub off there. I do feel like they've been their player of the tournament. And Morella this time just asserts herself in the middle of the zone, takes a shot, puts it through with ease. The immediate response. And for every time it feels like Chicago has a little something going, New York always has the next answer.
I think what we're seeing here is how unselfish the New York Stars can be, not getting worried about one player eating all the goals. Everyone.
Oh, what a take by Ali Manzella.
Wow.
Went through 2 and stuffed that one home.
Wow, that's 2 acrobatic finishes on that hoop from Ali Manzella. Pure goal scorer, does a lot of other things well. Not going down without a fight here.
10-5 now the score. Morella ball on the wing. Up to Jackson. Potter gets a touch and it goes back to Parada. No rush here for New York. They are sitting on a 5-goal lead. They're sitting on match point here. Don't really need to do that much to move the needle at this point. Morella gets it on the wing. It's back up to Jackson. Dodgeball control is with New York. They need to find a way to use it. Jackson's in the lane. Ing, a great acrobatic play to knock down the shot on the middle hoop.
Great example of patient defense there from Chicago, and a good job of seeing the developments from New York ahead of time and adjusting early.
Oh, and end-to-end, Ing gets in the lane. And suddenly these Chicago shots that haven't been falling all series are falling, and it's back to a 4-goal lead.
Ing, fantastic job of going end-to-end. It's a great way of turning defense into offense, which is really in the DNA of the Chicago side.
Morella's going to bring the ball down this time. Not a lot of subbing out for Morella in this game, too, that I can remember. Jackson does come out. It's Mike Lee in at keeper. Potter to Lee. And Lee to Parada. ELK considers a trade there with Richards. Not going to take it. Ing running all over this pitch right now. Caleb Williams, though, is going to get an illegal tackle. New York's going to play the advantage, and now the refs are going to talk it over.
Tough break there for Chicago. good patience from New York, right? The game has a very different pace to it, which shows a good adjustment by Chicago to be able to kind of settle in, let themselves play to their strengths, which is their defense. But New York not getting flustered, not overextending, which you see a lot of teams do, especially when they are able to score a lot of goals and a lot of goals in transition. They'll kind of just keep trying to go back to the well on that and force it. New York showing good patience, and it's been working out on this shift.
Yeah, just a couple plays left now before the Seeger floor comes to an end. So now beater power play for New York off the Caleb Williams foul. Morello in the lane, gets over to Parada. Parada back to Michael Lee. Fugate gets a wrap, which is enough to allow Digman to make a big hit.
And a fantastic job by the Chicago Quadball defense to swarm the hoops, not give up any free shooting lanes while also being physical. You saw several passes there between Parada and Morella because there was just nothing open, and they were hoping that one more pass would open something up. Good job of really playing both the shooting lane and the driving lane there from the Chicago defense, and then attacking in numbers.
And Potter picks up a foul. Not sure if it was for an illegal screen or an illegal screen on a hoop defender. Guess those are both illegal screens. But either way, it's going to be power play for Chicago. They could pull it back within 3 with right before the 20-minute mark.
And that would be enormous, as this is a team that's had some good success in the clutch minutes of the tournament so far. Done a good job with flag runner on pitches. Mike Lee with a fantastic play.
Yeah, Mike Lee single-handedly forces the turnover with an aggressive and strong play. Digman is down hard again.
Lee, the RPI product, with a little flex around half. Winning an extra possession here for New York.
Just going to be a little stoppage here to check on Digman. But, you know, I think a much improved effort from Chicago in this game too, but yet you're still down 4 goals in a finals match, and just shows how dominant New York was in that game 1 and has been dominant throughout the series.
And a name we haven't said in a very long time, relatively speaking, in this series is Josh Johnson, who is getting, I'm assuming, very rested for a flag runner on pitch type of situation where they probably plan on deploying him, as well as perhaps Tessa Mullins and Tate K, to just say, all right, take us home with 6 goals. So Chicago, it's really big to string some stops together, try to dig into this lead. You don't have much time to do that, but if you can get to within 3, you're in a spot where this is still a manageable situation to try to win from.
So Lee is going to start the ball off the turnover. With a beater right there, she's going to have to roll it back to his teammates.
Going to have to roll it hard enough to not get it picked off, and he does.
No issues there. Morello recovers. Williams out of the box. No damage on that power play thanks to the physical play of the Chicago's defenders in the last position.
Josh Johnson checked back into the game here. The ball between the hash marks.
Goes over the top to Lee. Lee finds Morello. Morello acrobatic to get up to that, and then back to Lee. Lee shoots high. Peachy can't get a hand on it. Potter just checked into the game, able to get the offensive rebound. Now it's JJ in the lane. JJ right around Peachy and finishes.
Right on cue, and a fantastic job by Potter, bringing the lunch pail, hard hat on, doing the dirty work to get the extra possession there, and JJ doing what he has been doing, making it look easy, being physical around the hoops.
Yeah, and this game 2 is starting to feel a little bit more like a coronation than a real competition, as New York continues to exert their will on this series. Just need 6 more points to seal up an MLQ championship, a first ever MLQ championship. You know, Chicago's definitely found some answers. We talked about the play of Peachy. I think Manzella's had some real moments. As you mentioned, some acrobatic goals, 4 in the series leading the team. But, it's a team that I think is just running out of gas. I think it's running out of bodies as they pick up these knocks. And I think what New York is bringing to the series has just been so relentless.
Yeah, and I think as you get into a series, right, that's the beauty of a series versus a game is you get more time for adjustments. And honestly, between how shorthanded they are right now, but also, like, I'll say it, a team that I think has been very well prepared all season has run out of adjustments. I think we saw that really, for the most part, take place in Game 1. They've done a better job of executing, but no major – there's no silver bullet here. There's no major strategic adjustment that they've demonstrated they could make. Otherwise, they probably would have made it by now. Managed the game a lot better, but New York just firing on all cylinders, out executing via better mental focus in the half court, in transition, in the dodgeball game, which has especially been the difference here on the defensive end.
Yeah. Cooper going to be our flag runner here in Game 2. I'm not sure if Oshra is done for the day. If so, that is nope. I can answer my own question by checking over on the sideline. Oshra will be checking in as the starting seeker for Chicago. Probably their strongest. A catch would be absolutely huge in keeping them in this series.
Yeah, massive. We talked about it a little bit in the Boston series. That tail has your last breath in it basically. If you're Chicago, obviously caught a little bit between a rock and a hard place here, given the score and situation. Got to be two places at once, but listen, nobody said it was going to be easy playing in the MLQ Finals.
Seems like it's going to be all beaters in the flag runner game. No, actually, I'm not sure. It's just kind of dodgeballs flying everywhere. It's going to give Kenny Murphy a chance. There's an immediate stoppage. Something to be talked over here by the refs.
I wonder if New York's going to split their dodgeballs or if they'd be content just to play in the quad ball game, keep the pace high enough to get themselves enough possessions to, let the Jays, let the starting line just cook here.
Blue card penalty is coming out. It's going to be against Hagag. I thought they dodged that quad ball, so it must have been another illegal interaction of some kind.
Maybe left the box early. Got too good of a jump. Hard to say. Again, luckily we got a fantastic ref crew on this. Make sure they get everything right while not stopping the game for any longer than they need to.
Yeah, just figuring out where the dodgeballs are headed at this point. It is going to be no dodgeballs for Peachy here. He's got Kenny Murphy alongside him, but John Jackson standing in front of him.
Knowing Kennedy Murphy, you're about to get a nice ball screen.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Manzella does what she does best. She cuts to a hoop. She finishes. It's a hat trick in this game for Manzella. Lead is down to 4. Oshra getting some time here with Cooper as well.
Well done by Manzella, and now Hagag released what we've been told was a swat. And that's why that was a blue card.
Seeing more beating depth out of this team. Ojas Turiker, first time I believe he has been on the field this weekend that I've seen for Chicago.
New York doing well to survive the press here a bit in the half court.
Dodgeball's flying everywhere. JJ hitting the lane. Absorbs a lot of contact from Melton and puts it through. It was a pass to Potter who finished. Couldn't quite see, but that's what the official scorers got.
Yeah, Potter with the very quick hands. Didn't even need to fully catch it. Just redirect it through the hoop.
And now Potter playing high defense on Manzella. Murphy running the offense. Melton has it behind. Has to try to get by JJ and Jackson. It's Jackson that shuts the door and falls on the loose ball.
Yeah, doing it all right there. Good job to secure the rebound with the green headband.
5 points away is New York now, and Jason Ing's getting a lot of time with Cooper. Walters makes a big beat on Kay. Wolf tried to stop the quad ball there with the dodgeball. Can't do it, but the ball just does end up going out of bounds. So it is going to be Chicago ball. Oh, that was close there from Jason. Ing getting so much time now.
Chicago using their control to get themselves enough possessions. I like the aggressiveness.
Yeah, the problem is they just have no offense there. John Jackson just closes down on Manziel there, forces a bad pass, picked up by the teammates. Michael Parada has subbed into the game now. Oshra is going to get a brief look. JJ misses a shot, dodges a beat, can't get the rebound. Manziel gets there first. Oshra shoots close there. Parada now going to get an opportunity to work on Cooper. Any New York's goal almost surely seals up this championship. Sorry, any New York catch.
Yes. Just makes it so hard.
Peachy to Murphy.
And Murphy with the goal.
And we're going to get a quick stoppage in play. No. All right. We're going to talk you guys through this. Sorry, we just had a quick camera issue. We're going to resolve that right now. And in the meantime, you're not missing any of the action. We have stopped play. Score right now is 12-8. We're going to give both teams just a quick break.
Both teams out here in the heat, I'm sure, willing to take the break, get a little water, catch a quick breather. We're seeing the pace pick up a little bit in the quad ball game. Chicago getting some stops out of it, which has been good, but not able to convert so far. New York, in the meantime, doing a pretty good job of trying to withstand the Chicago pressure defensively, to still generate looks, but like we mentioned, hasn't been a ton of success outside of the Potter goal recently.
Yeah, for sure. And, another 7-goal game for JJ, 17 on the series. But, yeah, I mean, Chicago has raided the ship somewhat. But it's going to take a little bit more effort from – they're going to have to get a catch, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, they need a catch. It would be nice if they could get some offense from somebody that wasn't named Ali Manziel in terms of putting the ball through the hoop. But it's just been tough when you have John Jackson and Josh Johnson at the hoops with Morella just ball hawking pass options. That's 3 people right there. So if you're gonna have only one person score, it's gonna be really tough to beat this New York team.
And we're about to get started here again. Just some technical difficulties on the stream. Shout out to all the volunteers we have working on this game. The way that was even slightly coordinated to get play stopped that quickly. And, of course, our producer, Harry Clark, who has been putting in the hardest minutes, arguably the whole complex all weekend.
Absolutely. Made it a lot easier to be on the call knowing that everything else is completely taken care of. We even have stats getting run to us right now. It's a great production here and something that's been really fun to be a part of.
Melanie Rolfe has subbed in at flag runner for Chicago. Shakti Kodaswaran has the ball on the near side for New York. Still a long way to go to set score here in game 2. Though Parada would change that in a hurry with a catch.
Going to get plenty of alone time right now.
Yeah, it looks like Chicago is just making the gamble if we're just going to play standard quad ball. Potter has the ball behind. Manziel playing defense on the pair. Williams comes out now. Ben Peachy went flying through a hoop. Shakti Kodaswaran just sneaks it around Blackwell. So nicely done. Kodaswaran ended game 1, puts New York within 4 points of a title here in game 2.
And a very similar play to the one that they were able to score at the end of game 1. Another stop here for the New York defense. And a really special unit for them in this series.
Jackson over to JJ. That one doesn't go. JJ gets their own rebound. Make sure the second one counts. 3 goals away from a title here for New York. Goal number 18 of the series for JJ.
Too tough to play defense twice. You already got the stop. Just tough to not have the numbers in the box to be able to pick up that rebound. JJ with a great job of not giving up on the play. It really shows to be a great player, you can't just be athletic or a great athlete. You got to do the little things right. If he's willing to do them, nobody else has any excuse.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy. I believe the single season scoring record regular season is 60 goals in MLQ set by Miguel Esparza. JJ in 2 games might end up with 20 goals. He's currently at 18
against the top team in the league.
Yep. John Jackson just went end to end. Things are getting pretty easy for New York. Chicago's pass back into this game are running out. Ing is closing in on a catch on Cooper. It won't even be necessary if New York can just get one more goal.
And Walters loses an exchange around the flag runner, and that's going to mean some time for Ing. We'll be conservative about it and just try to make sure that Ostra doesn't get a look.
And my apologies. 2 more goals to set score still here for New York, or a catch. Blackwell, a nice creative finish back behind the hoops there, does go down injured, but a good take for Blackwell, who's had a really nice series so far.
Great spin move, good find, good read, and a little bit of a broken play situation right there.
15-9 now the score. Just 2 more goals needed for New York. It's a long road back now for Chicago, even if they do catch a flag runner.
Yeah, you're really up against it. Feels like sand in an hourglass right now on Chicago's season. A season they should absolutely be proud of. A season when they dominated 10 games in the North Division, had a close one in Game 2 in the first series, and really cruised. They dominated this weekend until they run into a buzzsaw named the Fighting Josh Johnsons, a.k.a. the New York Titans here.
Yeah. The program's 3rd trip to an MLQ final, still searching for that first title. Only 4 franchises have made at least three, Austin, Boston, and the 2 teams competing here who are both playing in their 3rd.
Oh, that's right. And so many players on both sides have been with these cities for so long, as we talked about a little bit in Game 1. To see it all coming together here for the New York squad, they have to know that it's coming close as players being helped off the field.
Yeah, it's going to be Ing being helped off. There's also the injury to Blackwell. They're both going to receive injury subs. Melton coming in for Blackwell, Parada coming in for Ing. Two more goals, still the magic number here for New York, or a catch. 8 more goals for Chicago if they want to extend their season. Leah running it down. Gets it to JJ. Maverick Wolf has the dodgeball in the middle of the defense. Tate Kane, Tessa Mullins still creating a bubble around flag runner. Oh, and Parada. Nope, it's going to be called no good. Not going to focus over there. Staying in the quad ball game where Mike Lee is looking to drive a Melton. Melton, a big hit. And now we get a stoppage. I think Melton is headed to the box for back contact.
Mike Lee gives him a wave as Melton heads over there.
It was said that Parada impeded Melton on that. Impeded Cooper on that catch. That is why the catch was no good.
Lee with the chance to finish here around hoops. Just got to be a quick flick of the wrist.
New York is taking its time out. With Mike Lee about to put in the penultimate goal this team needs. Interesting call there from the sideline, but maybe just one, as you like to say, make sure all their P's and Q's are dotted.
Yeah, get their ducks in a row. I wonder if it's even the coaching staff maybe taking a moment to let them know the importance of just don't skip this last step. Finish the job that you started. Congrats on a great season type of thing. And just take an extra moment with the squad.
Yeah, you could say it's the equivalent to that famous clip of the person Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and called his father on the last question knowing the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Or like in basketball, you don't really get you get curtain calls sometimes at the end of like an NBA Finals or something like that. You don't have that as much with the live subs here in quad ball, so it could be a moment like that. And Chicago, I'm sure, is taking a moment with their team too. You don't overlook the possession in front of you if you're Chicago, but I mean, having been in this situation before, it's hard not to. You know, if you're a player on the sideline, it kind of sets in. On the field between the lines, you stay as focused as you can, but even then you can feel it a little bit. You know, in the back of your mind, you just try as hard as you can to deny it to yourself until the very end. But especially on the sideline, watching your teammates out there, it sets in a little bit.
Yeah, and talking about we have had a bit of a one-sided final. Talking about some of the parity we've seen across this league. I mean, yes, this New York team has been dominant in these two games, but San Antonio gave them their money's worth in both games in that semifinal. Both of them came down to the wire. And honestly, I think if San Antonio could have gotten a little bit more done in the seeking game, they would have been right in that series. Boston also took a game off this New York squad with JJ in the lineup. John Jackson not in the lineup for that game, but JJ playing. Took a game off of this team. And also, obviously, in that semifinal was 2 goals away from forcing a Game 3 against Chicago. And we've kind of seen it all up and down the league. Detroit getting a win off of Chicago early in the season was a goal away from winning a series against this great Chicago team. So it's been really fun to see all of these programs coming along in MLQ.
Yeah, it really is a league anybody can win, and that's something that every player on every team can rally around at the start of a season. It's great to be able to have everybody watching live so that you can really look at this and picture yourself like, I can be here. I know when a lot of these players were younger, they got to see this moment, and now being here for it is it's definitely a cool experience.
Yeah, 1 goal left for New York. Oshra is in the game. Ooh, Oshra almost got a conciliatory catch there. Ing fakes around Lee. I'm not sure Lee was giving his all on that defense, knowing how close they are to a title.
Yeah, if you're New York, you just need the ball back.
Okay, clears out Oshro one more time. JJ looking to go end-to-end, looking to put an exclamation point on his performance, and he does it. We wait for the final whistle, and there it is, a title 10 years in the making. The New York Titans become the 3rd franchise in MLQ history to lift the Benepy Cup.
How about that? Absolute domination. A New York side that didn't really show their hand all season, just trained in private. They knew how good they could be. They knew the talent on this team. The coaching staff felt free to experiment during the regular season on what would work best. Turns out what works best is what you could have guessed all along, and it was that first line, star-studded, just absolutely taking it to the best defense in the league. A fantastic performance here by New York, and despite a great effort from Chicago, who had a great season in the North Division.
You know, a couple years ago in a Boston-Austin final on this very pitch, JJ really announced himself to the world as one of the best in the sport with an absolutely dominant final and a 2-0 win. And not that was in any doubt anymore at this point, but the exclamation point to that statement was added with a 19-goal final, one of the most incredible single-player efforts you will ever see in an MLQ championship final.
Absolutely ridiculous. And just I'm in awe. I've played with and played against a lot of great players. I played against a younger JJ in that semifinal game with Austin. A lot to deal with, and I think he's put on 15 or 20 pounds more muscle. And the New York squad is a lot deeper than that. I don't mean to make it just about this, but when you see a legendary performance, you have to talk about it. 19 goals in 2 games on this stage is absolutely ridiculous. There's no other word for it. Hats off to him. Hats off to the New York side for working so hard to finally get over this hump.
Right, and to do it against a team that we talked about all weekend being the best defense in MLQ this year. Chicago comes up short. They took their knocks. They once again will make it to the final stage without coming up with a title. Back-to-back years now, but there's no doubt they will be back. There's so much talent on this team. We are going to call it a tournament here at Troy Park. For everyone here at the MLQ Network, we are so thankful that you've been tuning in all weekend, following along in the comments, giving us feedback on the socials. For myself and Teddy Costa, for Harry Clark, our producer, and Rose Murian, who's working on pitch 2 all weekend long. For Naresh Adalo and Brandon Kubena and Ashton Butler, who are locking down the analyst desk. Keegan Remy Miller and Jackson Vaughn, who are doing a lot of the commentary alongside us. And Noah Schwartz, who's basically been everywhere behind the scenes as well. We appreciate the effort that all of them have put in. We appreciate you for coming out all weekend and watching. We will be back in another year for what I'm sure is going to be another incredible MLQ season. But for now, it is the New York Titans moment. We are going to sign off. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great weekend.
Well, yummy fun with 4D gummy